Alright, we have begun streaming and everything. Welcome everybody. So yeah, we are here today on on possibly the last Eevee hunting. We really don't know. Let me just take a moment to promote everything because I'm about to litter the internet with my ads. So let me just try to find my own link and everything, and I'll give it a second I'm gonna explain what the hell's going on with you guys. So yeah, let's see here. Let's go to the live section. Let's copy the link to the stream, and then ooh shakalaka, we got Twitter up. Ooh shakalaka, we got Facebook up, because I already typed it beforehand, because I am hyped today, people. You don't understand how hyped I am today. Let's go put one of the Reddit pages up on the well, I mean, I don't think I've ever explained it, and then the second Reddit page of the Xenoverse page. The other one's like about YouTubers, basically. Oh, I forgot to put the fucking flares. I always forget that part. The flares is required. Post. All right. Yeah, we'll give it a second. We'll give it a second. And they probably hate me down there because the amount of stuff that I posted all week long. I just kept putting it and whatnot. And even a guy asked me, he's like, wait, why are you putting it on here? I'm like, well, it says Pokemon Xenoverse guide on the Reddit, and I figure people that played Xenoverse might want to see, maybe. And then another person, well, the same guy actually, he's like, well, why wouldn't you keep the shinies? Like, why would you give them away? Why look for them and then give them away? Well, I wasn't looking for them per se. Like, sure, I'm like grinding for egg hatches and such, but that's not really the case with me, I would say. Alright, it says 2 minutes and 3 seconds already? What? I haven't even been on for that long on my YouTube. What? But yeah, and then there was another thing with whatchamacallit. I probably will just start from the beginning, like on Xenoverse, because usually I cut the beginning part of it. But yeah, he asked me, like, why wouldn't you keep the shinies and why would you give them away? I would personally keep them. I'm all like, yeah, but I mean, I got 2 shiny hysterics and I only really need the 1, so that's why I kind of gave it away and everything. So if you're interested in getting the shiny hysteric, all you have to do is comment in the chat below saying that you have Pokemon Xenoverse and all that stuff. And of course, the priority is also, like, you know, for the highest bidder that wants to claim shiny hysteric for themselves. If, like, say there's a tie with the highest bidder, or nobody had paid, but people, like multiple people, had claimed in the chat that they want to get the shiny hysteric, then we will determine it by either a random number generator or a wheel, depending of how many people there are. So we shall see. We'll determine and cross that bridge once we get there. I've been saying, like, the whole shiny hysteric since Monday. Nobody really claimed it, probably because there's not that many people that watch the stream, you know, because it is I am, like, you know, just Eevee hunting after all. And for those that does not know, or watching it just to see the whole thing, because you're like, okay, I want to see, like, the Eevee hunt and everything, just to see how you catch a retro / vintage mon in general. You know, basically what you need to do, get that mon that has a vintage variant, defeat 500 of that Pokemon. After that, I have no idea. My guess is that, like, now you unlock the chance to unlock it wherever it's available, where you normally, like, if you get a Bellsprout or something, you defeat 500 of those. Wherever you see Bellsprouts are, you know, where they're available, is more likely where the vintage one is gonna be. I don't know if the odds are the same. I don't know if it's still shiny odds. That'd be horseshit if it is, because that's, like, a lot of requirements to deal with. But yeah, we do have our counter as well, which is 494. But we did miss one. Between 326 and 327 pretty early on the stream. I just didn't count it. So we actually do have 495, which had I, well, I mean, at the same time after the egg we hatched it, and then I did finish the story, because I was gonna say I could have extended the stream if I wanted to, but it's all good because we might not be guaranteed an Eevee after the 5 more. But we are at 495. We only need to find 5 more Eevees to go. So let's get started. It is already officially noon time. So let's go straight to the flowers, find 5 more Eevees. I don't know, it could take up to 2 hours. We got the Eevee on the first get-go. It could be 1 hour. Who knows? I really have no idea what the hell's gonna happen, but I'm interested to see and find out what may go down, because I am very, very interested in seeing what could happen. I don't know if I have sucker punches. I want this Eevee to be violent against me. Come on, attack me. Thank you. As our very first encounter is already an Eevee. That's incredible. So let's go increase the count. 496. That I'm pretty hyped for this shit, man. Okay, let's see if we could get some more luck to us. Let's see if we could get some more luck to us. But yeah, day 1 we did get ourselves a shiny Jigglypuff. If you want me to refresh on everybody on what happened, we called it Emerald Eye. Day 2 we got pretty lucky and found ourselves like the most Eevees according to my count, like, because it was between 56 all the way to let me look at the, because I wrote it on an envelope. 56 to 129 as we got our second Eevee. So like the whole count is like 79 Eevees or some shit like that. Yeah, 79, which is incredible. So in case we do defeat the Eevees or whatever after 500 and we still see regular Eevees, I'll still increase the count, sure, and then see if it does or not. But we have 497, which hurts me inside only because we did miss out on 3 Eevees by accidentally running away from them. But it's okay, this isn't that bad. There's a silver lining to all this, and that silver lining is basically, you know, how possibly close we could, you know, we're gonna end eventually make it there, you know. It's okay. It's okay. We would have been there by now. I mean, honestly, had I been 3 ahead, I probably would have ended it in the last stream. Who knows? But it's okay, regardless, because, you know, when it comes to this stream right here, we don't know what happens after 500. Like, we still could be searching here, waiting to see if Eevee will show up. Anyway, though, like, besides the highest count on day 2 being 79 Eevees in total, there is as well, like the 2 shinies that we gotten. It was a shiny Hysteric. This is what the Pokemon looks like, except it's tan and baby blue. And then we also ran into a shiny Ditto. 2 shinies on the same day. Day 3 we got a good amount of Eevees. For a long time I thought it was like the most Eevees we ever found. I'm pretty sure day 4 it was like probably the shittier day, where I think that's the first time I ran from an Eevee. And Wreckage, or not Wreckage, but Starscream actually passed away because he got a crit head smash on him. And then day 5, I believe we found another shiny Hysteric, which began for the new week on the giveaway, along with the fundraiser and stuff. So that's what went down with that. Day 6 was probably the lowest amount of Eevees we've ever encountered, being 40. And day 7, day 7 wasn't all that bad. It was a pretty good number, but that's the day that Wreckage passed away. Oh, no. I think Wreckage passed away on day 5. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I guess something else that happened on day 3, we used the shiny Ditto for the breeding process, because the whole time we've been using Drachia, along with the normal Ditto dipped up, to be like slowly hatching eggs and seeing what happens with that. But yeah, eventually we you know, when we got the shiny Ditto, we called them Blueberry, but we renamed them to Blue Jam because I realized that I already named something Blueberry, a shiny Pokemon. So I'm all like, I kind of don't want to repeat it. I just didn't remember what was his name because I think I had 2 Poliwhirls and I evolved them into 2 different things. Because I swear it was like Aquamarine or Aqua or something, Aqua Green. And then I wasn't sure if the other one was Turquoise, but I'm pretty sure it was Blueberry. I have to find out one of these days. I just need to open the 3DS and then just look at the damn thing, you know? But yeah, so we did that, and it just seems like Drachia and Blue Jam just does not like each other, and I didn't know this till after the fact I renamed it. So maybe Drachia just doesn't like Blue Jam just because of the name change alone. I really don't know. But yeah, we still just have to find 3 more Eevees, and we already found 2 in the span of like 6 minutes, so that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Day 8, which was yesterday, we found a shiny Nosepass pretty early onto the stream. Like, that was like 15 minutes in, and I had no idea that it was that early, and it felt like it was like at the first hour for sure. But I had no idea it was that, and we called them 49er. The shiny Hysteric, though, we did call one of them Periwinkle, and we didn't name the other one because that's for you guys. You know, like I said, if you want the shiny Hysteric, just let me know into the chat below, or make a donation and all that stuff. Or even if you're feeling generous. If you're feeling generous, please consider like donating, whether it's PayPal, Zelle, Venmo, Cash App, Patreon, or even GoFundMe. Preferably GoFundMe, because then you can see the progress bar of how much money like other people may have put in. Because who knows, if you're the one to pitch in $1, maybe that will inspire somebody else to pitch in too. Because I feel like a lot of people usually get more motivated with like either beginning to start the train or go along with the train, just to be like, oh, this guy supports this one, maybe I should support him too. I'm not really sure. You don't really have to either way, but every dollar helps, because this is all IRL stuff where I need to pay bills and you know, do mechanical work on my car basically, and you know, like the editing software expired like last, you know, in August 6th, which was like 8 days ago. Like I can no longer edit videos unless I want to go resort to Movie Maker, and that's not gonna fly with me because I'm already 46 episodes in on like, just as an example, on like regular Xenoverse, and I'm not gonna downgrade at this point if I'm not gonna be able to edit anything else like team switches and like, nah, it's just, I can't do that. It's just, it's not okay with me. Especially with like other series like Blue Rescue Team, like eventually when it comes back, I can't edit that in like Movie Maker, because that would be beyond shitty. I don't think it's even possible, to be honest with you, because like even putting a screen on Movie Maker, for example, just any video editing program, I'm not going to be able to. So yeah, that's why it's important for me to get the editing software for sure. And like other things too, like I need to look into getting like a switcher slash converter connector. I forget what the fuck it's called. It's like for like the Elgato, because I have one, but if I want to record retro games, I'm gonna need that. As we got another Eevee right here. Alright. Alright, this is hype. This is hype. I also got myself a soda right here, and I ran out of that. That's fine. That's fine. I'm cool with that. I am cool with that. And we got 2 more Eevees to go. Let's do it. Alright, let's heal right quick. Might as well get some citrus berries. You know, Pichu's favorite. And all that. Pichu's favorite. Alright, let's go ahead and do it. Honestly, at this point though, with episode 47, I might have to switch Drachia out because she's getting super overleveled with the amount of walking I did. Like, I already surpassed like 40 hours or some shit like that. I haven't really done the math of how many I'd done. I didn't even do the math yesterday. Like, I didn't bother counting the Bremens because there wasn't that many. Because it was roughly about 25. As we got another Eevee right here. We have one more after this. One more Eevee after this. Let's hope that we get the crit. Shit, we didn't get the crit. Watch us crit right now. Holy hell. 499. We have one more. One more Eevee. Let's try to find it. One more Eevee. I am really, really hyped. I don't know what the fuck is gonna happen. I don't know if it's we got it. We got one more. After we kill this, who knows what's gonna happen? And plus, I have to do the fucking shit, like the fucking sucker punch out, and I have to switch my Pokemon and everything. Wow. Our 500th Eevee. I wonder if we see an accomplishment, because the game does have like a tracker, and like I know we don't have the vintage decks, but I wonder if it does take into account. But that is 500. Alright. Now what happens? Oh boy. Okay, let's go to the Pokemon Center. That is officially 500 Eevees. Unless I miscounted a shit ton of them, I really don't know. We'll continue killing Eevees, I suppose. I mean, I really don't have to. Like, I literally don't. But we're gonna do another advertisement super fast. And it only took 12 minutes. Wow. I mean, usually, sometimes to get an Eevee into another Eevee, it takes like 20 to 30 minutes, because this is 5% in the daytime. So that's incredible. And we didn't even see Bremens either. So that's beyond incredible. Let's do a quick tweet. 500 Eevees accomplished. 500 Eevees accomplished. Come through to see what happens. Will we get the retro vintage form now? Okay. Hashtag Pokemon. Oh fuck! I put ad. No. Hashtag Pokemon. Hashtag Xenoverse. Hashtag Eevee. All right, and then let me not forget the fucking this shit right here. Let me also put some siren so it gets people's attention. Okay, siren. 1, 2, 3, and then right here. 1, 2, 3. Alright. Post. Alright, that is our Sucker Punch lunch / Sucker Punch punch out. Or Sucker Punch out. Whatever you like to consider. Hold on, let me bring this up. Okay. I assume we now unlock the feature of getting possibly a retro Eevee amongst us. I really, really hope it's not just a shiny Eevee. Or not a shiny Eevee. I do hope to get a shiny Eevee. I really just hope it isn't just like shiny odds to get this. That'd be bullshit. But let's just go for it. We got 500 Eevees officially, by my count. And there was a lot of corrections over the course of all the streams. Like when I was looking through them and skimming through them, I did actually miss quite a few. And it looks like there is just a chance on finding it, unless I did miscount. I'm not really too sure, but let's just keep killing them just in case. I really, really hope that's gonna break my heart if I just don't end up finding it throughout the whole stream and I kill like another 100. I would be so sad. Alright, well that's 501. Alright, let's just hope. Let's just hope, man. Okay. It's just a little concerning, you know? It's just a little bit concerning. That's kind of what I figured. I remember telling a family member about this. That's another Eevee. Huh. Unless I have to get the vintage deck. If so, no, that doesn't seem right. I don't think that's the case at all. Okay, let's just continue it. Let's just continue it. Alright. How many will it take? 502? Maybe it just makes it more likely, but still unlocked? We are finding a shit ton of Eevees today. That is beyond incredible. Okay. Let's just keep it going. For people that are coming from the Xenoverse page, welcome. Be sure to say hi in the chat. And let me know if you're interested in getting a shiny Hysteric so we could like give it away possibly to you if you're interested. You know, and of course priority to the highest bidder as well, but you don't have to donate. But in case there is a donation, just keep that in mind that they will get priority. Let's see here. Yeah, and over the course of all these like 9 days and such, like we were like going through every single trainer, every single gym leader, every single Elite Four, every single champion, Frontier Brain, you name it. I mean, I didn't really go through like some of the rival characters and all their teams, but yeah, it's all good. Let's see here. Oh man, it's gonna be tough either way. I hope that it's like at least 50% within the 5%. It's just too much math. Every time I Google it, it's just like, I don't even know, bruh. Every time I Google what happens after it, I get nothing. So I'm not even sure. Imagine though if I end up getting a shiny fucking vintage Eevee though. That would be incredible. I wouldn't even fathom. But I mean, I guess we could go all the way to 630, maybe even 7 if it really gets down to it. At this point, I'm not really going for the number, but more so the appearance of Eevee and such. But yeah. Let's see here. Yeah, today, or I guess like, yeah, I got myself a soda and like, you know, got it for $1 pretty much at McDonald's. And sometimes I just do that. I mean, my normal order is always just large fries and soda. And people kind of judge me for that shit because they're like, why don't you get a burger, nuggets, and milkshake, and a fucking like I don't know. I just, that's all I need. That's all I want. It's just fries and soda usually. But lately, you know, because I can't really spend more. I just could just spend $1 just for the soda, and I really shouldn't, but I do. But, you know, for the past year, I would say, I've been getting just a soda. You know, every now and then, of course, I would get food, but, you know, I would just get the soda. And, like, there's always one person in McDonald's, like, this happens, like, every so often, that they would go, like, just a soda? And, like, they would just, you know, these are the registered people that work at McDonald's that would say that. And that's kind of what happened today, because it's so funny to me when it's just, they say it with the curviest of question marks. You got Dr. Pepper with no ice? It's like, yeah. Is that, like, you know, you could tell by how she said it. It's like, that's it? Yeah, that's all I want. I can't really afford to pay $6 and then, you know, possibly go under the bill range of how much I could spend, if that makes sense. But yeah, I also, like, I was also waiting to apply for this job that's like down the street from me, that they're like, you know, constructing 2 buildings, and I figured that's probably my best opportunity to get a job there. and the buildings look practically done, and I don't understand why there's no applications available, because I found like the website to get to it with, you know, that address, and they're just not done. I'm like, what the fuck is keeping them? Like, they've been building this shit for a year, and it's like the summertime's almost fucking over, and that's like their best range to get the most people, because, you know, the kids are not in school, and like it just doesn't make sense to me. It's like, why would you not? I don't know. And like, I passed by there earlier today because I had a like take a family member over to the post office today because they were getting their passport. And for the most part, like, we passed by that place, and I just see construction workers there. They're there. They're not working though. They're just talking. Like, I saw like 4 people at the other side of the building, you know, wearing orange shirts, and they're having 2 separate conversations. It's like one guy's talking to the other guy, and then the other guy is talking to, you know, the opposite guy. Those are the 4 people I saw, and I'm like, what the heck? It just feels like sometimes when they got a construction plan, like, you know, they got more time than they actually need to. So they just, like, you know, because they got this contract, you know, sometimes if they get ahead of schedule, they don't really need to, you know, finish it early, because, you know, they got like a time schedule. And I feel like that's a lot of the case with a lot of the jobs. I don't know. Let's see here. Let's get some of this. Also, apologies for yesterday. Just for like precaution in the future if you guys decide to watch the VOD or something. Just apologies in advance if, you know, when I missed out on that Eevee, because like when I saw that happen and rewatched it, like I put my face too close to the mic, so you just saw nothing but like, like just the jugular insides. It's just, I don't know. I didn't realize I was doing that. I was just very devastated. So yeah, there's that. I just really hope it's not shiny odds. That would suck. Okay, let me just look it up just to be safe. What are the odds to find a vintage / retromon after 500 Pokemon? Based on the information available, the odds of finding vintage retromon Pokemon after 500 are not directly addressed. However, we can analyze the likelihood of encountering specific Pokemon, consider how this might relate to acquiring vintage or retro ones. Here's how we could break it down. What the fuck? Fucking AI overview is always so weird. Vintage in the context of Pokemon often refers to early generation, particularly the Wizard of the Coast era, 1996-2003. Retro is used for generations like the EX era. They're talking about Pokemon cards, bro. Hold on, let me put Xenoverse. Hold on, sorry. Xenoverse. I hope that's what they're talking about. In Pokemon Xenoverse, defeating 500 of a specific species that can appear as a vintage Pokemon increases the odds of encountering its vintage form from 1,400 to 1 of 500. This means after defeating 500 of a particular species, you have a 1 in 500 chance of encountering a vintage version of that Pokemon during subsequent encounters. So, if that's true, so you could just find it anyway. If it's 1 out of 4,000. I think that's what they meant. I thought you were always required to find it. Like, I don't fully understand. How much Jalapeno has? Level 38. Oh, that's 503. So I guess now we got a 1 out of 500 chance within the Eevee, pretty much. I need to stop training Shiny Haunter, because like, I would like it to stay at level 52 range if I decide to use that. So let's get Shiny Fraligator out here and give you the lucky egg, I suppose. Let's see here. On the scope lens, alright. And we gotta get Azure eventually, like the... Well, actually, let me look through it, because I feel like this is super familiar, that I looked up the item and where to get it, and I thought I already got it before. Elder update, virtual update, Merengue update, muscular update, drill update. Like I swear I did. Pincer update. I guess I don't have it after all. That's so stupid. What does this do? An item to be held by Ditto, extremely fine yet hard, does odds power boost the defense stat. I don't even know what to give you, to be honest. I need to sell this. We'll give you the spooky play for now, I suppose. Just for now. We'll trade Fraligator up while this happens. So okay, well, I guess that clears it up a little bit, but again, this is AI overview. They could be very much wrong about this. So 1 out of 500 chance. That's still like quite a bit of Pokemon to go through, and that may take me all the way to, like, I might play all the way to 7 o'clock, I'm not sure. And I'm not kidding you when I say this, every single time I barely look at Ditto, it looks slightly blue and I keep thinking it's another shiny. Let me look at this Reddit post that somebody put. Somebody put in this post, kind of confused about the whole vintage dex thing. So I beat the game and I'm currently doing the LD Pokédex, which is going well. But I've seen y'all been hunting for so-called vintage Pokemon, and I'm kind of confused on why they are so rare. How many vintage Pokemon are there in total? Thanks. I mean, as far as I'm aware, there's 207 vintage Pokemon. There's not like the full 250. It just goes up to Generation 2, but not all Pokemon has vintage Mons, pretty much. And I got a notification. It reached 16 views. I don't know why it's notifying me of that, but sure. Sure, why not? I appreciate it telling me I got 16 views on the thing. I mean, that's pretty good considering, like, you know, that it just came out not that long ago. Alright. We're still gonna see what happens. 1 out of 500 chance is still basically shiny odds in a way. 1 out of 500 is pretty brutal, cause like, shit, I don't even know, bruh. How much would that even be? Like, I don't know what the percentage of that is. 1 of 100 is promising. Like, I remember that much. On the game cost. Oh, speaking of that, I don't know what the fuck was that yesterday. I was lagging so bad for like the first hour. I did not understand why. I tried to start early at like 11 a.m. and it just didn't. I didn't understand what the fuck happened. Like the game took forever to load. Fucking once I got it up, like my dumbass left it on, thinking that, like, because it was like a black screen, like for the intro, because, you know, if you don't press A quick enough, it does that. And then when I started over, I don't know, it was just a mess, and there was major slowdowns. And today, totally the opposite. I boot up the game. I tried to do it early-ish just in case it happened again. Yeah, I don't know. that was just the case. But yeah, interesting nonetheless. I wish it showed like a notification though, but I feel like the only reason they wouldn't do it is because, you know, with the 207 mons, which is probably like of the 207, there's the Space World mons too that doesn't have a regular form. They're just vintage mons as it is. You know, for example, well, I mean, I guess Pichu wouldn't count, but I don't want to spoil it, but let's just presume. No, never mind. Okay, let's say Tyranitar, for example. Like, let's pretend that had a vintage form. I don't remember if it does, but like, I don't know if you remember that poster that had Tyranitar and then like some other Pokemon. Then there's one that looks like Tortuga. Like, if there was one that they don't refer to as Tortuga, but it's his own mon, like the green and blue turtle, like the sea turtle guy, and he's his own mon, it would just be vintage since there's no original concept. I don't know if that makes sense, but just think of that. Or like that, well, I don't know if the other Bellsprout form is here in the game. I didn't really look too into it either when it comes to that. But hopefully it pops up. I also kind of want to, like, if I do end up finding the Retro Eevee, to, like, you know, basically see if the mystery gift code would work. So, like, that'd be very crushing, because, like I said, I tested it out, and it just didn't work, and I don't understand why. Like, I tried it multiple times. Like, I could show footage of that eventually if I could find it. I just don't remember when I did that. But yeah, that's for the most part. 1 out of 500 chance. So I feel like on average, because usually it's not totally direct that it's 500. You know, like the next 500 Pokemon, you could still not get anything. Similar to, like, you know, other odds. So a safer bet, if I were to round it to 650 more Eevees, is more likely around the time I would see another, like a Retro Eevee or something. So there's that. I just really hope that I don't get to a point where I'm, like, you know, surpassing the level 52, because I don't want to surpass that, you know what I mean? It would have been very helpful as well if there's other hunters that may be holding the update to evolve it on this route, but even if it did, it would have been nighttime, I'm sure. But yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do though, play up to like around 7 o'clock. I think that would be a pretty good indication. Well, maybe not, maybe like 6:45, something like that, because a family member gets home a little bit later, something like that. I'm not really truly sure when they're gonna get home, but yeah, that's kind of what I'm looking to. That it's gonna be a lengthy stream. It happened again. I looked at the fucking Ditto and it happened again. I also don't know if Scarlet and Violet had champion trainers besides Nemona. I think I tried looking it up. So, because they said that she's a champion trainer, but that implies that there's other champion trainers, because Gita's the top champion, so it's like, what are the other champion trainers? Hold on, let me look it up. Are there other champion trainers besides Nemona in Scarlet and Violet? Or champion rank trainers? It says in the AI overview, yes, there are other champion trainers in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet besides Nemona. In Paldea, champion is a rank achieved by passing the Elite Four challenge, not a single position held by one person. Gita, for example, holds the title of top champion and is also the chairwoman of the Paldea League. You yourself also become a champion after defeating Gita. Therefore, Nemona is the notable champion and your rival. She is not the only one in the Paldea region. Are there other ones? Champion rank trainers, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. In Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, the title champion is not solely held by one individual. Instead, it's a rank of trainers class achieved by passing the Elite Four exam. Both Nimona and Gita hold champion rank, with Gita also holding the additional role of League's administrator. I was trying to look at... Let me just click Pokemon Champion. Oh, man. Alright, well, let's take a look then. Oops. Okay, well, I'm in the Bulbapedia page on Pokemon Champion. A Pokemon League champion, commonly referred to as a Pokemon champion or simply champion, is the highest known rank of Pokemon trainer. And there's a picture of Leon along with his Charizard for Sword and Shield. It usually refers to a trainer who has completed a Pokemon League by collecting all the necessary badges and either winning a regional Pokemon tournament or defeating the Elite Four. And the previous champion, if there is one, Kanto and Johto share a champion. I think I misread that shit. And either winning a regional Pokemon tournament or defeating the Elite Four and the previous champion, if there is one. Kanto and Johto share a champion, while the other regions have their own if the champion is defeated. They must relinquish their title to the victor, however the victor can refuse the title, as N did in Pokemon Black and White. Paldi is the only exception to this, as champion is a permanent honorary title in the region. Starting in Generation 7, as we get another Eevee, the player as... wait, hold on, let me just defeat this one. Let's do Slash. That doesn't kill it? That's crazy to me. So we got 504. The number at this point is just an indicator of how long we do this at this point, because we have officially passed the 500 mark. Starting in Generation 7, the player as a champion can defend the title against challengers. Let me put in the core series. Let's see. Champion is the trainer class that first debuted in the Generation 1 games. It is the title held by the last trainer who defeated the Elite Four and the previous Pokemon champion. Each champion is always stronger than the Elite Four. Wait, hold on, Each champion is always stronger than the Elite Four members, and most other trainers has a party of 6 Pokemon to test their opponent's strength. Like Elite Four members, they employ the use of strong healing items. In most regions, to challenge the champion, trainers must defeat all 4 Elite Four members without leaving the Pokemon League area, and cannot access the Pokemon League, Pokemon Center, and Pokemart until after defeating the champion or losing it at any point during the challenge. If a challenger is defeated by the champion, just like the Elite Four, they must start over. In Galar, there is no Elite Four. Instead, the trainer who wins the Champion Cup at the end of each gym challenge earns the right to challenge the champion. At Blueberry Academy, trainers must defeat all 4 Elite Four members in order to challenge the champion. But they can leave the area freely at any point during their challenge. In both of these cases, if the player is defeated by the champion, they only have to redo the champion battle. Let's see here. Since in the vast majority of core series games, the player goes on to defeat the standing champion. Most player characters are considered champions and subsequently entered into the Hall of Fame. Along with their party, however, for players in games prior to Generation 7, becoming the champion is mostly a symbolic honor, as they are unable to battle challengers or take up any other league duties. The former champion will still remain at the Pokemon League, retaining the trainer class champion. In Generation 1 and 3, as we get another Eevee, let's just continue right quick. Let's do Slash. Bring your family, Eevee. Of course I crit after the fact, bro. You saw that shit? 505. I'm not even sure what happens if I just miss the count. Like, there's no point of me looking back on the stream to be sure I got the count. I mean, I guess I will at some point, but it's not urgent. So, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. See, there could be huge factors in my favor still, because there's still the luck of the draw, because even though it's implied that it's 1 out of 500 and it could take more than 650 other Eevee encounters, those are just the odds. I could still have luck in my favor and find it way earlier on, which is what I prefer. The sooner I get this thing, the better, because I would like to unlock chapter 2 and everything. Okay, let's see the other ones though. In Generation 1 and 3, Blue clearly states his reign is over. And, wow, another one. In the Delta episode, Zinnia teases Steven that he is the former champion. Okay, so what should we call the break after I defeat or use all my moves? 506 though. We got Ice Punch, so I guess Ice Punch out, or because we got Slash, the Slash Clash, Ice Fang. Oh no, it's Ice Fang. It's not even Ice Punch. The Water Gun, Crunch, the Crunch Lunch, Ice Punch. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know why I'm bothering. But yeah. In-game inspired to Pokemon Sun and Moon, the player may battle the Elite Four and the former champion an indefinite number of times, and on each success will be re-entered into the Hall of Fame with whatever team was used in that challenge. In Alola, the player may still battle the Elite Four an indefinite number of times, and this is not followed by battle against a challenge rather than the former champion. In Galar, the player can host champion tournaments facing 3 trainers per tournament. These can be repeated indefinitely. In Pokemon Black and White, Cynthia tells the player that once every few years, champions from all regions come together in battle to find the strongest among them. In the Pokemon World Tournament in Black 2 and White 2, which takes place 2 years later, all the champions the player battles in previous games participate in the Champions Tournament. This tournament does not include players' characters with the exception of Red. I thought Blue was in it, no? Or they just talking about just champions. Let's see. In Sun and Moon, Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, the Pokemon League of Alola have just been established with no champion. Instead, Professor Kukui, the league's founder, or Hao, the player's rival, for like Sun and Moon and Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, stands in as the final obstacle the player must overcome before becoming the league's first champion. And another first for the series, the player can defend their title against challenges from non-player characters. The player keeps the nominal title of champion even if defeated. Similarly, of Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, Trace is the champion of the Indigo League at first, but loses his title to the player. After defeating Lance in a rematch, Trace will challenge the player as a normal Pokemon trainer and attempt to retake the title. In Pokemon Sword and Shield, the player character can host post-game champion tournaments, with one of the possible challengers being Leon. And Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee. Let's see if we can do that real quick. Professor Oak reveals that originally trainers who defeated the Elite Four were recorded as champions, but now champions were going to be established as a part of the Pokemon League challenge, meaning that now a trainer can only become a champion by defeating the Elite Four and the current champion. In the same game, Brock also reveals that gym leaders have the right to directly challenge a champion. They could? What? Gym leaders could just fight? I guess that's what Kabu does. I didn't fucking... That's interesting to me. So even like... That... Huh. That... Okay, what my thoughts are is like, okay, so what if like a kid, for example, becomes gym leader because he's a prodigy or some shit, and they jump the gun, they're like, I'm gonna challenge you, champion, and then like they face him directly. But it doesn't seem like it's the Elite Four, you know, style, I suppose. But we do have another Eevee afoot. Interesting, interesting. Let's go Slash. Okay, let's go her. 507. Holy crap, man. The odds are crazy. No, but like, they bypassed the Elite Four and this is just a champion matchup. But like, is it for the championship though? Or are they could just battle them directly because that's just the gym leader's right? Because it's like, what happens if they win? It's like, I imagine in the Leon and I forgot his name, Raijin, or whatever the fuck his name is. Like, if Raijin wins, I don't know if he... does he become champion? Because, I don't know. It was within the public, so I assume he does. So I guess the championship is on the line. I'm not really sure. That's just interesting, though. In Paldea, the title champion is not a title given to one trainer, but rather a rank bequeathed to all trainers who pass the champion assessment at the Pokemon League headquarters. After obtaining their 8 regional gym badges, Gita, the chairwoman of Paldea's Pokemon League, is considered the top champion, the strongest of the region's champion-ranked trainers. She stands as the final obstacle for trainers wishing to complete the champion assessment. Because of the way the champion rank works, Paldean champions maintain their title even when defeated. At Unova's Blueberry Academy, the position of BB League champion is held by the strongest student in the school. Due to the structure of the BB League, once the current champion has been defeated, they are demoted to being a top member of the BB League Elite Four, while the lowest ranked member of the Elite Four loses their position. When the player claims the champion title, though, the defeated champion Kieran withdraws from the league entirely, retaining the current structure of the Elite Four. No non-player for... wait, hold on. So that's how it works, at least for the BB League? BB League champion is held by the strongest student in the school. Structure of the BB League. Once the champion is defeated, they are demoted by the top member of the Elite Four. So it's just like a rotation. I wonder if that's just how it always worked. Or, I mean, okay, my question is, right, because like Bruno in a way got promoted, did he not? Because he was in like the 2nd position to then the 3rd position in the Elite Four. You know what I mean? How does that happen though? I'm not really sure. Because if there was a rotation, right, that would imply, which I mean basically did happen, because Blue beat Lance, and then Lance is the Elite Four member now. So if it starts with Lorelei, Bruno, Agatha, then Lance, and then Blue became champion. No, but this doesn't make sense, because like if Red won and everything, which we got another Eevee, it's like Blue didn't become an Elite Four member. And also, basically, Lance reclaimed the title as champion in the future, so it's like, what the fuck? It doesn't make sense the more you think about it. I don't know. 508? We'll keep count anyway. It's for the best. Hopefully it doesn't take me to 1,000, man. I can't do 20 days of this shit. That's too crazy. That'd be too insane. If it did work like that, Blue as the 4th Elite Four and all that, because Red just seemed to like just you know, vacated himself. And then I don't know what happened to Blue. Maybe he just didn't take the position, so Lance became champion. So Agatha was the 4th Elite Four member. Maybe she retired, so maybe that's why she left. So it raised Bruno up to 4. It doesn't make any sense, because Bruno would be up at 4, Lorelei at 3, so there's 2 other positions. So it would be Karen. I don't know, man. It doesn't make sense. Karen would be at the 2nd position, then it'd be like Koga. and then they would have to do a clusterfuck. Agatha retires. I don't know. It's a hot mess the more I think about it. And that's just Kanto and Johto alone. Anyway, no non-player champions in the game. We see Blue, Trace, Lance, Red, Steven, Wallace, Cynthia, Alder, and Iris. And that's it? Why isn't that showing X and Y and beyond? It showed fucking Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, bro. What? And all of them says active except for Red. It just says Red's a former champion. Interesting. Oh, there's the X and Y. Freaking advertisement's so out the way, that's why I didn't see it. Diantha, Leo, Mustard, or Leon, sorry, Mustard, Peony, I didn't know. Okay. Nimona, Gita, Kieran, and Drayton, which he was a former champion. We didn't cover Peony, or Peony, or whatever his name is. As we finally got our first Bremen. It took us this long. Wow. That's incredible. Okay, let's look up Peony. We didn't do Peony. We'll do that because we'll cover that guy. Apparently he used to be a champion. Peony is a character in the Crown Tundra and Pokemon Sword and Shield. Like his estranged brother Rose, he uses Steel-type Pokemon. Oh, he has something to do with Rose, does he? I didn't know he even had a brother. Steel-type Pokemon, I see. Okay, let me click on in the core series games if it lets me. If it lets me. It's interesting for sure. Also, again, thank you to Crimson that made the thumbnail. Wanted to give credit to him, and also the fact that I put in the description, along with the Gigantamax Eevee, that was from Noarium, if I'm saying the name right. He made a Divian art, giving the credit to him as well, because I used the Gigantamax Eevee in the last one, but because we found Shiny Nosepass as we got our second Bremen, I put Shiny Nosepass in the last thumbnail, so you might have noticed that. I really hope I find Retro Eevee today, because if we don't, I don't know how long it would actually realistically take, because I'm running out of shit to read within the Pokemon universe, because I did all 9 generations. Because we could think of something else to do. Interesting nonetheless, though. Why isn't it popping up, man? Stupid advertisements fucking everywhere, dude. I didn't mean to do that shit. Okay, there we go, finally. Alright, Peony is the younger brother of Rose, though it's not often publicly mentioned. I didn't even know about that. From childhood, he always felt pressured because he was constantly compared to Rose, who was described as being quite gifted, which caused Peony to become rebellious over time. Well, you know, to be fair, I didn't play Crown Tundra. It's probably one of the reasons why I didn't know. Who was described being quite gifted, which caused Peony to become rebellious over time, becoming a delinquent who ran away from home. He eventually had his talents recognized and became a gym leader, specializing in steel types. He was a powerful trainer who posed a challenge to many, so much so that he even eventually became a champion, though he left the Pokemon League shortly after Rose became the chairman. Wait. He was a powerful trainer who posed a challenge to many, so much so that he eventually became a champion. Though he left the Pokemon League shortly after Rose became the chairman, he eventually found his way into exploring the Crown Tundra in hopes of learning more about the many legendary Pokemon that it inhabited. He is often mistaken for his older brother Rose due to their strong resemblance. Peony had an odd relationship with his daughter Peonia. these names are so awkward. I never seen the name Peony in my life. Maybe it's not even pronounced that. I don't even know. While he very much cares for her, he has an extreme boisterous personality and insists on taking her along in adventures. Though, as it currently stands, Peonia does not have interest in Peony's adventures, and wishes to do things on her own way, being extremely embarrassed by her father's behavior. Peony even made a poster of himself in Peonia's travel planner, which she discarded quickly. This fucking advertisement's out the way. Okay, I think I'm here. Peony appoints the player as the leader of his expedition team upon arriving in the Crown Tundra. Throughout the exploration, he serves as a mentor figure for the player, giving advice on where to search for certain legendary Pokemon. And the player reports back to him after catching each legendary Pokemon native to the region. After the player has completed all legendary quests, he tries to bring Peonia along on an event tour, but then they both end up going to the max layer of Dynamax Adventures, where they discover the Ultra Beasts have inhabited the lair. He entrusts the player once more with finding Ultra Beast. When the player captures legendary Pokemon or Ultra Beasts from the Dynamax Adventures, they can... Oh, we got another Eevee. There we go. One of these days, bro, it's gonna pop up on screen and I'm gonna accidentally kill it without realizing it. Or just think it's a normal one. Or even worse, I fucking run away. That'd be horrible. Alright. That's another for the count, though. We're not at 500 chance. We haven't locked that. Where was I? When the player captures legendary Pokemon or Ultra Beasts from the Dynamax Adventures, they can show said Pokemon to Peony, and he will make different comments on them. He could also be rematched daily here. Wait, I didn't skip a part, did I? He entrusts the player once more with finding the Ultra Beast and then the rest of the sentence. I might have read that part already. In the story The Sacred Bonds of Sovereign and Steed, Peony is frequently possessed by Calyrex, who uses his body as a vessel to speak to the player. Peony also makes appearances in the Galarian Star Tournament. And then this is the league card section. This is the transcript of Peony's league card in Pokemon Sword and Shield. This is on his normal league card. Peony is a former Steel-type gym leader. His powerful and dynamic battle style meant that anyone stuck on pitch maintenance had their work cut out for them. To this day, he is known as Steel Peony and has many fans, especially among men. This photo is actually a composite photo made before Peony came to the Crown Tundra. It was originally a poster Peony stuck in the travel planner he made for his daughter, but she threw it away in a short order. Peony liked the way it looked and decided to use it for his league card. And then on his rare league card, which I didn't even know there was rare league cards since yesterday. Like when I was reading all these, I don't know how far I got in Sword and Shield. Like I beat the game, but I don't think I did any post-game stuff. I don't think so. I didn't even go to the wild area as much as I should have, to be honest with you. Rare league card though. Though this is a seldom addressed publicly, Peony is, in fact, Rose's younger brother. Peony was compared to his brilliant older brother since he was born, causing him to gradually rebel and become a delinquent. He eventually ran away from home, only to eventually become a gym leader once his talent was recognized. He was even champion once, but shortly afterward, Rose became a league chairman. This caused Peony to vanish entirely from the league. The Copper Jaw on Peony's team has been there since it was a Kufant, and it was the first Pokemon Peony caught together with his brother. As we got another Eevee right here. Let's see here. Alright, that increases our count. Let's see here. 510. There we go. 510. Alright. What I'm trying to figure out, because this is Rose's brother. If you're not familiar with Rose, that's Sword and Shield. Like, yeah, Peony. Unless it's pronounced like Panani. I don't know. Something like that. Pokemon. Peony Pokemon are kept in Ultra Balls. Pokemon Sword and Shield. And then we're at the battle section. First battle, winning this battle is not mandatory. The player will not black out and the story will progress either way. He has 2 Pokemon fighting in the slippery slope, Copperajah and Aggron, which, like, you know, if you're new to this, basically I like to try to make different regional forms for this. In the self-implemented rule, I can't use the same type that could be in this Pokemon or a different regional form. For example, if it's a Diglett, you know, it's ground type, and you know, there's an Alolan Diglett and it's still steel ground type. So I made it like ice and rock just to make it, you know, a different regional form that's close enough to it. I also kind of count Wiglet as basically being a Diglett, similar to Tentacool and Tenniscool or whatever his name is. But I don't like sharing the types, so I try to make it my own. But Copperajah, I'm pretty sure I made it also into an ice rock, because it kind of looks like it could be easily like a tractor that could like pick up snow and stuff. I think that'd be cool. And as for Aggron, I think I made it fire dragon type. Let's see. The rematch with Peony though is in the max layer. He has 5 Pokemon. He has a Berserker, he has a Bronzong, he has a Scizor, he has a Aggron, and then a Copperajah. Berserker is like the evolution of like the Galarian Meowth, so it's basically just all Meowths with this variants. And I also included with the implemented rule about like the Pokemon within Xenoverse, which I don't have to. But like I almost made Meowth a Psychic type as well, because like, you know, there's already a Steel type, because that was my first thought going into it, since he has money on his head, to make it into a Steel type, but Berserker exists. So I essentially made Meowth into a Fighting type, evolving into a different version of Berserker, and then into a different version of Meowth, or Persian I should say, that are all fighting based. But I want all 3 of them pretty much in this evolution line. It could be like, maybe like a Spartan instead of a Viking, just to keep the warrior vibe. I think that'd be pretty neat. As for Bronzong, I don't remember. I think I gave it like Ground Fairy, like, to keep that bell element, to make it into like a mythical thing. Scizor, I remember making Scyther, I think like Dragon Fighting. I made Cleavor, who is, you know, usually Rock Bug. I think I made it like Ground Dragon, and Scizor into like a Ice Dragon type. So, you know, that's kind of where I went with all this. So yeah, they're like the different dragon trio. We already talked about Aggron and Copperajah. This is the Galarian Star Tournament. Peony uses these 3 Pokemon as both a partner and a potential opponent in the Galarian Star Tournament. He has 3 Pokemon available in the Winden Stadium. It's Berserker, Aggron, and a Gigantamax Copperajah. Okay, and we already covered all those Pokemon, as we're still gonna be looking through. Big ol' advertisement popped up on my screen. Hold on. Okay, it says max raid battles. Peony can occasionally appear as a partner to assist the player in max raid battles in the Crown Tundra. If encountered in Dynamax adventures, he will use a rental Pokemon, which he uses the Aggron. So yeah, I think the varies level between 1 through 70, it seems. And I think that's it. But yeah, Peony, he used to be a former champion in the Galar region, which is pretty cool, I think. I don't know why the bottom of my... You don't see this on screen, but on my screen that I see, for some reason, the bottom of my bar says Zootopia 2, and I couldn't be any more confused. Why does it say Zootopia 2? What the fuck? I feel like every now and then my computer just gives me false or just unrelated, irrelevant information. Because it'd be saying, oh, the weather outside's a firestorm or a fucking lightning strike. And I go outside and there's not like one fucking cloud in the sky. Or it says blizzard or some shit, and I'm like, what? It doesn't even snow where the fuck I live. Like, that doesn't make any sense. I didn't mean to do that, by the way. So, yeah, I don't fully understand. Oh, actually, yeah, I didn't do Trace. That's true. Okay, we could go talk about Trace. I completely forgot that I could talk about him. He's one of the champions we could talk about as well. Trace, his Japanese name is Shin, is the rival character of Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, and a childhood friend of the player. He is analogous to Blue's role in the Generation 1 games in Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green. Which I want to talk about, because I still don't fucking understand Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee. Because like I said, like with Red and Blue and Green, you know, especially with Blue, he's being Gary. They're all in this game. They're all in Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, but Trace and Chase and Elaine or whatever the girl counterpart name is, like, they're taking their roles and they're doing everything that they did already 3 years ago, except it's said differently. It's like the timeline kind of slid down and go like, oh, well, Red and Blue and Green doesn't experience this, but these children does experience everything that these kids would have just done anyway. It doesn't make any sense at all, because, you know, that shit does matter. Like, if it's a different person taking on the role, they're not gonna make the same decisions, you know what I mean? They're not gonna pick so-and-so starter and then, like, you know, fight against Team Rocket and Mount Moon, or say yes or no to Team Rocket Recruiter, or, like, you know, be good at all these gym leader battles, find the hidden base within the game corner. Like, there's so many factors. Go to Pokemon Tower, not be scared, bypass the Marowak, conquer Silphco after the conquering, beat all 8 gyms, beat the Elite Four, beat the champion. Like, these are all steps that are, like, it really factors within a person, because, like, I don't know if you know what I'm trying to say here, but it makes me think. It's like, okay, so if they experience the same thing that Red and Blue did, but slightly differently, that begs the question, what the hell did Red, Blue, and Green, like the characters, experience like 3 years prior, or 2 years prior, or whatever the fuck? Because it's like, there's no way they did the same exact thing, because Team Rocket still exists. And, like, I don't know, it doesn't make any sense to me at all. Because, like, Red is still, like, the strongest trainer, and then Blue, like, the biggest difference that really hints to a lot of stuff, and I will make, like, a theory video eventually about, like, the Pokemon multiverse and the timelines and shit like that, because, you know, I'm just waiting for a rainy day, so that's a good reason for, you know, if you want to support me, that would be a major thing that I'm going to be working on for sure, is a future theory video when it comes to that. Because I do want to talk about timelines and all that, because I know it's already factual that, you know, they do look into timelines a lot in this series. But, like, with this especially, like, I don't know, Blue mentioned to Chase and Trace that, like, oh, we didn't have Pokédexes and stuff. So, like, that's already a big clue on how they experienced it back then. So is it like the Pokédex the real factor to all this? Because like, you know, on Pokemon Forever as well, like, you know, little Sammy Oak, like they didn't have Pokédexes all back then, and he had a, like, he's the one that made the Pokédex and all that shit. So like people back then, they just drew Pokemon, and they only know from based on like other people, or if they have the Pokemon, how this certain Pokemon behaves or whatnot. So like, you know what I mean? Like that's just they were primitive back then, where they didn't know too much about this stuff, but because of the Pokédex, now they got more information out there on like how these Pokemon behave. I don't know how much more exposure after that, like, you know, after Red gets close to completing the Pokédex, at least in the Kanto side, like how much in the public, this is, you know, public knowledge to it, that like, oh, Rattatas, they do this, this, and that, or whatever. Like if it was a you know, National Geographic or some shit. But like, if Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee is a like storyline where Professor Oak has yet to make the Pokédex and just send Red and Blue out onto their adventure along with Green, it's like I feel like that's a huge factor, but it's like I don't think Red would just ignore the fact that Team Rocket exists. So, I mean, that'd be interesting to talk about, like, what would be the alternate timeline? Like, why didn't Red notice these things, or what did Blue do? Because it still, like, had some hints that they'd still be doing the same thing, because Blue still ultimately ends up being the 8th gym leader. Red ultimately ends up being the champion at some point, you know? Green still ends up being a very good trainer that, you know, ends up in the Cerulean Cave and all that. So all that is just really interesting to me. I'm still on the beginning part of Trace. I was just discussing about Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, because like I said, I don't understand it. Like, if this was the slider, they just slid all the events, you know, the storyline 3 years or 2 years into the future for some other characters, and like it's like imagine if the Avengers movie took place and all that shit that went down when Loki and Thanos communicated to just attack New York happened, like, I don't know, 15 years later or some shit, where Iron Man isn't a thing, and well, I mean, I don't know. I think because of Avengers, that's the whole reason why a lot of the characters aren't around anymore. So I guess I can't really compare that. But I feel like that's a really big factor, you know? Like, if 3 years did pass, that would change things, because Iron Man 3, you know, a lot of the plot was because what took place in Avengers really affected Iron Man in the movie. So it's like, who knows, maybe he wouldn't defeat the Mandarin or whoever the fuck that scientist is. Or like, you know, Captain America 2, like, you know, when he ends up fighting the Winter Soldier at some shit, maybe. Well, I don't think anything would really change in Captain America 2, if I'm being honest. But I don't know, like, just small factors like that. I mean, Hulk, they kind of did Hulk dirty because they don't give him enough movies. Like, he didn't have his own movie for damn near 20 years now. Because he had, like, his own thing going on, but, like, I don't know. You know what I'm trying to say? Like, all these factors happen. I'm, like, trying to think of a better example than that, but, like, if they showed up a couple years later, it would be a huge factor, and I don't think it would be the same. I'll think of a better example in the future. Let me just continue with Trace. I've been rambling for a lot. Anyway, Trace is a good-natured, if not cowardly, young boy from Pallet Town. Like the player, his journey began one day when Professor Oak calls the two of his lab to give them a Pokemon each. Trey's first Pokemon is a normal Eevee in Pikachu version and Pikachu in the Eevee version that eventually evolves into Jolteon in the Let's Go Pikachu and a Raichu in Let's Go Eevee. Trace travels the Kanto region, defeating gym leaders while assisting the player with advice and items. In Lavender Town, Trace learns about the evil deeds of Team Rocket and meets the son of Marowak that died protecting it. After Cubone calms his mother's spirit near the top of the Pokemon Tower, Trace takes him back to the Lavender Town where he adopts him into his party and swears to help him avenge its mother, giving him the resolve to become a braver person and a stronger trainer. Trace, Cubone, and the rest of the Trace party help the player fight Team Rocket at Silphco, fighting Archer in a multi-battle and later holding off the Team Rocket admin. While the player confronts Giovanni. Wait, I don't think I read that right. Hold on. Let's see. So Trace pretty much... Okay, well there's the Eevee right there. Trace party helped the player fight Team Rocket at Silphco, fighting Archer in a multi-battle and later holding off the Team Rocket admin while the player confronts Giovanni. There we go. Let's see here. Let's go right here. 511. I'm getting a message as we speak. I don't know if anybody's here currently. I still haven't figured it out. Because no one's saying hi so far, but yeah. Let's see. We'll look at that later. Let's see. Where the fuck was... Oh no, it's right here. Eventually, Trace becomes the champion at Indigo Plateau, though he soon loses his title to the player. Later, he tells the player about a powerful Pokemon in Cerulean Cave and keeps rematching them at the Pokemon League in an attempt to reclaim his title. I might as well show all the battles. Fuck it. I might as well talk about it. Winning the battle is not mandatory. The player will not black out and the story will progress either way. So in Let's Go Pikachu, of course, he has an Eevee to battle against you. And Let's Go Eevee, he has a Pikachu against you. Second battle is optional. This battle is available until the player meets Trace in Pewter City. This is Route 22. It's a Pidgey and Eevee as the first one, as we got our egg to hatch. Watch this be the retro Eevee. That would blow my mind. That would literally feel like a magic trick. Are we at 30? I think we're at 30. 30? No, the 30. I think that's how you spell it. I think. I could be very much wrong. Okay, let's go to the PokeWest. Once we get caught up, or when, what's his face? When Jalapeno gets caught up to like level 48, then he's gonna start attacking these, and it'll make these egg hatches so much quicker. And that'll beg the question if it will take... I'm pretty sure it would have been actually sooner to hatch a shiny rather than finding a Retromon. But we'll really test that theory pretty soon. Special defense is up, runaway, well, defense is down, runaway ability, a little quick tempered, and there we go. That's our 30th Eevee. Wow. Alright, let's go take a look. It's in a book. It's reading Rainbow. Alright, let's go with this egg. Take care of it. Don't tell me what to do, damn it. This freaking Drake is gonna be so expensive by the end of all this. I'm gonna be doing 100 hours trying to find this mon. Boy. I mean, at least now's as good as time as any. But I could've did all this shit at like June. But at the same time, I would have felt bad because I would have been like, I really want to play Yoshi's Story. You know, because it's the anniversary or whatever. But yeah. Let's just go ahead and do it. Okay, so in Let's Go Eevee, you have a Pidgey and Pikachu, is what I should say. The third battle, Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Pikachu in Cerulean City. It is a Pidgey, Oddish, and Eevee. And Let's Go Eevee, it is a Pidgey, Oddish, and Pikachu. Which I forgot to mention about the typings and such shit. For the Eevee and Eeveelutions, the way I did it, because like, sure I could like make different types, but I've been so far like just adding typings to the existing Eeveelutions, so that's kind of been different. So what I made, for example, Flareon, I gave him Fire Rock type. And then at some point I caved, and then I gave him Fire Ghost. For Jolteon, I gave him Electric Steel, and then the other type's Electric Poison. For Vaporeon, I made him Water Dragon, and then eventually made him into like Water... What is it? Water Steel? I feel like I should actually change it to Water Steel. But no, I think I gave it like Water Ground, I'm pretty sure is what I ultimately end up doing. Umbreon is Dark Poison, and then eventually I made him Dark Steel, so that's kind of why I didn't want to cross-reference and made Vaporeon a Steel type, even though he would have been a pretty good Steel type, but Umbreon's the real tank here. Espeon, I made Psychic Ground, and then I eventually made it Psychic Rock, I'm pretty sure. For Leafeon is Grass Ground, and then Grass Fighting. Glaceon, I made Ice Flying, and then Ice Dragon, and then I think Sylveon I made like Fairy Flying, and then Fairy Dragon, or some shit like that. Oh no, not Fairy Dragon. What did I say? Fairy... Was it Dragon? No. Glaceon was, Glaceon was Ice Ghost, and then Ice Flying. Then Sylveon is Fairy Flying, and then Fairy Dragon. I think that's what it was. I could rework it though, if I had to think of different types that were unused Eevees. But that's still, I don't know. Cause like, literally you could just make the rest of the types. So, fuck. Okay, well, in the place of Flareon, Jolteon, and Vaporeon, I guess, if I were to make types, I would just do the Rock Ground Steel Core. For the Rock Eevee, I don't know if I should just call it Rockeon. I actually do like that name a lot. But what would it look like? Would it just be straight up pure stone, I guess? I don't know. That's gonna be the hard part of what the design will look like. I guess it would be. Or different types. So speaking of Eevee, Rockeon! That's insane, bruh. Rockeon. The ground Eevee, I would like to make it into basically, as we get 512, I want to make it out of sand, if I'm being honest. I didn't mean to click on this shit. I might as well keep that up right quick. Booyah. Booyah. Jalapenos level 39. I want it to gain 9 more levels, at least, before it's ready. But like, I don't know, I want it to be pertained to sand, and like, he could, you know, make earthquakes and such, but I think that's the best case, and make him into like a smooth looking fox. So Sandion or some shit like that. The steel one, that's a good question of what it would look like, because it's gonna probably be insane. I don't know if you ever saw Zoids. There's like a robot called the Liger. It's pretty much like a white robot that looks like a lion pretty much, but it's supposed to be like, you know, a liger is basically a tiger lion, but it's really cool. And I remember the way that it's on fours, his back of his shoulders along with his arms kind of spike out. So like the arm kind of continues into this spike on the like all four limbs. At least at a few robots. I could be misthinking it, but that's kind of more so what I would like on this metal Eevee. I don't know if Steelion's the name or Iarion. No, that's too hard to say, so I guess that's out of the book. Titanium? Wait, Umbreon? Titanion. Yeah, Titanion has to be the name, bruh. In place of Umbreon and Espeon, what would be the two types? Probably Fighting and Ghost, right? I think that has to be the counterparts. Now, I thought about a Fighting type Eevee before, and I feel like it does need bandages just to represent the Fighting Eevee. I want to call it Solion, because, like, I don't know, I just thought that was a name that fits, and it'll be like the spirit of Eevee, and that he could use, he's like a special type, fighting type Pokemon that uses like Aura Sphere. So that's why I feel like Solion is a good name. You could like, and when I think of Solion, it's S-O-L-E-O-N, not S-O-U-L-E-O-N. But that's kind of where it comes from. I think that's what I would prefer the Fighting Eevee to look like. Because I drawed him out, I'm not too pleased with it, but like basically that's just what I would like my Fighting Eevee to be. As for the Ghost type, as we got ourselves 513 to keep mention. As for the Ghost type, it's probably Fanteon, to be honest with you. I feel like a lot of people would easily just make it like a Ghost Fire look. Like, I don't know. I'm trying to imagine it. There's a lot of possible colorations that can make it work, but it's just hard to think. Because like Rockion, for example, compared to Sandion and Fightion, Solion, sorry. Like, they're all gonna be some type of brown variation and stuff, and we have to diversify them. So like a Fanteon might be like a dark gray or maybe a different color. You know, maybe a black or maybe a dark gray. I'm not sure. It just depends. But yeah, like a Ghost Fire would look cool as shit. It's just like, I don't know if that's always the go-to that people like to do, but then people are like, why didn't you give it Fire type? It's like, well, you can, but I'm not sure. So the counterpart to Leafeon and Glaceon, if we were to do two types. Well, what other types are there? Like Bug and Flying? There's, we already did Ice, we did Fighting, there's Psychic already, there's Dark, there's Poison we haven't done. There's no need for a normal Evolution Eevee. Dragon, of course. So let's make, like, Bug and Poison go hand in hand, countering each other. So, we could call it Buggeon, but I feel like that might be too easy. We could give it a different name. Insecteon? That sounds pretty cool. But like, what would the bug be, though? Because we could imagine like a Leafeon with like, instead of the black eyes, it's like red eyes that's kind of almost Beedrill-like. But it's like, what will it make work? Like, what would this bug be? It would have like 4 legs or something. And the only thought I could think of is like, you know, like for example, Type Null or Savioli, they kind of have bug legs, and they give me the vibe that they're kind of related to some type of evolution, or like the front legs or something like that, because it's meant to be adaptable with other Pokemon, and you can see definitely other parts of different Pokemon's body, but the bug legs is where, like, I'm looking at it like I don't know who those belong to. So that's kind of where I'm getting at in my head, that maybe it's Insecteon, I don't know. As for the poison one, Venomion might be the name. Maybe that's too hard to say, I don't really know. Really don't know what it would look like either, to be honest with you. It has to be, maybe it could be very colorful, or maybe like not even a purple, but like a very like raw magenta, like almost reddish. That'd be pretty neat. But yeah, let's go ahead and go slash right quick. Eevee, please keep it coming. Bring your cousin Tony. I know he's out there. I didn't mean to crunch, but it's all good. It doesn't make a difference. 514. There we go. All right. As for the Sylveon replacement, I probably would just give the Dragon. The dragon one, Drakeon has to be the name. Everybody's favorite dragon type, or favorite evolution in the future would definitely be dragon. And I think they were thinking about making one, but they scrapped it. And it's almost been, it's been 12 years since they put their last evolution, because Sylveon was the last one. That was 2013, bro. It's almost been 13 years ago. Almost. It's been that long and they haven't done another one. But yeah, the only other types left is like flying? Like flying and like, shit, what else is missing? Yeah, that's it. I mean, I might as well say for the flying one, it'd probably be like Galeon or something like that. Or maybe not like that, because people would just make fun of it, so... Tempeon? Tempeon? I don't know. And then make it like, well, maybe there's too many green Eevees at this point if there was that, but, you know, that's just kind of the thought in my head, making green wind and such. Or, you know, just make it baby blue or white or something. I don't know, the possibilities are endless. Besides that, we already covered Pikachu. We said water ice type because we wanted it to be like a surfing Pokemon or something, and that could also surf on ice. We made the Primal Paradox form into like the Borochu for like the Raichu in the past, as that's like probably our third Bremen. I haven't been really keeping track of Bremens, but that's for the most part, as we got Bremen's cousin right here. But yeah, I mean, that's for the most part. Pidgey, I think we made it into ice type? I don't remember if there should be another typing, maybe ice fighting? For like, because I remember looking at the anime, and I think it was like episode 2 or some shit. Ash was just chilling in the Pokemon Center, and then like the cuckoo clock happened, and like a blue Pidgey came out, or like a green Pidgey or some shit, and I remember looking at it like, what the fuck, why it looks like a Pidgey but it's like a baby Articuno or something. So I just found that interesting, so that's kind of why I want to ice type Pidgey to Pidgeot. Ice fighting, yeah, something like that. I think that's the same type of Staraptor. I don't know what I said originally. Unless we make it fairy, ice fairy type, but I feel like there's too many ice fairies I gave away. I don't know. Yeah, something like that. What are the other Pokemon? I think I said Oddish. We already gave Oddish fairy fire type because we made him basically a chef. But yeah, for fourth battle, This is on the SSN. On Let's Go Pikachu, it is a Pidgeotto, Oddish, and Eevee. On Let's Go Eevee, though, it is Pidgeotto, Oddish, and... oh fuck, I pressed the wrong thing. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Damn it. Well, I pressed on something and I switched it to a different page. Okay. Well, give me a second. Okay, hold up. Okay, I'm scrolling. Oh, I'm in the wrong fucking... how did I get to this page? What? I thought I was on the other one. Okay, let's find the fourth battle right quick. The SSN, right? I think it's this team. Pidgeotto, Oddish, and Pikachu. Well, I could have guessed, but I just wanted to resume where I was at. And for the fifth battle on Pokemon Towers, Let's Go Pikachu, Pidgeotto, Gloom, Jolteon. Okay, and then for Let's Go Eevee is Pidgeotto, Gloom, Raichu. And let's see, so let's go to... oh, it goes to multi-battle partner. Cubone, Pidgeot, Gloom, and Jolteon. This is in Silphco. So it's a multi-battle against Archer and a Team Rocket Grunt. It could have just been Ariana, so I don't know why they didn't do that. Unless Ariana saved for later, I don't know. It was interesting collecting the footage and like researching for like the whole was it the Pokeball theory? Or no, not the Pokeball theory, the gym badge theory. It was something like that. Anyway, for Let's Go Eevee is Cubone, Pidgeot, Gloom, and Raichu. Oops, I didn't mean to press that. Maybe after I do the slashes, I could do the bottom moves till I ran out or something. I'd probably do Water Gun because that's the weaker move. The sixth battle on Let's Go Pikachu, though. We got ourselves They Did Not Let Me Run. Bruh. Bro, I'll own you, bro. Fucking let me go. You better hurt yourself, punk. It's gotta let me level up quicker. Let's go to Super Potions. One more. Okay. So for Route 22, Pidgeot, Vileplume, as we got a Eevee, Marowak, and Jolteon. Okay, let's go with the good old slash. Wait, level 37. Was that... am I tripping, or I thought it was from... maybe it was 36 and 38. I don't know why this threw me off. 515 though. We found a good amount of Eevees already, to be honest with you. Because we already found 20 in the span of an hour and a half. Let's see here. Oh, we didn't do Cubone and Marowak yet, huh? Shit, I just read through it. But yeah, Cubone and Marowak we already know is ground type and Fire Ghost. For the Lowland form, the type I gave it is what did I give it? Fuck. Steel? Fighting? I don't recall. If I had to think of a different one than Steel Dark, I guess, but I don't recall what I said before. On Route 22 on Let's Go Eevee though is Pidgeot, Vileplume, Marowak, and Raichu. Let's see here. This is the champion battle though on Let's Go Pikachu. It is a Pidgeot, Vileplume, Marowak, Rapidash, Slowbro, and Jolteon. He adds 2 more Pokemon. What the fuck? Compared to his other team. Okay. And then on Let's Go Eevee, it is Pidgeot, Vileplume, Marowak, Rapidash, Slowbro, and Raichu. So yeah. those are the Pokemon pretty much. And for the rematch in Let's Go Pikachu, the 6 Pokemon are pretty much the same. It's just Jolteon and Raichu is the difference here, because the team still remains as Pidgeot, Vileplume, Marowak, Rapidash, and Slowbro, and then just like the Jolteon and Raichu switcheroo. Alright. Let's see. That is pretty much it for Trace, and I covered all his battles and everything. I forget how much I covered with Blue, but I'll look into him again, because I feel bad that I skipped a lot of his information, because we could have went to his battles and all that stuff. Because we did read his text, I'm pretty sure. But let's look into all his battles, just in case we want to cover some. Let's go. There's a lot of fucking... Yeah, I read this before. Hold on, I was just skimming through. Because it said something about, oh, if you get a massage 7 times with Daisy Oak, something good would happen, or something like that. I don't know. Let's see. Oh, it skipped to the... What? Oh, this is his champion battle? Or am I tripping? This is insane. It went straight to the champion battle. I think? Yeah. That's crazy. Sorry. It just threw me off guard. I'm expecting just his regular team. Did it actually? Fucking... confusion. Hold on, let me put regular Blue, because like I wanted to see all the battles. That's the whole reason I did this. Pokemon Blue teams. Threw me off completely. What the fuck is this? Like a Solgaleo logo? What the fuck? Oh. Alright, let's try this again. Okay, the core series. Oh, it went straight to the champion again. Oh, I have to click on here. That's why. Alright, gotcha. I think. First battle. Upon the first battle, it's not mandatory. Player will not black out and story will progress either way. If the player chooses Bulbasaur, he has Charmander. If the player chooses Charmander, you got Squirtle. And if the player chooses Squirtle, he uses Bulbasaur. Second battle is optional. The battle is available until the player defeats Brock. If the player chooses Bulbasaur, he has Pidgey and Charmander. If the player chooses Charmander, he has Pidgey and Squirtle. And if the player chooses Squirtle, it is Pidgey and Bulbasaur. And for Bulbasaur, Charmander, and Squirtle, I gave them the ground trio, so basically it's fire and ground type for Bulbasaur throughout, because I can't really think of much else that would make sense with the bulb on his back. Squirtle, I made steel ground, well, for Blastoise at least. He might just be a ground type at first. And then Charmander, I made him Ghost Ground, because I wanted to make him like a skeletal figure. Because I thought that was pretty dope. He could easily be a Ghost type. Actually, no, he is Ghost type. What am I talking about? Ghost Ground. I meant to say Dark type, but you know what I mean. And we already did Pidgey earlier today. As for the third battle, we got another Eevee right here. So we have Pidgeotto, Abra, Rattata. I almost ran off. That would have fucking... Pidgeotto, Abra, Rattata, and Pidgeotto, Abra, Rattata, with all the fourth Pokemon being, of course, the starter Pokemon. Okay, and then we got another one right there. 516. So for Abra, Kadabra, Alakazam, and Mega Alakazam, I made them all steel types because of the spoons it's holding. I just figured that it would be pretty cool to do something with that. And make them like a special type of, you know, Pokemon like that. I could just make them Steel Fairy, to be honest with you, to really oppose the powers of it. You know, maybe have them be a serial fanatic. That'd be so funny. Rattata, you know, be normal type and then dark normal in the future games. Didn't I give him like fucking fighting type or some shit? What did I do with them? He might have just been fighting type or something basic. And yeah, the fourth battle though. 4 Pokemon, Pidgeotto, Raticate, Kadabra. Throughout all the teams, with the starter Pokemon being different for each. 5th battle, Pidgeotto, Execute, Gyarados, Kadabra, Charmeleon, Pidgeotto, Growlithe, Execute, Kadabra, Wartortle, Pidgeotto, Gyarados, Growlithe, Kadabra, Ivysaur. So yeah, it's exchanges between Gyarados, Growlithe, and Execute, depending on the starter that you pick. And for Execute, I made that like Fire type, and then when it becomes an Executor, I made it Fire Flying. And upon with this regional form, he evolves into the Alolan Executor. I don't know what the fuck I would call it if I'm separating those names, but basically, yeah, they're gonna be Fire Flying type because I want it to be a fucking bird. So he's gonna end up looking like Donanas. So ironically, I might just end up calling that Executor Donanas or something like that. No, that's straight up copyright. You know, for those Pokemon that has a different variation, but I'm gonna throw in because they're different enough to be a different Pokemon. You know, maybe we could combine the word with the Alolan Executor together, or like a Galarian whatever Pokemon to be that. You know, some combinations of it. I haven't really thought that through, but yeah, I wanted the Executor to be different. So Alolan Executor, maybe Alogitor? It's a bit hard to say, but you know, that's just what it is. As for Growlithe, we made the variant, like for male is Dragon type, for female is Ice type, so like Growlithe would be like a white puppy into an Ice Arcanine Tiger Dragon thing. As this fucker better let me go. Nope. Alright. So I got no choice but to crunch it. Punch motherfucker. Of course you crit me, bro. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? You better not crit. He actually ended up critting. Metal Powder, you go fuck yourself, man. I don't understand how, like, it's just... It almost hits exactly the same and everything. Alright, let's just continue. For Magikarp and Gyarados, Magikarp I made into a fire type, and then Gyarados would be a dragon fire type. I was gonna just make Magikarp a dragon fire type too, but I want him to cross that gate to make him turn into the other thing. He's primarily gonna be, you know, swimming in volcanoes and stuff is kind of where I'm gonna excuse that. We got ourselves another Eevee count, 517. So hopefully we get to that point where we cross it. Let's see. Alright, so now it's the 6th battle. Pidgeot, Execute, Gyarados, Alakazam, and Charizard. Which we covered all those Pokemon. The other one is Pidgeot, Growlithe, Execute, Alakazam, Blastoise. And then the other one is Pidgeot, Gyarados, Growlithe, Alakazam, Venusaur. And yeah, that's all of them that we covered. The 7th battle on Route 22. So we got this. We got Pidgeot, Rhyhorn, Execute, Gyarados, Alakazam, Charizard. Which Rhyhorn we made into a Steel type pretty easily with that. Let's see here. For this one is Pidgeot, Rhyhorn, Growlithe, Execute, Alakazam, Blastoise. And then the last one is Pidgeot, Rhyhorn, Gyarados, Growlithe, Alakazam, and Venusaur. As for the 8th battle with the gym leaders and stuff, Pidgeot, Alakazam, Rhydon, Executor, Gyarados, Charizard. To which, yeah, we did all these already. For this one is Pidgeot, Alakazam, Rhydon, Arcanine, Executor, Blastoise. And then for this one, as we find a 4th Bremen, I don't know. Pidgeot, Alakazam, Rhydon, Gyarados, Arcanine, Venusaur. Pretty nice. And that's all of them on that one. Okay, so for this one, oops. I don't know if it's gonna actually get the whole other teams here, but on the Pokemon League, Pidgeot, Alakazam, Rhydon, Executor, Gyarados, Charizard. Yeah, I already said all these, so I don't know why I'm repeating them. But the main core here is Gyarados, Executor, and Arcanine, and then they switch it out while they keep Pidgeot, Alakazam, and Rhydon. You know, alternatively switching with Venusaur, Blastoise, and Charizard depending on what you pick. So yeah, and I'm still under the impression that the Venusaur team is probably the best one because it's a better round out team to hit all corners of the thing, because it's Pidgeot, Alakazam, Rhydon, Gyarados, Arcanine, and Venusaur, and that kills for sure. Let me look through the yellow version side of Gary's team because it's vastly different for sure. Because on yellow version he starts with just an Eevee, of course. Second battle is a Spearow and Eevee, which I think Spearow and Fearow somebody did use, so I did cover it. I think I made it into like a fire electric type, I think. Some shit like that. The third battle, we got Spearow, Sandshrew, Rattata, and Eevee, which is the exact Eevee I'm looking for because it's the vintage Eevee. For Sandshrew, we just made it into like an electric rock type. And we already talked about Rattata and Eevee and stuff like that. The fourth battle, oops. Fourth battle we got here Spearow, Rattata, Sandshrew, and Eevee. And this is the SSN, so he didn't evolve the Rattata, I don't think. The fifth battle, and this is dependent on how many times you defeat Blue early on, because if you lost twice to him, he gets a Vaporeon. If you lost once to him out of the first two battles, he gets Flareon, and if you beat him both times, it's a Jolteon. So yeah. So Fearow, Vulpix, Magnemite, Sandshrew, and Eevee. Well, I guess we're not there yet. I thought that was it. Shit, I just accidentally clicked on something yet again. Not again. Okay, no, not that one. This one? Is this where I'm at? Yeah, I think I'm here. Fearow, Vulpix, Magnemite, Sandshrew, and Eevee, which for Vulpix we made into a Psychic Ghost type for when it's a Ninetales, because it has Psychic powers and it's pretty ghostly that curses people. Magnemite we made into a Ground Psychic type. Then yeah, we covered that pretty much. But it's not a Vaporeon yet, but it's teasing that it's gotta be because Vulpix and Magnemite already cover the fire and electric bases. As for this team, it is Fearow, Shelder, Vulpix, Sandshrew, and Eevee, which Shelder we made into like a steel bug type. But yeah, since the Shelder and Vulpix has got to become a Jolteon eventually. As for this one is Fearow, Magnemite, Shelder, Sandshrew, and Eevee, so as you can see it's going to be a Flareon. But yeah, that's for the most part. The 6th battle then is when it's evolved, as we got like our 5th Bremen or some shit like that. Sandslash, Magneton, Ninetales, Kadabra, Vaporeon. So good old Kadabra's added to the team, interesting, and then Ninetales is evolved and everything. So we got another Eevee. Sandslash, Ninetales, Cloyster, Kadabra, and Jolteon. I almost ran off. As for the next team, wait, did I guess that's all of them. Wow. No, not one more. Don't make me do it. Eevee, bring your family. I don't think you heard me on time. 518. Alright. Sandslash, Cloyster, Magneton, Kadabra, Flareon. Oh, I guess that was the last one. Wait, what's the other one was Silphco? Oh, it was, okay. Alright, 7th battle though. We got ourselves Sandslash, Execute, Magneton, Ninetales, Kadabra, and Vaporeon. Which I like the sprite of Execute so much more. It looks like an action-y, and even though it's just a pile of eggs, and they can barely move 3 inches without, like, cracking. So, yeah, that's the full team. Sandslash, Execute, Magneton, Ninetales, Kadabra, Vaporeon. Route 22 for this one. If he evolved into Jolteon, is Sandslash, Execute, Ninetales, Cloyster, Kadabra, and Jolteon. As for Eevee, evolving into Flareon, is Sandslash, Execute, Cloyster, Magneton, Kadabra, Flareon. And yeah, now for the 8th battle, the champion battle, it is Sandslash, Alakazam, Executor, Ninetales, Magneton, Vaporeon. The next one is if Sandslash, Alakazam, Executor, Cloyster, Ninetales, and Jolteon. And for the 8th battle, for the final category, Sandslash, Alakazam, Executor, Magneton, Cloyster, and Flareon. Imagine like they did Let's Go Pikachu properly, and they just like had a more advanced yellow version. Gary would have 100% used Magnezone instead of Magneton. You know what I mean? But yeah, those are pretty much all the teams for yellow version. Okay, so let me go back to look at the other blue stuff. If it lets me. Okay, well, it did that. Okay. My phone's gonna run out so much quicker because, like, I had a GPS to get to the fucking post office because it was a farther one. Because, like I said, a family member wanted to get a passport, and they don't just make passports on any post office, and this one in particular did. And I had to, drive in the broken car, going on the slow lane to that place, and it took 30 minutes. But it wasn't so bad. I was actually surprised that the car handled it fine. Because whenever I do get on the freeway because I'm required to do so, the car freaks out and then the blinking light happens on the engine light. But today I got lucky enough where I didn't really have a problem. Luckily, so that's good. Anyway, we covered the Indigo League for red, blue, and yellow, so we can skip over those since we already did it. But gold, silver, and crystal, just to reference point that. Pidgeot, Alakazam, Rhydon, Gyarados, Exeggutor, and Arcanine, which is a really good team. I really love this team a lot. Like, anything more perfect, Rhydon would be a Rhyperior, but I don't know. Honestly, Rhydon didn't even need an evolution, to be honest with you. I mean, it's fine. I mean, I don't really think Rhyperior is that fancy to, you know... I don't know, he's just kind of rounded, like literally rounded. I think I would have preferred a baby Rhyhorn rather than any evolution further than Rhydon, because he's already strong as it is. But yeah. There's the Fire Red and Leaf Green team. I don't know if I should... like... because it's pretty much the same teams. It's the rematches that is the difference here. I'm pretty sure, because I could quickly look into it, but I really doubt there's gonna be anything new, if I'm being honest. I'll look through it, fuck it, I'll look through it right quick. So yeah, let's see. Charmander, Squirtle, I should probably multitask while I do this. Bulbasaur, second battle optional, Pidgey's in the mix, third match, Pidgey's in the mix, third battle, Pidgeotto, Abra, Rattata, Charmander, Pidgeotto, Abra, Rattata, Squirtle, Pidgeotto, Abra, Rattata, Bulbasaur, Pidgeotto, Raticate, Kadabra, Charmeleon, Pidgeotto, Raticate, Kadabra, Wartortle, Pidgeotto, Raticate, Kadabra, Ivysaur, fifth battle. Yeah, I mean, I figured there was nothing new, to be honest. It's Pidgeotto, Execute, Gyarados, Kadabra, Charmeleon, and I'm pretty sure there was a Gyarados at that point. That's what fucked up Fei last time on the thing. Pidgeotto, Growlithe, Execute, Kadabra, Wartortle. Let's see. Pidgeotto, Gyarados, Growlithe, Kadabra, Ivysaur. Sixth battle. I really don't think there's a true difference. So we got like our 6th or 7th Bremen. I'm pretty sure. I wanted to say 7 at first, but you know, let's just do it. Pidgeotto, Execute, Gyarados, Alakazam, Charizard. No, I said Pidgeotto, it's Pidgeot. Pidgeot, Growlithe, Execute, Alakazam, Blastoise. Pidgeot, Gyarados, Growlithe, Alakazam, Venusaur. 7th battle. Pidgeot, Rhyhorn, Exeggutor, I didn't mean Exeggutor. Gyarados, Alakazam, Charizard. Pidgeot, Rhyhorn, Growlithe, Exeggutor, Alakazam, Blastoise. And Rhyhorn, Pidgeot, Gyarados, Growlithe, Alakazam, Venusaur. 8th battle, the champion. Pidgeot, Alakazam, Rhydon, Exeggutor, Gyarados, Charizard, which is a very devastating team for sure. We got Pidgeot, Alakazam, Rhydon, Arcanine, Exeggutor, Blastoise. And we got Pidgeot, Alakazam, Rhydon, Gyarados, Charizard, Arcanine, and Venusaur. The 9th battle, champion post Sevi. This is the real difference here. Heracross, Alakazam, Tyranitar, Exeggutor, Gyarados, and Charizard. Did I read that right? Heracross, Alakazam, Tyranitar, Exeggutor, Gyarados, Charizard. It just sounded like I said Charizard twice, but I wasn't sure. But Heracross, we gave Steel Psychic type because we didn't want to say Steel Electric, because we didn't want another beetle to be Electric type. Even though I mean, I guess we could just make it Electric Steel. It doesn't matter, to be honest, because Vikavolt, he's a different type of beetle. He's like a fucking stag beetle. Not a stag beetle, but you know what I mean. And Tyranitar with like Larvitar and Pupitar, we separated the two. Depending if you see a trainer, they could get cybernetic enhancements. So like you could just get the natural route on this regional variant of Larvitar being a dragon fire type to Pupitar to fucking leave me be. This guy's such a fucking asshole. So here, Water Gun, get the fuck out of here. As soon as I get Jalapeno level 48, it's done for all of you. But yeah, like a metal type, dragon type, Larvitar, Pupitar, and Tyranitar would be dope. Obviously, it's based on Godzilla and stuff. But yeah, that's pretty much for the most part, because literally it's just Heracross and Tyranitar being the inclusion for all these teams, pretty much, and I think that's pretty devastating. I like that I did that for Leaf Green as well, like when I did do it at the time. But yeah, there's let me skip past the rematches. Yeah, that's the rematch. Rematches. There's Heart Gold and Soul Silver, Executor, Arcanine, Rhydon, Gyarados, Machamp, and Pidgeot. Machamp we made a dragon type, just a straight up dragon, along with Mega Machamp. That would be pretty, or not Mega Machamp, sorry, I meant Gigantamax Machamp. Is there any Gigantamax Pokemon that actually adds a type? I'm not sure, but it'd be interesting. The rematches in Heart Gold and Soul Silver is Executor, Machamp, Rhyperior, Arcanine, Tyranitar, Pidgeot. Wait, so he had a Rhydon at first, right? Yeah, he did. Okay, making sure. But yeah, this team is pretty devastating. There's no similar types here. Well, yeah, well, there's two Brock types, I suppose. Interesting. Yeah, we covered all of these. There's no Gyarados, I notice. Interesting. And so this is Pokemon Black 2 and White 2. Blue uses 3 of these Pokemon in single battles, 4 in doubles and rotation battles, and all 6 in triple battles, as he got these 6 Pokemon. Aerodactyl, Executor, Gyarados, Alakazam, Arcanine, and Machamp. He's using his Heart Gold and Soul Silver team with the addition of Aerodactyl instead of what it seems to be Tyranitar, it looks like. Aerodactyl we made like a ground dragon, I'm pretty sure, along with Mega Aerodactyl. And again, with like the fossil Pokemon, we kind of made it more so that, you know, because in the Paradox times, that's just what they look like. So like at the present time where they're being revived on these fossils, I think we need to give them a little bit more time in the future, like 50 to 100 years from now, to have like a natural evolution, to have like a regional variant, because they wouldn't just have regional variants if they're extinct. Pokemon Sun and Moon, Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. He has Alakazam, Aerodactyl, Arcanine, Gyarados, Machamp, and Executor. So there's that. The battle tree. Blue uses 4 of these Pokemon in double battles and 2 in multi-battles. Double battle on the 20th consecutive battle. With the 4 Pokemon, it varies between Pidgeot, Alakazam, Machamp, Aerodactyl, Executor, Rhyperior, Gyarados, Arcanine, Tyranitar, Pidgeot, Alakazam, Machamp, Aerodactyl, Rhyperior, Gyarados, Arcanine, Tyranitar. And like if I repeat any of the names, it's because it does say that, and it's different moves or different items. So yeah. Super double battle on 50th consecutive battle. We got ourselves Pidgeot, Alakazam, Machamp, Aerodactyl, Exeggutor, Rhyperior, Gyarados, Arcanine, Tyranitar, Pidgeot, Alakazam, Machamp, Aerodactyl, Rhyperior, Gyarados, Arcanine, Tyranitar. The same applies to the last one. Some have Z-moves, some have Mega Evolutions. Then there's Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee. 2 Pokemon, Exeggutor and Charizard in the Silph Co. Interesting. The rematches shows that he has a Tauros, Alakazam, Gyarados, Exeggutor, Aerodactyl, and Charizard. He just has a Charizard. That's crazy. And it almost seems like he's based on the manga, almost. Tauros remade into a ground psychic, I believe, because in the manga he does have somewhat weird psychic powers with his tail whips. Like, because he has 3 tails. I don't know. It's interesting that they just give him Aerodactyl ever since, like, Heart Gold and Soul Silver. That was like 4th gen he has that decision. Maybe because of the show or something. But yeah, that is pretty much it for Blue though. That was a long time. I didn't think it was going to take that long. Pokemon Silver teams. I didn't mean to crunch you. Google heard all of that and is still listening to me. Okay, that don't stop recording my mic. Pokemon Silver teams. I should probably heal. Let's see here. Because I might as well do all the main characters. I don't know what I could do about Red. I mean, we could save Red for last. That'd be cool. I really don't know what to do after the fact for the next couple days if I don't find this fucking Retro Eevee. I'm running out of subjects to read. Because we could easily go into the manga, but I don't want to give y'all spoilers because you're just gonna hear me do everything. I'm not even sure, dude. I still don't understand why Zootopia 2 is still fucking down in my desktop bar. Anyway, Silver is the rival character in Pokemon Gold, Silver, and Crystal, and Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver. Player opposite Ethan, Chris, or Lyra, he is the son of Team Rocket boss Giovanni. Let's see. In Generation 2, he appears with no trainer class in all battles, although the rival trainer class is associated with them in the game data. In Generation 4, he used the same trainer class, except this time it appears normally in-game. In the core series games, though, Silver first appears in the Generation 2 games, lurking outside Professor Elm's lab, looking through the window. When talked to, he will deny everything and push the player away. During the player's journey to Mr. Pokemon's house, Silver makes his move, stealing one of Elm's 2 remaining first partner Pokemon. Coincidentally, always the one that is strong against the player's choice. He will meet with the player on the outskirts of Cherry Grove City, battling to get through. A policeman will later ask for the name of the rival, and the rival will be called the name the player gives it for the rest of the game. So yeah, you could call him Poopy McBugface, and that's just the name he has to get stuck with for the rest of his life. Also, I don't know if it's really truly a coincidence, because Silver is outside staring through the window, so he sees what you pick. I don't think he gives a shit. And like, you know, did it? It's like, oh, I know I'm gonna face him in the future. Or maybe he will. Or maybe he did, I should say. But I don't know. I always thought Silver and Totodile for sure were always meant to be. I never see, like, especially with Ethan and Cyndaquil, like, all of them are meant to be with their Pokemon. So, like, Crystal and Lyra always end up with Chikorita. Like, for red, blue, and yellow, or red, blue, and green, I should say, like the starters could be mix and match. Like green always is associated with Squirtle, but then also Gary is associated with Squirtle, but then sometimes Charmander. And then red is always associated with Charmander, but he could be associated with Bulbasaur as well a lot of the time, because that's what it was for the manga. You know what I mean? And like, I guess for Hoenn, well, I mean, May is associated with Mudkip and Torchic. Brendan could be associated with all three of them. But that's what I mean. It's just like they all could kind of mix and match. But for Gold, Silver, and Crystal, these guys are always associated with that one. And it would be cool to like look at you know, like a Silver getting like a Cyndaquil or something. That would be cool. But Gold doesn't really make true sense with the Chikorita, you know what I mean? As we get another one, which makes 519. If I did miscount at any point, I'm pretty sure we're cleared now. I don't think I've fucked up 20 times. Let's just put it that way. Let's see. Silver shows a strong dislike of Team Rocket. He considers them to be weak and vows to take them, as well as any other weak trainer, down. He steals a Pokemon heavily implied to be Sneasel from a trainer inside Wood City, and while Ethan, Chris, or Lyra attempts to take down Team Rocket in Mahogany Town and Goldenrod City, he interferes to prove himself. It is in Team Rocket HQ in Mahogany that he meets with Lance, the champion in the Indigo League, and Silver challenges Lance and is easily defeated by the Dragon Trainer, who then proceeds to berate Silver for his callous ways towards training Pokemon. Let's go from this. Though Silver is outraged for losing to someone who's such an attitude, the loss of Lance's words ultimately set him on the path to becoming a better person. In Heart Gold and Soul Silver, when Team Rocket takes over Goldenrod radio station, Silver first blows the player's Team Rocket's disguise, unaware of the player's plan to sneak in by pretending to be a member of Team Rocket. He later follows the player to the Goldenrod underground, and they battle Team Rocket, hoping that Lance will reappear and he can request a rematch. By the time the player reaches Victory Road, Silver challenges them not out of malice, but to prove that he is capable trainer. Though he is defeated, he departs with a quiet determination, vowing to continue training after the player. I just got a notification. What the fuck? After the player becomes champion, Silver appears again on Mount Moon. Although he loses, he remarks that his Pokemon are getting stronger and resolved to continue training at the Dragon's Den. In Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver, following the Mount Moon encounter, Lance and Claire appear at the Dragon's Den and challenge the player and Silver to multi-battle. During this team-up, Silver's Golbat has already evolved into a Crobat, a sign that he has started treating his Pokemon with care. After the battle, Silver returned to Professor Elm's lab, where he seemingly attempts to return the starter Pokemon he had stolen long ago. Elm even remarks that Silver's Pokemon have come to trust him, reinforcing the idea that Silver is changing. From this point on, Silver can be training at the Dragon's Den on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Though he will no longer battle the player there, on Mondays and Wednesdays, however, he appears at the steps of Indigo Plateau to halt the player for a battle as they walk towards the steps to enter the Elite Forest domain. He does not show up on Fridays or weekends, possibly indicating that he gives his Pokemon as a well-earned rest. In terms of personality, Silver is initially the darkest of the rivals in the series, while the most other rivals are generally good-natured or at least zestful enough to crack a joke at the player. Silver is at first cruel, hateful, power-obsessed, and even physically abusive, pushing the player or character around several times. Even after he starts to become kinder, he remains a rather serious individual. This is further expressed in Generation 4, when his first partner Pokemon starts to follow him around. Much like the player's Pokemon, Professor Elm even expressly states that Silver's Pokemon have come to trust him when Silver returns to the lab, presumably to return the first partner Pokemon he stole. Noticeably, Silver does express genuine happiness when Elm allows them to keep the Pokemon he stole. Giovanni and Silver relationship is first alluded to in Pokemon Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green. I don't know why I can't talk. When Team Rocket scientist Gideon at the Rocket Warehouse on 5 Island asks about the player if they are Giovanni's kid, but concludes that they're not, saying that Giovanni's kid has red hair. Their relationship is officially confirmed in Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver. We're bringing a faithful encounter as we get another Eevee right here. Might as well put some attention to this right here. Let's go get some more water gun action. Water gun action. Water gun action. Alright. So we get level 49 and 520. Holy 80 more to go. No, I'm just kidding. Probably not. Okay, where was I? When bringing the Faithful Encounter Celebi to the Alex Forest Shrine causes the player to travel 3 years into the past, allowing them to witness Giovanni abandoning Silver to go into seclusion after his defeat at the hands of Red. Silver's hate for Team Rocket apparently stems from the failure of his father, hating how he's brave only when surrounded by his followers and swearing to become strong all on his own. Oh, that goes deep, bro. I never really considered that. I didn't even know that's how Silver looked at it. But yeah. I did always like that storyline, that Silver is out for revenge on Giovanni, but like, at the end of the day, like, if you think about it with Gold, Silver, and Crystal, Silver goes after Team Rocket. I don't know if he just assumes that Giovanni is in play here, but like, he goes on revenge against them. And I don't know if he's in search of him in a way. Or if he's, I mean, he was there when Giovanni was about to disband it, but it's like, when Team Rocket was coming back, like, what was his thoughts? Did he actually think Giovanni was gonna come back, or is in charge again, or like, I don't know. And it would have been cool to see what Silver and Giovanni would react to if they saw each other again. I don't know if you guys saw that animation, but there's this dude that, like, you know, made his own side stories, and they're very good and they're pretty emotional, I would say, because they showed like the entirety of Giovanni's life through like a shortish video, and yeah, no, it gets pretty sad, and yeah, it hits pretty deep. And like, it's implied that Silver, at least in that video, pertained to the manga, like Silver and somebody else kind of, you know, ends up together. So yeah, that's pretty cool. Pokemon, it says in this category, the first partner Pokemon that Silver has will depend on which Pokemon the player chooses to bring on Professor Elm's errand at the beginning of the game. It will be the Pokemon whose type weakens that of the player's first partner Pokemon. Pokemon Gold, Silver, and Crystal. It says 6 battle. What? Why is that 6 battle? Why is this start at Mount Moon? What? Okay, let me just go start from the top. Alright, first battle. If it lets me, the advertisement just spawned as soon as I press this page. Prepared much? Prepared much? Winning this battle is not mandatory. The player will not black out and the story will progress either way. If the player chooses Chikorita, it will be Cyndaquil. If the player chooses Cyndaquil, it will be Totodile. And if the player chooses Totodile, it will be Chikorita. And then the second battle is going to be at Azalea Town. He has Ghastly, Zubat, and Quilava. Before I go any further though, Chikorita, I think what did I give all three? Didn't I give them similar types as well? I think I talked about it with Typhlosion and Feraligatr. I don't think Meganium was in any of the teams pertain to all the rundowns that I did. But I think I decided on making them a Dragon Trio. I'm pretty sure. Cause like, you know, for Cyndaquil, I want him to be dragon fighting or something like that. Maybe Dragon Electric makes more sense. Dragon Ice is good because I like the hoops and hip hop thing. Well, I mean, he just made him ice type, but I just thought that was a really good idea, and I never really saw, like, it makes so much sense to just make the ice all spiked out rather than still make it look fire. So yeah, I don't know, I really like that idea. Or we can make it, yeah, I don't know, I think Dragon Ice is pretty good, make that into reality. If in case I can't, then like Dragon Electric would be a good counterpart. For Alligator, as you can see right here, more likely what, like Dragon and Ground? Either Dragon and Ground, Dragon and Ice, or Dragon and Grass. I don't know which one I want to settle with. I think I want to say Dragon and Ground. Something pertain to that. For Meganium, Dragon and Fairy, pretty easily. But for his other Pokemon, we already talked about Ghastly Haunter and Gengar so many times. It's, you know, the male counterparts and female counterpart. Male would be Dark Ice, and then the female would be Dark and Fairy type. And the way I keep visualizing in my head, like, there's gonna be like dark stripes, almost like similar, like almost like a half and half, but it almost looks stripe-ish, where like half of it's black, half of it's light blue, like a good baby blue. And then the same for like the female Gengar, it'd be like almost black, like stripes-ish. I don't know how to describe it. Like, you know how like almost like a zigzag. It'd be on the body, and then the other side would be the other. I don't know. It's just easier to show rather than just talk about it. But like, I like the Dark Ice and Dark Fairy counterpart. I think that's pretty neat. But we do got another Eevee in the counts. Got ourselves 521. People are gonna look at this and realize that I'm still continuing. Oh boy. I might have to ask my friend to make possibly 5 more thumbnails. I didn't think it could. If it doesn't work today and it doesn't work tomorrow, I might have to extend it more, and that complicates things because there's family members that's gonna be just as busy next week. I mean, it's not that bad this week, like everything's pretty doable, but yeah. Anyway, Zubat, Golbat, and Crobat I made into a Dark Dragon type. But yeah, that's for the most part. The Azalea team is Ghastly, Zubat, and then the final starter Pokemon, or the final starter, you know what I mean. The middle stage starter, if anything. Like Ghastly, Zubat, and Croconaw right here. And then of course, Ghastly, Zubat, Bayleaf. Okay, the third battle though, it is in the Burnt Tower. Whereas Haunter, Magnemite, Zubat, and Quilava. We already covered Magnemite already. We also did Haunter, Magnemite, Zubat, Croconaw. And for this one is Haunter, Magnemite, Zubat, and Bayleaf for the Burnt Tower. Fourth battle is in the Underground. The Goldenrod Underground. Golbat, Magnemite, Haunter, Sneasel, and Quilava. Golbat, Magnemite, Haunter, Sneasel, and Feraligatr. So it's interesting that they kept Quilava on the other one, but Feraligatr on this one. But Feraligatr does evolve hella early. It's like at level 30, which is like one of the earliest, I think it is the earliest evolution that you could have it as. Let's see. And then there's Golbat, Magnemite, Haunter, Sneasel, and Meganium. As for the fifth battle, this is in Victory Road. 6 Pokemon, Sneasel, Golbat, Magneton, Haunter, Kadabra, and Typhlosion. So not a full-on Alakazam, and not a full-on Haunter like Gengar either. But same teams, just different starters. Sneasel, Golbat, Magneton, Haunter, Kadabra, and Feraligatr. We have Sneasel, Golbat, Magneton, Haunter, Kadabra, and Meganium. 6th battle on Mount Moon, Sneasel, Golbat, Magneton, Gengar, Alakazam, and Typhlosion. Is for the most part the teams. There's Golbat Golbat's still unevolved, and of course Magnezone didn't exist at this time. For Mount Moon is on this team Sneasel, Golbat, Magneton, Gengar, Alakazam, Feraligatr. And of course Sneasel, Golbat, Magneton, Gengar, Alakazam, and Meganium. Alright. And then for the rematches, this is in the Indigo Plateau. I remember it being Tuesdays, or maybe it was Mondays and Wednesdays. I don't recall. But Sneasel, Crobat, Magneton, Gengar, Alakazam, and Typhlosion. So you finally got to Crobat, which is pretty cool that that happened. Sneasel, Crobat, Magneton, Gengar, Alakazam, and Feraligatr. Did I even talk about Sneasel actually? I just realized. I know I did, but like not today. I said fighting, or not fighting, Steel Psychic, I think that's what I said. Let's see here. So in the Indigo Plateau on this one, Sneasel, Crobat, Magneton, Gengar, Alakazam, and Meganium. And for the Steel Psychic thing, as I should probably say, I want to also put, like, besides the Weavile one, to put like the Sneasler after that for an evolution. Even though I'm pretty sure they're separated. But like, you know, one's fighting poison and, you know, the other's, you know, dark ice and stuff. And yeah, that's all the battles for Gold, Silver, and Crystal. I don't know how different it is in Heart Gold and Soul Silver, to be honest with you, when it comes to this. My phone's gonna literally die probably in the next, like, less than 2 hours from now. Oh, I forgot to mention, I could open my pack. I forgot. I didn't even open my pack yesterday. That like happened at 3 o'clock and I kept reading. I hella forgot about that. But to make it up, we'll open 2 packs today. And I'll say it online, or out loud I should say. Let's look for the next one though. I don't think you get to battle Crystal and Gold, Silver, Crystal, unfortunately. But you can battle Lyra, I think. I don't know how far we could battle Lyra, but let's see here. I'm trying to find the thing. There's Heart Gold and Soul Silver. Oh, but I don't understand why they're showing the Heart Gold and Soul Silvers, but I had to go click for the Gold, Silver, Crystal one. I'll skim through it because it's just like the same battles. It just says Passerby Boy though, that's kind of interesting. Azalea Town, same team it seems. Same team as we get a Bremen. Ghastly Zubat, and then the starter Pokemon. 3rd battle. Yep. That's, what was that, 7th Bremen? 8th Bremen? I don't know. Let's see. Burnt Tower, yet again. There's the, look at Ghastly Zubat, Magnemite, and then the starter Pokemon. 4th battle. Goldenrod Tunnel, Golbat, Magnemite, Sneasel, and Quilava. Let's see if it's the same thing that they evolved the other ones. It seems like they did. That's interesting. They kept that. Okay, so Golbat, Magnemite, Sneasel, and Feraligatr, along with Golbat. I didn't mean to do that. Golbat, Magnemite, Sneasel, and Meganium. Alright, 5th battle. Sneasel, Golbat, Magneton, Kadabra, Haunter, and then the final starter. Sneasel, Golbat, Magneton, Haunter. Okay. Sneasel, Golbat, Magneton, Kadabra, Haunter. Okay. Okay, 6th battle. Sorry for standing still. This is Mount Moon. Sneasel, Golbat, Magneton, Alakazam, Gengar, and then the final starter. Let's see, Sneasel, Golbat, Magneton, Alakazam, Gengar, and the starter. And Sneasel, Golbat, Magneton, Alakazam, Gengar, and then the starter. I do think in Heart Gold and Soul Silver he does end up evolving his stuff into a Weavile and a Magnezone, so yeah, this is the Dragon's Den battle. We haven't seen this. As we get another Eevee, we got Typhlosion, Crobat, and Gengar to battle against, I'm pretty sure, against, you know, Lance and them. Critical hit, nice, good job. 522. I have no idea how many of there's gonna be, but yeah. Let's see, so the other team is Fraligator, Crobat, and Gengar for the double battle. And then for this one's Meganium, Crobat, and Gengar. Nice. Rematches in the Indigo Plateau. Really doesn't show. Sneasel, Magneton, Gengar, Crobat, Alakazam, and Typhlosion. Sneasel, Magneton, Gengar, Crobat, Alakazam, Fraligator. And this one, Heart Gold and Soul Silver, for Sneasel, Magneton, Gengar, Crobat, Alakazam, and Meganium. And that's it? There's no Magnezone? Oh, really? Oh, that's so sad. I wanted that to be a team, bro. That's crazy. Okay, related articles, rival and friend characters. I think there is a difference between Brendan and May. But yeah. Let's open a pack right now. Let's open a pack right now. So I'll open my TCG Pocket app while we do this. I can't believe, like, after 500, I should have known. I should have known that it was gonna be like this with how it is. It might be too loud. Shit. Oh, somebody offered me a trade. Let me take a look. Or did he settle with it? Because I gave him a crappy trade option. No trade agreement reached. Ah, that sucks. It's because, like, the cards he asked for, I only have one of, like, that he put on his wish list, and it wasn't too many. So it sucks, unfortunately. Yeah, oh well. There's 42 minutes left until the next one, though. Let's see. 42 minutes left is actually pretty long time. What was the most recent card I got? This one, I think? Because I'm pretty sure I opened it from, yeah, the Ultra Beast deck. Okay, so after the Ultra Beast deck, I don't know what's next. It might be Shiny Revelry. So let's open Shiny... No, it's the Solgaleo one. Okay, let's open Solgaleo. And then in like 49 minutes we'll open Lunala, and then all is good in the world. Solgaleo. Alright. So there's that. And hopefully I don't forget this time. I do actually might have to, like, charge my phone in the middle of the stream. Because I know that sounds like not a problem, but the problem is for me, I have to go to the other side of my room because the plug is so far away that it's like impossible for me to reach it from where I'm sitting. So I would have to, like, get up and awkwardly walk with my mic so you guys can still hear me. So then I plug it in. Then I, you know, do something about that. It's a process. I do this every time. Like, especially when I'm playing Fortnite with friends. I'm like, alright, hang on, I need to charge my phone. and they can't process why it's taking me a while. 523. There we go. One of these Eevees, man, I'm telling you. Okay. Let's go like this. I'm just checking through the packs. This pack is fine. That pack is fine. That pack is also fine, I think. What about this pack? That pack is fine. That pack is also fine. What about you? This one's curved. Okay. Pause. That one's fine. Okay. Let's check this. This pack is also curved, but on the right side just a little bit. I think I still want to get the first one. That pack's fine. That pack's fine. That pack is also fine. And the last one, okay. So I flipped all the packs except for 2 of them. So it's either this one that has a bent to the right, or this one that also has a bend to the right. I think I'm gonna get the first one. So let's open this one. As you hear the pack opening, as there's no holographics whatsoever throughout the cards. Alright, Carablast, Wimpod, Lurantis, Rockruff, and Halicha, ironically enough. Yeah, I didn't really get much, to be honest with you, but oh well. Did I not get the 4 hourglasses last night? What the fuck? Alright. I think my best opportunity to put the phone in the charger is probably while a Pokemon's coming out, and I'll try to rush, I think, because I don't want to stop the train, you know? So let me just take you out right quick. I don't know how many water guns I have left. It looks like 7. I can't tell. It's cut off like I always say. Let me just find out. As we got 524 Eevees. Good number of Eevees we found, I would say. Let's go heal up just a tiny bit. Yeah, I guess I didn't finish it last night about the things. I might have just stopped playing and forgot or something. Because I did know about like my packs. They do it like 3 o'clock, as you could probably tell, like 3:15-ish. Okay. Alright, well 37 minutes left till this. And we'll like, you know, hold off on the other rivals when it comes to just, you know, reading their stories and such. We might have to leave it plugged in for like a good hour. Something like that. Alright. Let's go like that. Okay. Alright, the next Pokemon. Okay, let's try to get this phone plugged in. They came out faster than I thought. Shit. Hold on. I've gotta plug this in. Alright, phone plugged in. Let's go back. I told you that's a process. For people, it would take 0.1 seconds. For me, nah. I was trying to rush there as fast as I can by not, like, messing up my mic. Alright. But yeah, we didn't do the Cynthia Pokemon yesterday, because I was trying to think of, like, what to do about, like, the Cynthia game, if I were ever to make it. And saying that out loud, it just sounds like a fucking pervert-like game, but no, I don't mean it that way. So we got another Eevee. Like, I just want a different Pokemon Coliseum where you play as young Cynthia, and I think that'd be so cool. And it'd be a Coliseum style. But I'm thinking to myself, like, what shadow Pokemon could I add to this game? So I try to make it one for every type, and some are more difficult than others because it's like, which ones should I use? As we got 525, that's incredible. Level 40 for a jalapeno. Learning hot chili pepper, interesting. How much power does it do? 80. Whoa. We'll get rid of that. It's fine. We could have primary, like, grass moves. We may not need Leech Seed because I don't think Jalapeno is like a fire grass type like that to take hits. Maybe it just depends on the situation, but I think normally it wouldn't help out at all. It's gonna be a pain in the ass and hard to think of what Pokemon I already picked before because it's been like 2 days or some shit. I don't recall. Let's see. Fire types. We definitely picked Chimchar. I know that much. And I don't know if I picked Magby already. Unless I picked Growlithe. Or some shit like that. But if I did or didn't, I probably did pick Magby. I don't know. But those are my 3 so far. Chimchar, Magby, and No, I said Ponyta, huh? Okay. Alright, Chimchar, Ponyta, and Magby so far. Maybe in the future I'll pick Growlithe as the other one. For water types, that's very easy because we did Feebas, we did Shellos, unless we didn't, because we might have picked Piplup, but that's gonna be the 3, Feebas, Piplup, and Shellos, that's for sure. Grass type, we picked Badoo, and we probably picked Turtwig. If there was another grass Pokemon, I'm probably gonna have to just pick, maybe we should just pick Cherubi. Yeah, I'm fine with that. Cherubi is the choice. Let's see here. For electric types, I'm pretty sure we picked Shinx and maybe Elekid. And for another one, we would just pick Shadow Pachirisu, to be honest. For flying types, what do we pick for flying types? We probably pick Shadow Starly. What's another flying mon we probably chose? Because Togepi is part of the fairy collection. Crap, I don't even know. I know I picked Starly. I have a feeling I did. Unless I straight up don't remember. What else did we possibly pick for flying types? Oh, I'm trying to remember. I really don't. Starly. I just want to pick Pidgey, to be honest. But I don't know if Pidgey was selected last time. So it wasn't like Rookidee or some shit. Because I wouldn't mind to do that. I'm not sure. Oh, I just realized the electric I probably picked Tynamo, huh? I've said like Shinx and Tynamo. Okay, well Elekid would be the 3rd choice, but remember next time I'm probably gonna pick Pachirisu. Flying type Starly, Pidgey, and I'll pick Rookity, fuck it, so I could get a Corviknight. It's a solid flying type. Bug type, I'm pretty sure I picked Wurmple and Caterpie. I didn't probably put that much thought into the bugs. Another bug selected that we could do. We can't pick Scaruppi because he doesn't have bug type as Drapion, unfortunately. But for a bug type, we could pick I just kind of want to pick Scyther, to be honest. Yeah, I'm happy with that. For rock type, we pick Larvitar, and we may have picked Cranidos. For a third rock type, I'll just say Geodude. Ground types, I straight up don't remember. Because keep in mind, Gibble is not included, that's just the starter Pokemon. So for ground type, I think we definitely said Rhyhorn. Another ground type. I feel like I skipped over it last time I was talking about it. I'll say Hippopotas if I didn't say it like a different ground type. I don't remember the third one. Shit. Because I want to pick ground types from Sinnoh as well. Baltoy was probably selected if I had to guess, to be honest. Okay, well, Steel type, I picked Beldum for sure. If I didn't, then I don't know what the fuck's going on. And then Shieldon, probably, right? Another Steel type we could use, I'll say Bronzor for Bronzong. So that would be Steel. Because we could pick as much Shadow Pokemon from Sinnoh as possible for sure. That'd be cool. For Ice type, what did we pick for Ice type? I don't think I picked Snorunt at any point. I don't know if I don't remember any Ice Pokemon that I picked, to be honest. Shit. I don't think I said Shadow Snorunt, but I am now. Shadow Pokemon that... That's a good question. Ice types. Didn't I say like Vanillite or some shit? Something like that. Well, Vanillite, Snorunt, and Swinub. Fuck it. That's gonna be the ice. Because maybe for next time we could definitely choose like a Snover or something. Fighting types definitely Riolu. The other one's probably Machop. The other fighting one, we'll put Timber in there. Random ass fighting Pokemon there. That does not really belong with it, but you know, what are we gonna do? Psychic, we put Ralts. I feel like we put Gothita. Another Psychic, I'll put the Hatterene line. Because I think I would like that for sure. Hold on. Okay. Let's do that. Let's go back and forth. So for Dark type, I don't think, did we say Sneasel? I'm trying to remember. Dark type, I just want to say Sneasel, Houndour, and Murkrow, but I don't think that's what I picked last time. I really doubt it, but that might be possible. Who knows? Who really knows? Poison type, definitely Scrubby. I don't know what other poison types I may have given, if any. I don't think I did Survivor. What other poison types that we may or may not have used? Not really sure, to be honest with you. Poison types. Oh no, maybe it was Stunky, right? Stunky, Scrubby. So maybe another poison type. I kind of want to put a Venipede. Because, like, there's some connection with 5th Gen compared to Cynthia, because she goes to visit Caitlyn a lot of the time. That's why I do a little bit of 5th Gen connection. Normal types, I think it definitely did Slakoff, I want to say. I could be wrong. Munchlax is probably the other one. For another normal type, we could say Bidoof. Okay, we'll give him Bidoof. Dragon type, or no, ghost type. We said Spiritomb. If we didn't, then I don't fucking know what the hell we're doing. I don't know if we did Ghastly. I'd be shocked if I didn't. And the other one, we'll probably put... Wait, unless we did Mischievous, but that'll be the 3 then. Mischievous, Ghastly, and Spiritomb. That'll be the 3. Yeah. Let's see. For Dragon types, we did Bagon, and we did, what's his face, Dratini, so that's the good thing. So we don't really have to worry about that. And the third one we'll put Axew. That's for sure. And for Fairy type, we did Togepi. And the other fairy... What did we do? What did we do for the other fairy, actually? Yeah, I don't remember. What? Wait, what? What the fuck? I don't remember what other fairy we did. Other fairy type. Cause like there's... I don't know. Trying to think, because I don't think we did Slurpuff for like Aromatisse or some shit like their evolution line. What other fairy types did we do? Huh. Unless we didn't get that far and we cut ourselves off. I'm not really too sure. Interesting though. I'm trying to think so hard. Togepi for sure. There was another fairy type. As we get ourselves another egg, I wonder if the eggs are also taken into account of the 100 and 500. Because that'd be interesting. I also don't know how that would work genetic-wise, on how it's possible to do that. But this is 31. There we go. I think that's how you spell it. I'm never confident with that, and the Pokemon did not let me go. How many moves do I have? Let me just take a look, because I can't see from the screen that I have. We have 3 more Water Guns, 13 more Ice Fangs, 10 more Crunches. That's all I wanted to know. After we run out of all the moves, we'll have a major promotional break, because I've never taken this long of a promotional break, because I always did 1 move. But Feraligatr could hit everything with Eevee with all the moves it has. Unlike Haunter that only did 2. I mean, we could have did the same with like Wreckage, but I don't know, it's a bit different now. let's take a look at 31. It just looks like Tarantula in a weird way. Attack is up, special defense is down. Adaptability ability. That's a really good ability. Is it naughty? I think that's just my personal opinion best ability for Eevee. Unless it's like trying to be a special mon, like Espeon kind of depends on special defense a little bit more, or Glaceon. Somewhat of a clown though. Alright. Let's go get ourselves yet another Eevee. Or an egg, I should say. Take care of it. Shut up. I'm just kidding. I don't know why I'm like roaming the other ones, but yeah. We do have one more H mineral to get, so that's good. Just drinking some soda. We have not talked to any of these people except for the lady in the Pokemon Center. Quite literally. So yeah, let's go ahead and keep doing this. But yeah, the 3 times 18, it's because like double is 36 plus 18 more. That's what, 54? Am I doing the math right? I think that's the correct math. So we got 54 Shadow Pokemon that we got. And I think they said that there was like 88 in Gale of Darkness or some shit like that. And I want to get close to 100. Is there an 18 equivalent that's like a good number? I don't know. I'm also was trying to think of the Digimon stuff because it took me a while. Because what I really should have done is tackle through all the generations of Digimon and then thought it through for the Digimon game, because I had it in my head canon before, but I haven't been watching Digimon as of late. And I mentioned about like the Snow Agumon and all those evolutions and such. So, you know, that's just how it goes with that. But through all the generations, like the first one in Adventure, it's Agumon, who has the Crest of Courage, who digivolves to Greymon, who digivolves to Metal Greymon, then to War Greymon. You know, after Greymon though, if you were to treat it badly, he could digivolve to Skull Greymon. And you know, that's kind of the thing with the show, pretty much. Because I discussed all the other evolutions when I was talking about like the custom art with the Snow Agumon evolution line. But Skull Greymon just basically looks like a tall dinosaur skeleton that's a little bit more elongated, and for some reason he has like a very fleshy missile that I don't know how to describe too well, because it's like orange and teethy and weirdly veiny, because it looks like a pumpkin if it's combined with like a rotting fish. I don't know how to describe it better than that. But yeah, it's like not your regular skeleton. Like a lot of it's elongated, like the teeth, the tail, the ribs are out. You know, it's a very skeletal dinosaur Digimon. But there's also Gabumon, who, if you don't know what Gabumon looks like, he kind of basically looks like a dog, except he's not a dog. I always kind of saw him as a dog ever since I was a kid, but in actuality is a lizard wearing a dog's pelt. And it's not truly ever explained why this is, but when he digivolves to Garurumon, which is a straight up wolf. And I think according to what they're talking about with that Digimon, it gets the data from the pellets and then it becomes one with it. That's why it becomes a wolf, pretty much. But they also hint that Gabumon, like without the pelt, could digivolve into a Cyclonemon or some shit like that, which looks like a different version of Greymon, except one arm is completely steroid up, and he has a similar skull to Greymon, but he looks slightly different. He has spikes on his shoulder. and he has similar coloration. He's like straight up yellow, with the skull being like brown, and this is like what, our 9th or 10th Bremen, I don't know. So I always found that interesting, and it is kind of weirds me out a little bit that Gabumon is a lizard first and foremost, and not a puppy. Because I was pretty content seeing it and go like, oh yeah, that's a puppy or a dog. But no, he turns into a wolf. And trust me, like, if you don't know about Digimon, you would know that they digivolve into crazy things where it just makes no logical sense. Don't worry, we'll get to that. But anyway, that wolf digivolves into a werewolf, which is Weregarurumon. It's the same wolf, but he's standing up and he's wearing jeans. And he also has like bands and stuff on him, and he fights very well. He does have like a Sagittarius mode, but that's not till like the 2020 version, and I haven't even watched it, but I've seen some spoilers here and there. But like, yeah, because there's like a red War Greymon that's called like Blitz Greymon. But for Weregarurumon, he digivolves further into Metal Garurumon, so that wolf that was standing up goes back to all fours, and yeah, he's straight up all metal. And he has like two little blades where he can use to fly, and he shoots out ice. And yeah, I don't know, a lot of his crest of friendship is based on ice and storms and such. But when War Greymon and Metal Garurumon fuse, they become Omnimon, or Omegamon if you like to prefer to call it. He's like a white knight that has the head of War Greymon on one arm as a cannon, or well, it's a sword, and then the other arm as Metal Garurumon, which is a cannon in actuality. And he has like a cape, and like he's mostly in white, but the except for like the arm cannon slash sword is the colors of, you know, then that said Digimon and stuff. I mean, I think Garurumon has another variant, like for the Metal Garurumon, it's like Crest Garurumon or some shit like that. He's like a golden Weregarurumon that stands up, that has like full knight armor and shit like that. Me describing him doesn't really do it justice, because you would just picture the fucking Digimon in jeans, but with armor this time. No, it's none of that. He has full golden armor, and he just basically looks like a Metal Garurumon if he was to stand up with the sword. And I think he has a cape, I'm not sure. Like I said, I didn't see that part of the show. I just saw the original. But the next one is Biomon, which is a bird Digimon. She's like a little pink bird. It's very cute, and it has like a little bit of blue on it. She has like a little ribbon tuft of feather hair on her head. And she digivolves in like, I don't know, I'm not a fan of this Digimon that it digivolves to. It digivolves to Birdramon, and it's like a firebird, but her teeth is all the way fucked up. And that's my least favorite thing about it, because you know, with birds, it's supposed to have like a beak, you know, or something. That's kind of what makes it a bird, but it's Birdramon, so it becomes like a dragon, kind of, as we get another Eevee right here. And that's what killed the look of it, because you see Feraligator's teeth, right? That's kind of the same, similar mouth. Just imagine more teeth, but like more pointed outwards, back and forth. It's kind of like that, but on a bird instead of a beak, and it looks so freaky. But we got ourselves 526. I don't know if I used the counter for the other one. I might have missed it. But there we go. Alright. But Birdramon digivolves into Garudamon, which is like almost like a humanoid bird, where like, you know, instead of the firebird that has wings, it has arms now. It's standing up, and it's in pretty good shape, and it's buff, and it's still, it has a feminine voice still. Well, I mean, it depends on like what gender it really applies, because there is like a male Biomon in the future. Could you fuck off? Why? What is your fucking problem, dude? Every day with this shit. I swear. Like, this fucking Halucha, like, fuck off, man. Go backyard wrestling or some shit. Swearsies, dude. Alright. So yeah, I don't know, cause this Garudamon, it's Biyomon and Bergermon's always been portrayed as feminine. But like this Garudamon has like straight up man pecs on him, and it looks more Native American influence. And I do like Garudamon, like Bergermon. Like over the course of years, I'm used to seeing Bergermon, so it doesn't bother me. But like, yeah, like Garudamon, it's a force to be reckoned with. And it sucks that the original show, it just stops it there, so it doesn't go further past Garudamon. But in the future, it eventually does in like movies and you know, maybe the 2020 series. Because then it evolves into an actual Phoenix. It's like Phoenixmon, that looks like a goldeny bird with 4 wings. So it's pretty neat. It's pretty neat, I would say. So it's not too bad. Water gun. Alright, so let's go look at this. Oh, I ran out of that. Perfect. Okay, let's just go on this side then. Ice Fang. So we get another one. Another Eevee. 527. And yeah, the counter probably looks different, I think. But I can't tell because... oh, we got another one. Mostly because, like, last night it said that an update was due for the whole PC, and that I needed to either turn it off or restart it or some shit to you know, go through with it. And the annoying part was, because I didn't want to reset the counter or put it away or whatever. As we got another Eevee in the count. Hold on. 528. But the annoying thing was with that, like, I just put the computer to sleep anyway. I'm like, I'll deal with the update later. And I actually slept early last night, because usually I sleep at like 3 a.m., 4 a.m., 5 a.m., whatever. Just, you know, when I get tired or some shit. But I slept at like 11:30 last night, which is surprising. But I was legit tired. Like, you heard me yawn the other yesterday. And all that stuff, like I was dead tired almost. Not as tired as I was on Friday, but I don't even know. When I was reading, I realized that I had my second wind. I just didn't know how it begun. But that was the second time I got my second wind, so that was weird. I wasn't sure about that. Anyway though, yeah, when I put the computer to sleep at some point in the middle of the night, I could hear it turn itself back on. And it does that every time it needs an update. Like when you put it to sleep mode, it doesn't stay asleep. It just turns back on. It's like... Well, it sounds more like an alarm, but you know what I mean. It's like our 11th Bremen, by the way. Some shit like that. And it would turn on again, and usually I would get up and go like, oh shit, alright, fine, I'll turn it off. Like, officially. But I just stayed asleep. And eventually it turned off on its own again, so it just restarted by itself. So, yeah. And when I turned on the computer this morning, basically, like, I saw the counter open on its own, and then I just had to redo the counter over again. And I don't think the window's the exact same how it was yesterday, but I caught up to the number at 494 and then raised it up to 495, like I said, because we needed one more. But I wanted to do that on screen, you know? I didn't want to do that off screen. So like, oh, it says 495, and I go like, yeah, it wasn't like that yesterday. So yeah, that was that whole thing. Anyway, Phoenixmon, like I said, he has like a gold helmet in front of his face, but he's primarily in color in like yellow, gold, and a little bit of red. And yeah, I don't know. I wish I saw a little bit more of Phoenixmon. Eventually I'll watch the 2020 version of that show. Because I don't know if they... I feel like, and I want to say they expanded it. I don't know how many episodes there are. The next one I do want to talk about is the Crest of Knowledge when it comes to Tentomon. He's like a red beetle in a way that has antennas, and he has green eyes, His underbelly has yellow along. Basically, it looks like Ladian, except more robotic, and like the back of the wings is more rounded, like a hunchback. That's basically what Tentomon looks like. Kind of close. But he digivolves into Kabuterimon, which is like, imagine Heracross if it was a zombie, and a little bit more skinnier, standing up, and he's kind of tall. That's basically Kabuterimon. He has a disgusting mouth, like if Heracross and Pinsir kind of merged a bit, but it is all blue, and his mask kind of like goes around. Like I like Kabuterimon, but yeah, he does. I can see why people wouldn't like his face, but I've been pretty used to it since the start, where I didn't mind it pretty much. But he has like wings and he flies a lot, as opposed to Heracross. I don't think Heracross flies that many times. But then he digivolves into Mega Kabuterimon, which he goes back to his coloration of red, along with white and blue. Surprisingly, not looking too American, but he looks pretty dope. I really like Mega Kabuterimon, and you could like, the kids could go inside his little back wing part, because there's like a little glass chamber that they could see everything while he flies around, so it's pretty cool. There is like a blue variant of him as well. And yeah, normally that's where it stops, because usually when they get to the third Digivolution, and of course with all of these I skip the baby Pokemon and go straight to the rookie. But the third evolution always stops at the crest. Like, you know, when you get to Greymon to Metal Greymon, you use the Crest of Courage, and you use the crest after Garurumon to get to Were-Garurumon, and then like, you know, Bergermon to Garudamon, and then Kabuterimon to Mega Kabuterimon. Those are all like through crest, because this was the Crest of Knowledge. But then it just stops there for him in the anime, up until like the 2020 version in movies and other stuff. And then he digivolves into Hercules Kabuterimon, I'm pretty sure is what it's called. And it's completely all gold. Completely all gold. And he's much bigger than Mega Kabuterimon. And I forgot the colorations on the underneath part. I want to say like a almost pinkish red, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, he's for sure all gold. And yeah, I mean, I like him. I just don't see enough of him. It's just the same thing up with Phoenixmon. And believe it or not, I see Phoenixmon more than Hercules Kabuterimon, which is just a bit sad, but that's just how it is. The next one is Mimi's Digimon, which is Palmon, which is basically a green plant with like pink petals on top of it that's almost magenta. And I don't remember what the variant's called, the one with the purple petals, for the life of me. And it's gonna suck as I go through the generations that I don't remember a lot of their names, which is gonna suck. So yeah, that's gonna be a problem for sure. Let's go continue doing Ice Fang. Imagine he baton passes and it goes to the Retro Eevee, that'd be insane. Okay, let's go to 529. But yeah, Palmon, interestingly enough, digivolves into Togemon, or Togemon, and for some reason it's a cactus that has feet with punching gloves, and it has like a little tuft of hair on the top that's kind of like almost blondish almost, and yeah, he's a boxing cactus. I don't know where the fuck they came up with the ideas. You're gonna be hearing that a lot if I talk about Digimon. That's just how Togemon is, though. There is a variant of it through Digiarmor eggs, and yeah, there's I think it's called Ponchomon, some shit like that. He's in a poncho with a hat, and it's like, it looks just like Togemon. except without the boxing gloves, and it's more masculine, because Tokemon is feminine and such, but you know, that's for the most part. Anyway, through the crest of sincerity, she digivolves into Lilymon, so she becomes a lot smaller and she's more fairy-like. She has like pink petals on top of her head. She has like eyes kind of like Valerie. She has a little bit of green, and it's just basically Tinkerbell if she had flower head. So yeah, that's basically Lilymon. And it would stop there mostly in the 2020 version, but like when she digivolves further, she becomes Rosemon, which is you know, Lilymon if she was full womaned out, with the red replacing her pink, and you know, blonde hair, a rose whip, and then like a lot of the rose whip is like throughout her body and stuff like that. So yeah, I mean, there's been plenty of mainstream when it comes to Rosemon throughout the Digimon universe, so I actually have seen quite a bit, because that's not the only time like she's used in the anime. She's used in other places too. But yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it for that. The crest of reliability though, with Joe, he has Gomamon, which is like a white seal otter thing that has orange hair and has purple markings on it and some claws. Gomamon could attack with fishes. I just wanted to point that out because I didn't talk about any other attacks with it, but I just wanted to point out that he could control fishes or tell them what to do. He's basically Aquaman. But he digivolves into Ikakumon, so he like becomes hairier and becomes like a walrus with the horn on top. I do like Ikakumon, but then with the crest of reliability, he digivolves into Zudomon, which is like basically supposed to be a Thor. How the hell do I describe this guy? Shit, he's basically the same walrus, but like part of his body is still is muscular now, and he stands in twos, and he has a shell similar to like a Bowser or a Blastoise. I don't know where the shell came from because he is like still a walrus, but he still has like tusk, and he doesn't have white fur anymore, but he has orange beard, and he still has that horn on top of his head, and he holds a hammer like a Thor's hammer. So that's as close as Thor as we're gonna get, even though he associates with water a lot more. Then in the anime it would stop there, but you know, in later iterations in the movies in 2020, he becomes Vikemon, which is like a Viking walrus. He has his white fur back, and basically it just looks like Ikakumon mixed with Zudomon. That you know, he has like Viking gear, like the helmet and shit like that. I think he has 2 hammers. I could be wrong, or maybe he still has the one. This is where I get a little finicky, because I don't remember exactly what he looks like all the way. Like, I don't remember what he holds and stuff. But yeah, I forgot to mention that Zudomon, like his shell, there was like some data entry saying that he stole that from a different Digimon. That, like, you know how I mentioned about Tortuga, that, you know, it looks like a sea turtle and stuff. There's a Digimon out there that instead of the flippers that it normally has, it's like metal blades, and the face of the sea turtle is like yellow and pink, and it has the same exact shell as Zudomon, because it's supposed to be implied that at some point in the course of Zudomon's lifetime, he killed this Digimon and took his shell for his own, which is why Ikakumon, when he digivolves, has this shell. I don't know when the fuck this happens, but I guess that's like the hidden lore. And it doesn't make sense, because we got 530. No, it doesn't make sense because if you think about it, like, you know, like when Gabumon has the pelt, That's after the baby part. Like the baby Sunomon digivolves to Gabumon, and then he just has the pelt already. So like, where in that evolution did he get the pelt from? And then like when he's from Gabumon to Garurumon, like at what point there's like, oh well, he has different data, so then it becomes the pelt. It's like, well, you were basically like already converted into that, already having the pelt. You didn't get that. That was within your next evolution anyway. So that's where I'm going with this, with the Kakumon and Pseudomon. Like, you just appeared with the shell. It's not like you killed it and it's like, okay, now it's mine, and then he digivolves. Like, that's the confusing part for me. I don't know if you guys know what I'm talking about. I'm just trying to level out the playing field for people that doesn't know about Digimon. But yeah, that's basically it for that. 531. I mean, hopefully we do some good strides. I really just want to find this Retro Eevee at this point. It's gonna be hard. It's gonna be hard for sure. But yeah. Whatchamacallit though. So the next one is the Crest of Hope with TK. And he has a Patamon. Now, I never really know how to describe Patamon. I kind of always saw him as a hamster with wings, kind of. But I'm sure you guys seen Patamon before. He has orange and a white underbelly. He has wings on top of his head, and he goes on fours. And he has green eyes. Patamon digivolves into Angemon, which is like, you know, just imagine an angel wearing blue on the, you know, on the lower part of his body, and he has like 6 wings, and he has like a whole mask that's like silver, and he's holding like a golden staff, and he's a very strong champion form Digimon as such. And yeah, I don't know, I always thought of him as really strong. Not as strong as, like, you know, if he takes on ultimates and stuff, but with the Crest of Light, or the Crest of Hope, he becomes Magna Angemon, which is like, in the anime is, spoiler alert, I guess I should say spoiler a long time ago, but literally in the first adventure anime, like, Magna Angemon was like introduced last, you know, as this big thing to defeat the big bad, and then like the next section happened with all the final stuff, because there was no further evolutions beyond that until the movies. So I don't know, I always thought it like him being a more powerful ultimate, because even the Megas couldn't kill like Piedmon, because that was the Digimon he was killing. But he does the Digivolve further, as we got her, like, I hella lost count, bro. I don't even know. I'm just gonna say 13 or 14. Shit. I wanted to say 19. I really don't know, bruh. Let's see. What was I gonna say? Shit. He does Digivolve further, and he does have a different Digivolution, and especially in the 2020, I know that he has counterparts. He could Digivolve into 2 different things. One of them is Seraphimon, which is my more favorite of his branching evolutions. And keep in mind, with all these Digimon, they could Digivolve into other things and such like that. Seraphimon is really hard to explain what he looks like. His coloration is like gray, blue, yellow, and white. Completely armored. A completely armored angel. He has like 6 to 8 wings, like that's all yellow. And he looks like a badass for sure. He has like a star on his head, on his faceplate, I should say. And he's a very powerful Digimon, and he's one of the Holy Trinity that watches over the Digimon world, usually. And that's for the most part, you know, with that whole thing. There is a different counterpart. I don't remember the Digimon's name. I think it starts with an S. But basically he digivolves into like a yellow dragon genie of some sort. He's mostly yellow and white, and he kind of has like a tail that kind of spirals around as he like floats in the air. Yeah, I don't know. He's kind of the less user one, because Seraphimon, you'll actually see him plenty of times in other animes pertaining to Digimon. So yeah, he got pretty good use, I would say. But yeah, I mean, that's the Crest of Hope. Now the Crest of Light, pretty much, is Kari, who has Gatomon. And to explain Gatomon, because you're gonna be highly confused, and this is where Digimon gets weird pretty easily. Because what they do and what they call it, you know, there's the egg form, baby, then baby 2, then rookie. That's where I keep starting off with like Agumon, Gabumon, and shit like that. Gatomon's a champion, and that's Greymon level. Like you know, Garurumon's champion, Angemon is champion. Because Gatomon has a form beforehand that's a rookie, but she never goes to that form often. 532. Because, yeah, it's Salamon, I think it is. And it's a puppy that turns into a cat. And this cat, for Gatomon, is champion level, like I said. And with the Crest of Light, she becomes Angewomon, which you would think would be a champion because... honestly, Angemon and Angewomon are pretty equal in power, and like there's some times where Angewomon does look like the more useful one, but I'm pretty sure they're both equal in power, because she has like light arrows or whatnot that is important to the prophecy. But for the most part, yeah, Angewomon looks just basically a woman version of Angemon. That's just as simple as that. She has more pink and yellow, does not wear the blue on the underside. And yeah, still has the metal helmet. You know, full-on woman, blonde. And yeah, that's for the most part. Now, Angewomon, that's being the ultimate level, also branches off, as do other Digimon, but like, I'm talking about anime-wise. She will digivolve into Ophanimon, that basically looks like Angewomon, but like with a lot more armor, similar to Seraphimon. Same type of color scheme, you know, gray, yellow, white, blue, and that's for the most part. You can still kind of see her face, but she is very powerful Digimon. She is part of the Holy Trinity along with Seraphimon, and yeah, she's very powerful. And there is another branch that, like, you know, it's like a pink dragon. Like if you ever seen Turbo Man, like in Jingle All the Way in the movie, she basically looks like Booster, except it was a surfing type of dragon with arms, because it's like one of those dragons that has like a whole tail as his body. But yeah, Magnadramon is the name. At least I think so. And it has black horns, and yeah, it's mostly pink and white for the most part. Let's see. Ice Fang. And Magnadramon, I don't see her too often, I would say. But she is used quite a bit in like the games, I would say. As we get another one. 533. So yeah, that's for the most part. Also, I've been standing pretty much the whole time I was explaining about Digimon. I don't know, I just felt like standing, I guess. I need a heal. Okay, let's do that. Let's heal quite a bit, okay? We'll do that right now, okay? I still went to the Pokemon Center, man. That's crazy. I've been here for 3.5 hours, not promoting shit since like I got 500. That was like 15 to 30 minutes in. So it's been basically 3 hours of no promotion. Whatchamacallit? Pretty much, well, I don't know where to go from here. There is like, I don't recall if it was. It might have been in Gen 2 or some shit. And I also refer to them as generations. I don't know if the Digimon community does, because like I don't know. I always, for me personally, I do generations in my head. But in the movies and in the Pokemon Tri, there's another cat that I don't remember the name of very well. I think it starts with the M. You know, and just to point out, as a reference again, if you didn't realize it, you know, to reiterate, when it comes to Salamon, to Gatomon, to Angelomon, to Magnadramon, as an example, to the level of Digimon of their idea of what an evolution looks like. It is a puppy that digivolves into a cat, that digivolves into an angel lady, that digivolves into a dragon dog. So yeah. And before that puppy was just a little cat head. So, you know, just to give you, you know, some semblance to understand that Digimon don't care if it doesn't make sense. They'll make it work. Because that's how they do things. So yeah. But this Digimon that I'm trying to think of the name, I'm pretty sure if I just saw the name I would remember it. But it's basically a yellow cat, you know, white underbelly, green eyes, but the eyes look very sharp, for sure. Doesn't have a crest, but digivolves multiple times. I don't know, it's just a Tri-movie exclusive. I would go more further into that, but that one really is spoilers, because these Tri-movies are actually good to watch, for sure. And I would suggest you just watch the entirety of the Digimon series. But to watch the Tri-movie, you definitely have to watch, I would say, the first 2 generations. Yeah, then you're clear to watch the Tri-series. But basically the whole evolution line, you know, it's a cat lady that, you know, is more refined and different accessories on it throughout all the evolutions. It's basically, to sum it up, they're pretty straightforward. Gen 2, like, it takes me a very long time to, or going by gen through gen, but we start with Davis, who is like a soccer player that wears goggles. You're gonna see that as a trend for all these main characters, because Tai, I didn't mention, he's, you know, the main guy that wears goggles. That's just Digimon thing, you know, somebody's always the goggle head that has this stuff. Oh, I might as well sit down on the chair again. That's just how they do things. But he has a starter Digimon who's supposed to be the Agumon equivalent. His name is Veemon, who, the best way to describe him is like a blue lizard rhino, a little bit, just a tiny bit. The only reason I say rhino is because on the tip of his nose he has a little tiny horn. Just one little tiny horn on it. But the rest of it just looks more lizard-like, a tiny bit. He kind of reminds me of Stitch, in a way, a little bit. But a lot of people really like Veemon because he has like one of the best taken care of evolution lines, I would say. To explain what happens on the anime for context, there's a Digimon Emperor that took over the digital world, and he set up something called Black Towers that makes the Digimon not be able to digivolve to, you know, attack back while he's taking over the whole place. And there's also other Digimon in his possession that are covered in black rings that, you know, will listen to his every order, basically. And so what they did to make it possible to digivolve is to use an accessory like a Digi-Armor egg to just, you know, bypass that, because, you know, since Digimon can't digivolve, they could just instead change forms into something else. And I like the armored forms a lot. So Veemon finds the Digi Egg of Armor that is of Courage. That'll digivolve him into Flame Dramon, which, you know how like in a car there's like, you know, red paint and then there's like fire in the underside? That's basically what the fire egg looks like with the horn on top. And basically Flame Dramon is what it digivolves into, and he's basically like a taller, lankier Veemon, but with the little bits of part of it, the egg, like on his face with the little metal blade for his horn, and you know, some accessories on his arms that makes it shoot out fire, a little bit on his legs, and a little chest plate. Pretty much. It's really hard to describe Digimon. I don't even know why I did this, but yeah, that's one of them. Eventually, fucker, man, I swear with this. Fucking, come on, come on, get out of here. Get out of here, dude. But yeah, for the most part, over the course, I don't think they needed the other... Well, I mean, I think the Black Towers was still a thing, but later in the course of many episodes, Veemon did find another Digi-Egg along with Davis, which is the, you know, the armor of friendship pretty much. And the way it looked, I don't know how to describe it. It looked like a remote control. The colors was like black, yellow, and blue, and it had like almost like a metal zipper that was like gold, and it looked pretty cool. And to use that armor egg, it digivolves the Veemon into Raidramon, which it gets Veemon into all fours as we get another Eevee. And he's wearing the black armor throughout, from his head all the way to his torso, pretty much. Oh, I thought that said 0. I'm like, how the fuck did I use it anyway? 534. So, yeah, I don't know. And he's really cool. And he also has like a little... I think on the egg it did have like a little thunder horn on it. Thunder shaped horn, similar to how like the fire egg had like just like a blade on it. But that thunder horn's on top of his head. And yeah, Veemon's in all fours doing this, and he looks pretty cool. He looks similar to Garurumon in a way. And he's appealing too because of the fact that he's blue and all that. I'm pretty sure he would have been appealing regardless of what color he is, as long as he's not too bland. But I think I don't know, like a lot of these are really, really cool. And there's multiple other armor eggs that Veemon could have been accessible to, but those are the two in the main anime that, you know, he uses and such. But yeah, that's for the most part. Let's go with another Ice Fang. I ran out finally. We got 7 more crunches to go. Alright. Okay, let's go ahead and do it. 535. I mean, really hope that we do get lucky though, because I would like to run into one today. I thought I was going to be finished within the hour, believe it or not. And I had like somewhat backup plans, a little bit. Because I was kind of more so thinking maybe I should go over to the Haunter place to keep on grinding there, along with getting Pokéeggs until I get, like, you know, the update. But yeah, I don't know. Whatchamacallit though? I'm trying to think. Yeah, so eventually when... Okay, well, first off, towards the end of the Emperor's reign, let's just put it that way, they found the Digimon, the Digi-Egg of Miracles, which is a very broken egg because it gets them immediately to the Mega level, and it's a lot of people's favorite, you know, Veemon evolution. One of the few, at least. because it gets Veemon similar body style to Flame Dramon, except he has gold blocky armor. I mean, he still looks pretty different from Flame Dramon because, you know, like there's certain parts of it that's extra bulky than usual. But he's a very broken Digimon for sure. Pretty much all the armor is the similar places to Flame Dramon, but he still looks different enough where like people don't go like, oh, he's just a gold Flame Dramon. And he doesn't have a horn either. But yeah, that's Magnamon, I'm pretty sure was his name. Or no, maybe it's Magnaveemon. Something like that. Eventually, when the Emperor's reign was over, he was able to digivolve normally, and he digivolves into X-Veemon, which looks a little bit more bulkier and bigger than a Flame Dramon body type or something. You know, bigger fist as well, and he has white wings, and his mouth kind of protrudes out like a dragon with a horn on top of his nose. And yeah, X-Veemon's pretty cool, and I think he had like a little tattoo X on it along with the V, or unless it just turns into it when he attacks. But it's pretty cool, I would say. He doesn't really turn Ultimate or Mega per se in the anime, but he does go a little bit further beyond, but we'll get to that once we get to that. Pretty much the next one to talk about is Hawkmon, which is like, you know, just picture a cartoony eagle, except instead of a brown like coloration, it's red, and it has like a little Native American feather point on the back with the band, and that's basically what Hawkmon looks like. Early on in the Emperor's reign, they found like the Digi-Egg of Love and everything, and when he digivolves into Halsamon, Hawkmon gets on all fours, so he kind of looks like a griffin almost, with the egg looking like basically it has like a heart on it. Fucking come on, dude. This fucking pain in the ass Halucha. Shit. Oh, this is gonna suck. You know what, bruh? Nah, I'm not doing this shit. We're going to you. Just don't hit. You could do that all you want. I'm gonna do this right quick. No, not that. I'm gonna do this right quick. Fuck out of here. Fuck out of here with that shit. I almost clicked on the clicker. I don't know, maybe because I defeated the Pokemon. Okay. But the thing is, the egg looks like basically, it almost looks like a trophy. It's like a solid white trophy that has like little wings outside of it, almost like a cup shape, and it has like the heart symbol on it. And that's pretty much what the egg looks like. But Halsamon has that egg throughout his whole face, where it's like practically a helmet with the wings much bigger outside of it, and it's all the same material of it. It's like almost plasticky metal, and it has the heart symbol on top. The interesting part about Halsamon and the Digi-Egg of Love, pretty much, I don't know where, it's somewhere in the reference book that like if Veemon ends up with the Digi-Egg of Love or whatever, that it turns into something called Cephmon, which basically looks like Halsamon except red and green. It looks more vile, and essentially it's like not meant to, you know, be a combination, because it's gonna be like the incarnation of hate. It's gonna be the opposite of love. So that's the interesting part. And I don't think that Cephmon could fly either. So I don't know, I just wanted to point that out. These Haluchas are so fucking annoying, dude. Like, for real. Like, fuck off. Eventually, with the Emperor's reign, they found another egg, which is the Egg of Sincerity, which is very interesting because the Sincerity egg basically looks like almost like a grass bud with ninja stars on top of it and a lot bigger one below it. So that's the interesting part about it. And this is like the first digi egg that isn't really armor per se. Like, you can see the egg and stuff, but like what Hawkmon turns into with this is like just a straight up ninja that has like vines that could shoot out like its legs pretty much, that has like ninja stars on it. The coloration, I'm not even sure how to describe it because it's not really yellow, it's like a beige, along with green and stuff. And yeah, I don't know how else to describe it better than that. You don't really see bird elements within. I think its name is Shurimon, I could be wrong, but yeah, like within his ninja mask is you just see a silhouette with yellow dots for his eyes. So it's not like the most profound. He still has like the headband of Hawkmon where it has like the little feather point, but that might be like close to a Native American reference still pertaining to the ninja. So it doesn't really make sense, but he's really strong and fast and such. But besides that, after the Emperor's rank is over, when you know Hawkmon could digivolve normally, he digivolves into Aquilamon, which is a much bigger Hawkmon. Like, just imagine a big ass eagle with the same coloration of white and red, and you know, yellow beak and yellow talons, similar to Hawkmon. Except instead of the headband, he just has two black horns, you know, just like pretty much up there like the devil almost. And that's basically what Aquilamon looks like. It's just a big ass bird with two horns. Let's see. I guess from there we stop because there's still no ultimate and megas per se. But we'll get to that. We'll get to that. The next one is Armadillomon, which is looking like a yellow and golden armadillo. Nothing really further than that. Well, I mean, the baby Digimon before it has like certain ears on it that has like 3 and then 3 like little things, and it kind of shows that with Armadillomon would be the main difference compared to a regular armadillo. But I don't know, it's just a notable feature I noticed. So that's cool enough, I would say. As we got ourselves 537. But yeah, we got 2 more crunches, by the way, before we do the promotional break, I guess. I guess that's something I should have called it a long time ago. But Armadillomon ends up finding the Digi Egg of Knowledge, which is like a yellow and purple brick that has like a tiny drill on top. And with this, he becomes Digmon, which is like a yellow beetle with like horns from his like mouth area, and like all his nails are basically drills. Well, I should mention that the nose is also a drill, and I think he can fly, I don't remember, but he walks on 2 legs because the Armadillomon has 4 legs that it walks on. But Digmon's pretty cool, and for some reason I can't see a lot of Armadillomon in it because it has the same colorations, yellow and purple. I mean, Armadillomon doesn't have purple, but that's for the most part. But yeah, I always like them because like Digmon has like bug features as well, as opposed to the Armaldo being a mammal or you know, marsupial or whatever the fuck he's considered. Eventually they find the Digi Egg of Reliability, which basically turns, well, basically the Egg of Reliability just looks like basically a submarine almost, with the reliability symbol on it. Like it's in a trophy shape like one basically. But yeah, that basically digivolves Armadillomon into a Samaramon, which, like I said, is basically a submarine with the metal nose. Kind of almost looks similar to Digimon if he was just a boat, and the coloration is like white and purple and blue a little bit. And for some reason, he still has the yellow ears. Digimon didn't have the yellow ears, but he didn't really need them. But Samaramon has it, so that's the interesting part. Eventually, when the Emperor's egg rule is over, or the Digimon rule is over, he's able to digivolve into Ankylomon, I think is what it's called, which looks like a bigger Armadillomon, except it's like based on the Ankylosaurus. So Armadillomon's face, it's more rounded and has horns, and just like Ankylosaurus, you know, the way his shells protrude and like has spikes all over, and he has like a very armed tail. That's basically what it looks like, and he's on all fours yet again, is how I should describe it. And yeah, I mean, there's no ultimate or megas pertain to it. I mean, I know that all of these can, it's just in the anime they didn't. And there's a reason for that. Now, you guys might not be prepared for this if you didn't watch the anime, but TK is back with his Patamon. Because the thing about TK is he was like 10 years old or 8 or 6 or some shit, and now he grew up to be like this 13-year-old boy, and so he's much older, and he has Patamon again, who like can't digivolve into Angemon because of the Black Spires. So he eventually finds the Digi-Egg of Hope, which does belong to him anyway, and you know, in the 2020 Digimon, he could have digivolved to this even without the egg, because these armors just make it so you do get to that point, but like there's still a chance of you turning into him anyway. He digivolves into Pegasusmon, which is basically an orange horse that has like cream color hair, that has basically like bronze orangey armor, which is what the egg looks like. It's more rounded, and it has like, you know, the hair just cream colored with ears, and has the hope symbol. And you know, it's exactly what you could picture. It's just a Pegasus, it has wings, you know. So it's interesting that they make them go like this. Did we run out of crunches, by the way, or do we have one more? You have one more. Okay, well let's try to make it count. One more Eevee, and then we'll do the promotional break. And we basically got like 3 hours? Basically 3 hours left to find this retro Eevee. I did not think we were gonna still be searching. But here we are. Hopefully we find it today. I really hope it's not that I need the vintage text. That'd be so fucking annoying. Like dead ass, that'd be so annoying. So the thing is with Pegasusmon, he coincides with the different Digimon, but after the Black Spire rule was over, like he didn't find any more Digimon eggs. But when he gets to Angemon again, because he does go reacquaint himself with that, Angemon could actually DNA digivolve, which means fusion, along with Ankylomon. And Angemon and Ankylomon, when they fuse together, they become oh, I forgot the name. I used to know it. I think it's like, I don't remember. But basically they combine and turn into this, like, I don't know how to describe it the best, but it's like an Asian doll, like a statue that's supposed to be angel based in a way. Like, just imagine Baltoy if it has like a whole body type, you know, similar to a human but not really, that has angel wings, as we got 539. And now we get to go to the Pokemon Center, as the game kind of slightly lags, but it's all good. Um, let's see here. But yeah, it's like a clay doll type of situation. That's what it reminds me of, and it's not the best design because you could easily make Angemon and Ankylomon like a, you know, an intense warrior, because, you know, with the armored that Ankylomon has, would have been crazy for sure. Okay, let's go. I'll just do a retweet. Yeah, a retweet quote for now. Let's put our we pass 500 now to find the vintage. Oops, I put vintage Eevee out in the wild. Stop by and join. Stop by and join. I'll do that, and then we'll do hashtag Pokemon, hashtag Xenoverse, hashtag Eevee yet again. Fuck it. That's gonna have to do. Let me also look through Reddit right quick just to see if there's any replies there. Doesn't seem like there is. Okay, let me look through. This is a whole different page, isn't it? Yeah. Made the DLC with the Burning Passion. That's not even the same fucking page. It's Universal Guide. I mean, if it doesn't work out this week, I'll probably post it on the other one. Shit. Okay. No messages though, that's all good. Okay, let me just look at the messages within my phone, even though it's a bit out of the way to look at it. Oh, the other pack's available. As we got 82%. Interesting. We could stop after Gen 2 and then do it. Hold on, let me just check my messages anyway at the moment. Wait, messages. This fucking number does not leave me alone, bro. Like, fucking... They keep messaging me. Let's see here. Let's wait for the messages to pop up. Come on, messages. Okay, nothing there. Let's check this one. Nothing there. What about this one? Nothing here, seems. This one's gonna take a while to load as always. This one always takes a while to load. Okay. Not that. What about this one? Cycling through all these always takes a while. Okay, that. Alright, last one. Or maybe not, I'm not sure yet. It might as well be the last one. I really doubt there's messages on the other one. Come on. This page always takes a while. Come on, page. There we go. And there ain't shit. Okay. Well, it's good that I check either way. Alright, now let's go back to where we were at. Let's go continue. So we reset our entire moves, and that took like a good ass 3 hours. So yeah, unless there's gonna be a lot of haluchas and imposter Eevees distracting the way, then yeah. Let me just finish up Gen 2 and then we'll open up the pack and such. And then after that we could read the rivals, and maybe some other time I'll talk about the rest of the Digimon generations for subjects to talk about. But yeah, I forgot what that Digimon was called with the fusion, but it's cool that they DNA Digivolve. I can't believe I forgot the name, but yeah. Along with TK though, there's Kari. She came back and she's about the same age as TK, as they go to the same like middle school or high school or whatever the fuck they go to. It's probably high school. Because Gatomon came back, but to explain Gatomon, because you know there's no Digivolutions, her tail ring has gone missing after the attack of the Emperor. So her tail ring, because it was removed, makes her power resort to being similar to a rookie level, which, like, I don't know, I think they just should have made Gatomon rookie from the start, because yeah, she's very agile and she was taken on like Greymon and like Garurumon in the past and shit like that. But I don't know, it just feels weird that they made her a champion. But that's how she stayed as a Gatomon for the rest of the time. But she couldn't Digivolve into Angelomon. But they found the Digi-Egg of Light on this around the same time, like right next to the Digi-Egg of Hope, believe it or not. And this one looks like basically an Egyptian statue that has like a little, almost like a sphinx, similar look with like the wings going around the egg part, and you can see the feet poking out with the light symbol on it. And basically this Digivolves Gatomon into Nefertimon, which is interesting enough. Like, she'll be on all fours, and her whole head is covered with like a statue of this Egyptian lady that I don't know what Nefertiti is supposed to be described as, but she has wings and stuff. And a lot of Nefertimon and Pegasusmon, they like to fight along with each other because their dynamic's pretty good, that they use like this like lasso of hope and light or some shit like that. So, you know, that's for the most part when it comes to that. And that is 540. Alright. And when it comes to that, after the rule of the Emperor is over, and like, I don't know why TK and Kari only found 1 eggs when everybody else found 2. But Angelomon actually, oh no, not Angelomon. She does appear occasionally, but Gatomon and Anquilamon does DNA Digivolve, and I think they become a Digimon called Sophimon, which this is going to be extremely hard to explain, but it's basically a cat-bird lady that isn't much taller than Anquilomon, or Anquilamon I should say, because it's a lot smaller than Anquilamon. It looks like a little girl that has bird feet with cat torso and claws, and has like a little visor across her face. The coloration mostly white with the red, you know, Mr. Tumnus legs, but you know, they're bird legs pretty much that are red. I don't think she had talons though, I don't remember. She might have, but she moves pretty fast, and she has short hair and like a little bit of sharp teeth, because it's almost like a bare face. It's really weird to describe, but I like her a lot better than the Anquilomon and Angemon Digivolution, like the fusion. Another thing to describe is basically Wormmon, because this is Ken's Digimon. Basically Wormmon is exactly what you think. It's a worm that like has like cute eyes and everything. It's a green worm-like thing with like antennas that's drooping off like ears almost, purple mouth that opens side to side. But yeah, he's really cool, and I don't know, I like him because he's like this droopy minion. But there was no Digi-Egg association with Wormmon whatsoever, which is strange enough. But he does Digivolve because this is after the Digimon Emperor's takeover. That once his arc was over with, Wormmon Digivolves into Stingmon, which is like a Kamen Rider type of look, where he's all in green armor, he has a green mask, but he has for some reason orange hair, and he has wings stuck out, as this is like, I don't even know, the 20th Bremen. I don't even know, bruh. I don't even know. But yeah, Stingmon's pretty cool because he has like this arm attack that has a horn on it that protrudes out every now and then. And actually he has a DNA fusion along with XVmon that I don't know how I'm forgetting the name. I almost had it in my head and I don't remember it for the life of me. I should know it, but I don't remember it. I don't remember it. As we got 541. Incredible. Oh, that's another Eevee's here. Perfect. I mean, not exactly perfect, but if it boosts my odds, I guess, to make it more likely for me to get the retro Eevee, the better. I'm just saying. It only makes sense. But we are level 50, trying to learn Screech. I'm going to pass on Screech, thank you. But let's go 542. Alright, cool. Level 50. We raised 2 more levels. We'll stop training Shiny Feraligatr. Actually, I'm being stupid about this. I really should be training Starscream. Yeah, I think I should do that. It's gonna take me a lot longer though, because you're already level 41 and the Lucky Egg does help Jalapeno. Okay, how about this? I will use Tuxedo Mask for the first time, and I fucking hate Tuxedo Mask in the whole series of Sailor Moon. He's only been helpful twice out of 3 fucking seasons I've seen this fool in. And that's not a good record at all. Can I just go to it? There you go. Lucky Egg. We'll do it. It wasn't until much later I realized about it. Let's go with the scope lens. There we go. And we'll train with Tuxedo Mask, get her to level 52 or some shit, unless Jalapeno gets level 48 on time, where that's a decent enough level where I could trust Jalapeno. I mean, he doesn't have to be at that level, but I want him to take care of himself. Let's see. I'm trying to come up with which moves I could do. I guess all 3 of these and not the other ones? I don't know, I'm just getting familiar with it. Because this is the debut of Tuxedo Mask. Because for some reason, I didn't use them in the past 2 episodes when I actually had it in the team. So it's kind of sad that this is the debut, but I need some training on Tuxedo Mask. I mean, I don't have to, because where I'm at, I could take on the gym no problem. But, you know, while I'm doing this and such. Let's see here. Hopefully I'm... Okay, I better say, if I was muted the whole time, because I had to check my mic just now, that would have been not only funny, but stupid at the same time, because I've been talking for 4 fucking hours, and if none of the words went across, then I don't know, bruh. I just don't know. But yeah, I think the fusion is called Pyildramon. I could be wrong about that. But to describe him, shit, I don't know how to describe him. He's like a, instead of Magnavimon or Magnamon, whatever the fuck, I forgot the name of it. But he's a bit of a taller and bigger body frame than Magnavimon. But the armor is combined with Stingmon's, but with different coloration. So instead of just black and green, he also has a little bit of red, along with his blue skin tone being the main frame of his body. And he also has like guns strapped to his waist that he could just whip out and then like grab them, like if he was grabbing like a bicep, I don't know, like a dumbbell, I guess. So yeah, and he actually changes modes and goes a little bit further beyond, where he becomes like this dragon that goes on all fours, and he has white hair for some reason. And the dragon looks pretty crazy, and the mask predominantly looks red and is like more protruded out, and he has a lot bigger nails, and he's actually pretty gigantic, to a point where like there's multiple children could just stand inside the little glass chamber similar to Mega Kabuterimon, but Pyildramon is so much bigger. Because the Mega Kabuterimon, the most I seen was Eevee inside, and Eevee's like the smallest child, compared to Pyildramon that could just hold all these children in there. There is also a Paladin mode that happens in the movie that makes them all white as a different form. I'm pretty sure, I feel like I'm missing a form, but basically that's what it is. It goes a little bit further beyond and such. Plus Ultra. I said that in the Darth Vader video to the AI. That shit was hella funny. But yeah, those are all the main characters. There was a few that had like a one-off showing. Like Mimi had an episode when she had a friend that was American or some shit, that had this dude have a Betamon, which is like almost like a little, it's supposed to be a tadpole, at the same time not really. It's like combined with like a frog or a lizard or some shit. It's mostly green, and it has like a fin on top, like a mohawk almost, and it has like red markings. And that digivolves into Seadramon, which you see pretty early on in the Avenger series. It's literally like a sea serpent, yellow head, and has like a blue snake-like tail, and it has like a little bit of fins outside of his ear area. And I don't know, he's pretty cool. I don't remember if he digivolves further than that. I think it just stops at Seadramon, because they showed this character, I think his name was like Michael, pretty early on. In the movie, though, however, there was this dude named Willis, who had a Terriermon, which will be in Generation 3. But in this movie, they explained that this is like one of the very few people that has, or actually he is like the only person that has two Digimon, because the Digi-Egg that he received is double yoked, like quite literally. So he has like two Digimon at the same time. So they grew up, and there's like Lopmon and Terriermon, which is the name I was trying to remember for the longest time, but I just outright said it just now. But Terriermon is basically a dog bunny rabbit. That's what I like to call it, even though he's mostly dog. Just picture a dog standing up, yellow and green, green markings a little bit, and for the ears it just droops all the way down like a rabbit, and he has like a horn on top. Lopmon looks almost exactly the same of it, just different colors. instead of the main yellow cream colored body is like brown, and instead of the green stripes and, you know, for his other colors is pink. You know, she almost looked like a fucking chocolate strawberry like snack, pretty much. Almost like a fucking delight or whatever it's called. But in the movie, Lotman becomes evil and corrupted, turns into Wendigo-mon, who is like this beastly Wendigo that looks very, very creepy. Almost looks like a weird, off-worldly gorilla in a way, combined with like a goat or some type of demon or some shit, I'm not really sure. That digivolves into Anthlomon? No, it's not that. I forgot the name. But it becomes like a really tall rabbit that's very slender and looks like it could kick your ass pretty easily. And that one digivolves into Cherubimon, or like the vice form of it, which I don't even know how to describe this one. He reminds me of this character from Lilo and Stitch that looks like the killer whale. It has his face, and he's still kind of a rabbit, but he's like a full-on demon. And he's mostly blue and like a very dark blue and black and all that stuff. He's a very powerful Digimon, and he's mostly the main antagonist in Generation 3, I would say, as a head spoiler alert, I guess. Or no, not Generation 3, Generation 4. And, you know, eventually when this happens, what happens with Terriermon, the yellow and green one, he's the only one with Willis at the moment. Like, he digivolves like one time, and he like becomes I'm forgetting the name again. I think it's like, it starts with a G. Fuck, I don't remember. I hate when I don't remember these. But it's just a bigger, fatter rabbit that's green on the top of his head, and the rest is yellow cream colored, and he has like a fucking Tommy gun, essentially a minigun on his hands, and he has bullets around it, and he wears jeans for some reason. But that's as far as it goes for that. Eventually they find the Egg of Destiny, I think it is, which is similar to the Egg of Miracles, and this is the only other time that Davis used the Egg of Miracles for Vmon, because Magna Vmon comes out, or Magnamon, or whatever the fuck. I think it's just Magnamon. But the Golden Egg of Destiny digivolves Terriermon. So as a reminder, these golden eggs digivolve them straight to Mega form. So this one digivolves him into Rapidmon, gold pretty much. And the awkward thing about Rapidmon and that he's gold form, it doesn't make sense, because the regular Terriermon with Rapidmon, his regular form would be mostly in his ultimate form, which is the level below Mega. So it doesn't make sense, as this is our first one against an Eevee along with Tuxedo Mask. So that's interesting. So let's just go ahead and do it. As we got ourselves 543. Wait, hold up. Oh, never mind. I thought I saw one. Alright, let's just continue. Whatchamacallit though? No, but yeah, it doesn't make sense, because Rapidmon is the level below. It's like going to Mega Evolution with Agumon and just having like a golden metal Greymon. It's like, why wouldn't you make a different War Greymon instead of the other one? It's kind of that situation. And the way Rapidmon looks is basically a rabbit that has like a weird rounded belly, but throughout his belly torso is his face and his ears. They're all metal. The regular Rapidmon is all green, with the cream colored body still, and he has like some like armor on his hands as well to shoot out, and he flies around like a jet. That's his regular form, is being green. And just picture instead of the green this time when it comes to the Golden Egg of Destiny, and it's just all gold with like red tips, I think. I think the Rapidmon regular one does have red tips as well. So of course, with all this being spoilers, of course, with Magnamon and Rapidmon Gold attacking Cherubimon Vice, it eventually turns good again, and it turns into basically the Cherubimon regular mode, which is kind of the, I don't know, I like Cherubimon Vice so much better, but the nice one I think is Cherubimon Virtue. It's a pink version of it with the very smiley face that looks peaceful and all that, and has golden rings all around it. Yeah, don't like it. I don't know. I'm just not a fan of it. I think Cherubimon's always meant to be evil, but that's just my opinion on it. But those are the extra Digimon. Throughout the series, though, of course, with like Digimon 02, Generation 2, there is an arc that they go all around the world and they meet other Digidestined that are other Digimon, but they're not as important, to be honest with you. They don't really put too much spotlight into it. There's like a few of them that barely Digivolve and all that stuff, but I'm not gonna go through all of them. I'm just gonna go through the main ones because those are the ones that you mostly need to look at, I would say. So yeah, that's for the most part. So that's basically the first two generations. So now we could open the pack. So let me just sit upright and then I'll go ahead and do that, because we can unplug the phone now. It's gonna survive the next 3 hours. Last time I checked it was 86%, and now it's at 96% as somebody messaged me. So let me just take a look at that. I'll multitask while I do this. So let's go take a look, and then we'll open the pack very soon. I said I was gonna multitask, but that took all my concentration. I'm sorry. The person typed to me in Spanish and I had to think. I wasn't prepared for it. Okay. That's 21st Bremen, I don't know. Fuck Bremens at this point. Unless he's shiny, then, you know, by all means. Unless he's shiny, of course. I'm gonna end up finding this whole route, every single shiny before all the Pokemon I need, right? That's what's gonna happen. Sorry, just drinking the soda. The problem with my method when it comes to Jalapeno, right? The problem is that if he somehow dies, that's my freaking liquid just landed on my phone, that's great. Or not dies, like if he can't handle himself, because what I plan to do is like get Jalapeno leveled up to 48, then battle with him. Hold on, let me raise the volume up. Let's go pick the Lunala deck right quick. Because I want to have like other eggs available along with Lunala, so yeah, that's what I'm kind of worried about. We'll see what we could do though. Opening Lunala. Let's see here. Doesn't seem like I have any packs flipped over. I love checking every pack one at a time. I wish I had more than one hand to fucking do this in. I mean, I do, but you know what I mean. It's hard to play with one hand sometimes. Okay, pack number 3. number 4. Oh, this one's curved. Okay, cool. Okay, pack number 5. Oh, I didn't mean to pick that one! Am I able to back out? Could I back out, please? I can't back out. I chose this pack by mistake. Fuck! Oh, that was a wimpy cut too, bro. Okay, at least there's a holographic in the back. We got Growlithe. We got Dartrix. We got Alolan Grimer. We got Wishy Washy. And we got a Vikavolt, which we didn't have before, so that's good. Alright, nice. And we got something added from the Sophocles side. Alright, I mean, that wasn't too terrible. I wish I fucking looked carefully and not pressed it by accident. Alright, Celestial Guardians. Nice. Okay, let's look through Lyra's entry, though. The other person continued to message me, but I'll do that later. I'm end up forgetting, aren't I? Halucha, welcome back, sir. Can we get the Eevees out? Don't tell me. Do not tell me. Don't tell me. No. I might as well message them back. Fuck it. Yeah, do that. That was a lot of experience shared. But yeah, I think I'm gonna do Lyra next because that's probably for the best. I don't know how many battles they do. I feel like it's like 1 or 2 and you might multi-battle or some shit like that. Possibly. It's gonna be very hard to multitask to text with this person that's typing to me in Spanish. Because if it isn't evident enough when it comes to me typing the names in for like these Eevees, I don't type in Spanish. I can speak Spanish, I can't type in Spanish. That's a whole different story. Okay. Luckily I could type this pretty fast. Hold on, so let's go like that. Alright, my bad. That took longer than I thought. It's because I fucked up typing. Okay, so where was I? I think I'm here. Okay, there we go. There's the Google page. It's because I had a lot of tabs open. Alright, so the silver page is open. Let's open the related articles. Hopefully Tuxedo Mask let me go. Let's click on Lyra. And I guess the male counterpart, Ethan, as well, is initiated in this. But we'll start with Lyra because, you know, I mean, I guess we end up like looking through all the characters anyway, and we didn't look at Green necessarily, but we'll do that soon, I'm sure. I don't remember if Chase and Elaine interacts. Those are the main characters in Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee. Alright, Lyra is the female player character in Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver. Her male counterpart is Ethan. She replaces Chris from Pokemon Crystal. I don't want to say replace. Like, if anything, in the manga, they have similar hairstyles, and they just made Crystal Lyra. They don't refer to her as Lyra, though. They just call her Crystal. But, yeah, when it comes to the games, sure, but, like, I don't know. Maybe her natural hair color was brown and she dyed it blue, for all you know. Because we got another one of these. remains. Okay. In the core series, as the protagonist, Lyra's journey as a trader begins with Professor Elm asks her to run an errand for Mr. Pokemon who lives north of Cherry Grove City because she may encounter dangerous wild Pokemon. Along the way, Elm gives her a choice between 3 Pokemon for protection: Cyndaquil, Totodile, or Chikorita. For a second, I thought that was a shiny. Lyra meets a strange boy by the same age as her, watching Elm's labs outside. When she tries to talk to him, the boy abruptly shoves her away. The boy, Silver, will become Lyra's rival, analogous to Blue Generation 1 and 3. Why do they keep saying analogous? I don't know. It's like the first time I ever... I don't know. 544 though. Let's see. Lyra continues onward and finally meets Mr. Pokemon and completes the errand. While there, she meets Professor Oak, who, upon realizing Lyra's bond with the new Pokemon, gives her a Pokédex. On her way back home, Lyra again meets Silver, who has stolen one of Elm's remaining Pokemon. After defeating the boy in battle, she learns his name from his dropped trainer card and relays it to the police in New Bark Town. Professor M allows Lyra to keep the Pokemon she chose earlier and encourages her to compete in the Johto League. From there, Lyra begins on a Pokemon journey in the Johto region, facing off against its 8 gym leaders, defeating and disbanding revived Team Rocket, and becoming the Pokemon League champion by defeating the Elite Four and its previous champion Lance at the Indigo Plateau. So we got another Eevee yet again. Why couldn't this many Eevees show up on Monday, bro? Where the fuck were y'all? Why did I only see 40 of you? Like, this alone, I'm at 50 at this point, and we're not even close to 530 yet. That's crazy. Where was I? Along the way, she also teaches Silver to respect Pokemon as living creatures and not just tools for battle. After being declared the Pokemon League champion, Lyra then takes short trips on ship, the SS Aqua, from Olivine City to Vermilion City and Kanto. Journeying across the region, she battles against its own set of 8 gym leaders. Upon getting permission from Professor Oak in Pallet Town, Lyra heads for Mount Silver via Route 28. Her journey comes to a close when she comes to the summit and faces the champion from Pallet Town and Pokemon trainer, Red, who has been training ever since shortly after he became Pokemon League champion 3 years prior. Huh. And, you know, this is the protagonist side of the category, so you could easily replace this with Ethan. Or Gold, if you want to call him that. Now, this is as a non-playable character section right here. If playing as Ethan, Lyra appears as an NPC in the game. When playing as Lyra, Ethan takes the place on this role instead. Lyra meets the player in New Bark Town at the start of the game. In this particular scene, she is seen with Meryl. She teaches the player how to catch Pokemon on Route 29, replacing the dude from Gold Silver Crystal. Her grandparents run the Pokemon daycare on Route 34. She also gives the player the fashion case and Goldenrod Tunnel, and the Versus Recorder on Route 31. When called from certain locations, Lyra will mention that something will happen if player takes a certain Pokemon there. And that's one way to put it. Okay, so this is the Pokemon section. Lyra uses the party to show the player how to catch Pokemon when Ethan is selected as a player character in Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver. And she using her level 5 Meryl and caught herself a red Rattata. Mentioned, when called with the Pokegear at different locations, Lyra will always will mention she owns. I didn't go to Pokemon. Lyra will mention she owns certain Pokemon, and the Pokemon that I see here is Tauros, Bulbasaur, Porygon, and Tangela. And that's it. She doesn't even fucking have. She doesn't even fucking have Pokemon. I thought she battled this fucking lady. What? I don't think there's a point in me checking Ethan, but I guess I might as the fuck well. If it says the same thing, I might just skim through it. Ethan is the main playable character in Pokemon Gold and Silver, and the male choice in Pokemon Crystal, Pokemon Heart Gold, and Soul Silver. In Crystal, his female counterpart is Chris, while in Heart Gold and Soul Silver, his female counterpart is Lyra. He's 4'11" apparently. So hold on, let me skim through this. Yeah, this is T for T, basically the same text. Yeah, this is exactly the same, except it's just Ethan instead of Lyra. Okay. Okay, as a non-playable character, Gold, Silver, Crystal. In Pokemon Crystal, if Chris is selected, then the male character, the male player character does not appear in the game, except as an opponent in the trainer house. Even when playing as Chris, the player sprite is changed to Ethan's during link battles and in the trainer house. Wow. Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver. If playing as Lyra, Ethan appears as an NPC in the game. When playing as Ethan, Lyra takes on this role instead. Ethan meets the player in New Barktown at the start of the game. He also has Meryl, teaches Dad, replaces the dude, grandparents is the daycare man. Pretty much the same. When called from certain locations, Ethan will mention that something will happen to the player. Okay, yeah. Let's see. Pokemon use this party to show the player how to catch Pokemon with Lyra. Select as player character in Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver. And he uses the Meryl, catches Rattata. Also has Tauros, Bulbasaur, Porygon, and Tangela. I don't know why you don't battle though. That's so weird to me. And so shocking. Okay. Let's click on Leaf. Let's get some substance. I know we're bouncing around here, but let's pretend that we're in 3rd gen already and we're doing Fire Red and Leaf Green, as we already should anyway. Like, you know, like just pretend Johto is going to Kanto again, but we're going to go with Leaf. There's a friend of mine that we nickname her Leaf because she's just like her, and you know, we're kind of a trio. Like, they keep calling me Blue, even though I'm more of a red guy, personally, in my opinion. Leaf is the female player character in Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green. Her male counterpart is Red. As such, she, alongside Red, is known throughout the Pokemon world as the champion from Pallet Town, as well as a living legend for her defeat of Team Rocket and Kanto during her quest. And yeah. Let me just go to the core series games, because there's a terminology section, but I don't know if I'm ready for that. Okay, and it says spoiler warning. As we got ourselves another egg, could this please be the shiny from the Shiny Ditto and Drakia? Fully, bro. It says 1 out of 50, so maybe this is also like a 65 egg thing. 32, I think. That almost looks like an actual name. 32. Alright, let's go fly. Let's go take a flight. See, the stupid thing that I'm worried about, and I really shouldn't be, is that, like, what if it gets interrupted at some point when I do find this stuff and I'm not even finished with the story that I have. Or not story, but me reading through it. Attack is up, speed is down. Wow, that's pretty gnarly. Likes to relax. Alright, and that's 32 Eevees. And now we're at the new box. 32 Eevees. Hi, I was waiting for you. Take care of it. Oh, fucking. Come on. Alright. Damn it. I think I strained my hip. It's okay, man. You'll be alright. Let's go. I don't know why. Alright, let's just keep going. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Leaf's adventure begins after Professor Oak calls her to his lab and give her a choice of Pokemon. Blue challenges Leaf to a Pokemon battle as soon as they get their Pokemon. Later, Professor Oak calls that two back, gives each of them Pokédexes, sends them on a journey to fulfill their dream of capturing every kind of Pokemon. Which they're not even a tenth of the way there, you might add, even if they did catch all of those. As we get another Eevee. Leaf travels all over Kanto, filling in the Pokédex and defeating the gym leaders. Her rival Blue constantly stays one step ahead and shows up quite a few times to impede her progress. When Leaf eventually reaches the Elite Four, as we killed another Eevee, so I might as well raise the count. 546. Where was I? When Leaf finally eventually reaches the Elite Four, she finds that Blue has beaten her to a milestone yet again and has become the Indigo League champion. Leaf defeats Blue in the final battle and becomes the champion herself. Her adventure continues even after that, with Leaf discovering new places such as the Sevii Islands. Oh, they're expanding it. I mean, I guess that makes sense. Yeah, I think okay. Anyway, Leaf's main conflict in the games, aside from Blue, is Team Rocket, an infamous group of Pokemon thieves. Leaf clashes with Team Rocket many times in her quest. She defeats a group of grunts at Mount Moon, who are attempting to steal rare Pokemon fossils, and defeats another group ahead at a bridge in Cerulean City. Leaf protects the Pokemon Tower in Mr. Fuji in Lavender Town and destroys her hold on the game corner. After she foils the plot to take over Silphco, Leaf encounters Giovanni, the leader of Team Rocket, as the final gym leader in Viridian City. Upon defeating him, Leaf stops the group world's domination plot once and for all, though a few remaining grunts, many who appeared and were defeated by Leaf on 5 Island in Generation 3. Would band together in Johto to revive the group. Optional names is a category. When starting a new game of Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green, if the player leaves the name writing screen without any written name, or with a name composed entirely of empty spaces, Professor Oak says, right, so your name is optional name with brackets, so I guess it's blank. Suggesting one of the 19 available names. There are 21 names in total, but there are 2 exclusives to Fire Red and 2 exclusive to Leaf Green. The player may answer yes to accept the suggested name, or no to return to the name writing screen. And then I see the names here is Green, Leaf, Red, Fire, Kiyomi, Satoko, Chiho, Kyoko. Oh my god, there's so many names actually. Let me not read all of these. And that's pretty much it. Interesting. I thought Leaf does fucking battle though. What the fuck? Does she fucking battle? Unless she's referred to as green in the games. That's some bullshit though. Let's see. Let's go to May next. We're at Gen 3 officially, all the way. May is the female choice for the player character in Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, and their Generation 6 remakes Omega Ruby, Alpha Sapphire. She also serves as a rival in the same games if the player chooses to play as her male counterpart, Brendan. And yeah, she is 12 years old apparently. Let's just skip the terminology section, go to character profile. If the player decides to choose May, their player character, she acts as silent protagonist like previous playable characters in the core series. Like them, she is able to make player-based decisions, with certain characters responding to different decisions given the opportunity. May will interact and form relationships with most of the other characters in the Hoenn region. She forms a friendly rivalry with her neighbor, Brendan and Wally. May can be seen as a skilled Pokemon trainer, defeating Brendan, who had previously owned a Pokemon prior to their meeting. Additionally, May is seen as helpful and friendly, teaching Wally how to capture his first Pokemon and inspiring him to become a stronger trainer. May May's known relatives as a player character include her father Norman and an unnamed mother who she lives within Little Root Town. She's neighbors with Brandon and Professor Birch. As a non-playable character though, May also appears as a non-playable character in this role. She forms a rivalry and friendship with the player. So we get another one. Let's see. May is a young girl who performs field research for her father, Professor Birch, showing a helpful side. She will occasionally... How are you not dead yet, bro? Okay, well, there we go. There's another one to add. 547. Okay. I should probably heal, huh? Yeah, let's heal before something bad happens. Okay, let's use Super Potion. And then let's use... What am I doing? I'm trying to look for citrus berries and I just realized... Okay, that's fine. Alright, where was I? May is a young girl who performs field research for her father. Wait, did the fucking advertisement shoot this shit up? What the fuck? Yeah, no, it's fine. May is a young girl who performs field research for her father, Professor Birch. Showing a helpful side, she will occasionally battle with the player in a friendly sparring, complimenting them on their skill for being a newer trainer. May often accompanies the player character, providing them with helpful information and items on their journey. In Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire, she offers the player the chance to travel with her between certain locations in the story. During the climax of the game, May appears to show worry for the player in hopes that they are safe, creating a bond with the player over the story. She is given the title of Rad Neighbor in place of her trainer class on the PokéNav. Both of May's parents appear in the video games, her father, Professor Birch, and an unnamed mother in Pokemon Emerald. She also has a younger brother who also lacks a known name. She is neighbors with the player character and their family. Let's see here. And it says role. May has the relatively the same role in all core series games she appears in. However, this role changes on if she was chosen as a player or non-playable character. In Pokemon Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire, this role is expanded upon. As the protagonist, for a moment I looked at Eevee and I saw his eyes, and that was so weird. Shit, it looked so freaking to me for a second. I don't know if it's just because my eyes was just looking straight down my screen and I was just seeing things. I don't know. That was very bizarre. Alright, but that is another one, 548. Alright. Hold on. As the protagonist though, if May is selected as a player character, she starts her journey moving from her old home of Olivine City in Johto to her new home in the town of Littleroot in Hoenn. After saving Professor Birch from a wild Pokemon, she is given one of the 3 first partner Pokemon of the Hoenn region. May develops a close bond with Brendan and eventually Wally, who both act as her rivals. May goes on to gather the 8 badges of Hoenn, stop the plan of Team Aqua / Team Magma, or conquer the conquer the Pokemon League, all before going off to face the Battle Frontier / Battle Maison. Oh, that fucking... The fact that it's a Battle Maison sucks for Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire. The fucking Battle Frontier is so much better, dude. It's easily better. Let's see. Let's go, Venushot. Okay, there we go. 549. Like, there's no dispute at this point. I definitely passed 500, even if I didn't, like, count right at all. Okay, so as a non-playable character, I assume for Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire, because there's already a section called this. If May is not selected as a player, she is helping her dad finish the Hoenn Pokédex and becoming a Pokemon professor. She is also the player's rival and friend, along with Brendan when playing as May. They are the only rivals unavailable for battle after entering the Hall of Fame. Additionally, they both are the only ones to not evolve their first partner Pokemon into its final room. Except for in Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire, where their first partner Pokemon has been fully evolved by the battle that takes place in Lily Cove City. Yeah, I remember that Lily Cove City shit. That was very annoying that they didn't evolve it. But there is rival battles afoot when it comes to May. Of course, if you choose Trico, she will use Torchic. If you use Torchic, she will use Mudkip. And if you use Mudkip, she will use Trico. Now, the typings that I use, I think Torchic I made into a flying... what was it? Flying Ice? I might have said Flying Dark, I don't remember. I don't know what type I gave it. I don't think it was Ice. Maybe Electric? Maybe Flying Psychic? I don't know. As for Grovyle to Sceptile, I mean, Sceptile, like the Mega one, does turn into a dragon, does it not? I might have gave it Dragon before. So I can't use Dragon type then. What other types I could give it? Shit. Well, let me think about Mudkip. Mudkip, Marshtomp, and Swampert could be a Poison, Electric, or some shit, right? So if that's accurate, Poison, Electric to Psychic Fighting. Well, Psychic beats Poison, but Electric beats the Flying type. So maybe we could work something out with the Tri-Circle. That one type beats another one. Because, you know, the fact that Psychic beats Poison, and then Poison beats Grass? Or something? No, I can't use Grass. Fuck. There's Fairy type. That's the only types Poison beats. So I guess we're choosing fucking Fairy. So yeah, and then Fairy, and then like that beats Fighting. So that'd be its weird own circle. Electric beats Flying, Flying beats Ground. So I guess Sceptile's gotta end up being a Ground Fairy type. Because that'd be easy for Sceptile to have it as like a rocky thing. I think I did. Maybe it was Dragon Rock is what I gave it, or Dragon Steel. But yeah, that's what I'm gonna settle with. Ground Fairy. That makes sense to me. Ground could beat the electric side of Blaziken, or the psychic side, or whatever the fuck. Oh wait, no, neither actually. What the fuck? Well, he could have fucking, like, rock moves. I'm not sure. Something like that. Anyway, let's go to the second battle. And May, I remember having a very more unique team than Brendan. Like, they got some differences here. Wailmer, Shroomish, and Combusken, and I wish they were side by side so you could see the counterpart battles. I mean, I'm sure there's one page that does have that. Wailmer, we did say like Flying Fairy? Flying Ice? Something like that. And Shroomish, we made Ice Poison type, we know that much. I guess Psychic Flying is what we're gonna deal with. Shit. No, Fairy doesn't deal with Psychic or Flying, though. Well, it's meant to... I'm confusing myself, bro. Psychic beats that... Yeah, so Fairy... I don't know, bro. Such a off-balance fucking triangle I have. That's if that's what's even the types to begin with. Alright, well that's that team. For this team, Shroomish, Numble, and Marstomp, which we made Numble Ice Rock already. And for Mudkip, there's Whalmer, Numble, and Grovyle. Okay, this is the third battle. 3 Pokemon, Whalmer, Shroomish, and Combusken. Shroomish, Numble, and Marstomp. Sorry, my gameplay really slowed down, didn't it? Numble, Whalmer, and Grovyle. So far the trilogy's been Numble, Whalmer, and Shroomish. So that's good. Fourth battle is optional. Maybe it was Brendan that had it differently. I swear somebody had like a different fucking team. Unless it's the Emerald version that I'm more so thinking of. As like the whole Sunset shit changed. Let's go with Venoshock, Swalo, Whalmer, Shroomish, and Combusken. Let's go increase the count. 550! Man, we got 55 Pokemon from all of that. Man, really hoping that we would run into it. For sure. Swalo, Shroomish, Numble, Marstomp though. For this, Swalo, Numble, Whalmer, and Grovyle. And then this is Pokemon Emerald. I think this is what I'm more so thinking of. And that's it? That's just 4 battles? Jeez. Alright, but of course, Torchic, starting off, Mudkip, okay, and there's Trico. I think we should share, because like, okay, there's Ground for Kanto starters, there's Dragon for the Johto starters, we should have something for Trico, Torchic, and Swampert, I feel. Maybe they could all be flying types. Like, Swampert could be like one of those type of, you know, Axolotls, because he turns into like a Mega Swampert. Maybe their fan base, or maybe just like Mega Swampert, he could blow a bunch of air or some shit. And then like Blaziken's a bird, and then Sceptile, you could use that as a rotating thing to start tornadoes and shit. One could be flying Psychic, the other one could be flying Poison, or maybe flying Ice. And then the other one could be like flying Steel to use that like tail as a battering ram almost. Is that better? I don't know. I kinda like the idea, but at the same time not really. But yeah, the first battle is always the starters. The second battle, Lotad and Torchic. Okay. Second battle, if you have Torchic, is Torkoal and Mudkip, so that's a different fire type, and that's a bit too strong. Like, that's almost unfair that you have a Torkoal that fucking early. Like, you could have used Slugma or some bullshit. Like, it doesn't matter if it's not available. Torkoal's not available at that point of the game. That's bullshit. And then there's Ngl and Trico for this battle. Wait, was Lotad? Yeah, Lotad, okay. This is the third battle right here. Ngl, Lombre, and Combusken. I guess Lombre's in the placeholder of a grass type. This is Lombre, Slugma, and Marstomp. Where the fuck were you? Because Torkoal's taking your place. Let's see here. And then the 3 Pokemon here is Ngl, Slugma, and Grovyle. Alright, for the fourth battle, we have Pelipper, Lombre, and Combusken. Right here is Lombre, Slugma, and Marstomp. And for these Pokemon, I'm starting to get tired, holy shit. There's Slugma, Lombre, and Grovyle. Okay. Fifth battle. We have 4 Pokemon. We got Tropius, Pelipper, Ludicolo, and Combusken. Oh, wait, I didn't even fucking say any of the Pokemon, did I? Shit. Well, I did for the first, the Ruby and Sapphire one. I don't know if I did for the other ones. Okay, well, Lotad, Lombre, and Ludicolo, I made like a fire psychic type, basically. The other Pokemon, we already did Numel, but Torkoal, we made an ice ground type, I think. Or ice rock. But I think, or not ice rock, water. We could have made it ice, actually. That wouldn't be bad for a turtle. Yeah, water ground type, pretty much. As we get another point, 551. Please show up, Eevee, I beg you. Please. So yeah, then there's Slugma and Macargo, which I'm making into an ice ground type, basically. I could have made it a poison type, but I like the ice one a lot better. Wingull, we said like steel ice, along with Pelipper. Now there's Tropius, who I think we made a steel flying, I don't know, or steel fairy, some shit like that. Don't remember or recall what you used. 4 Pokemon for here: Tropius, Ludicolo, Slugma, Marshtomp. Another 4 Pokemon right here: Tropius, Slugma, Pelipper, Grovyle, and Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire. That's where it stops there. I mean, it doesn't even have the evolution in Emerald, man. That sucks. Okay, well, Omega Ruby, Alpha Sapphire, of course, you start with the starters, so let's go skip that. The second battle, you already have 3 Pokemon. There's Wailmer, Shroomish, and Combusken, as we mentioned before. There's Shroomish, Slugma, and Marshtomp. I think they might have changed that, because it used to be Torkoal. And then Slugma, Wailmer, and Grovyle. Alright, and then the multi-battle with the player, if you choose that. Wailmer, Shroomish, Combusken. Oh, I'm getting tired. Let's see. Shroomish, Slugma, and Marshtomp. Slugma, Wailmer, and Grovyle. Okay, the third battle. This is battle 3, bro. What the fuck? Wailmer, Shroomish, and Combusken. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. We got Shroomish, Slugma, and Marshtomp. Unless I already read that, I feel like I did. Slugma, Wailmer, and Grovyle. And then there's 4th battle with 4 Pokemon. Okay, we got Swalo, Wailord, Breloom, and Blaziken. And this is at Lily Cove City, by the way. Swalo, Breloom, Macargo, and Swampert. This is what when you have Mudkip, Swalo, Macargo, Wailord, and Skeptile. The 5th battle, this is Route 103, wherever this is. I mean, it might be the beginning of the game area. What the fuck did I click on? But 5 Pokemon. We got Swalo, Raichu. Come on, let me scroll. I fucking clicked on something else, really. Okay. Wait, did it make it to me? Okay, I was just waiting for the thing to show up. Where was I? Okay, I think I passed that section. Okay, there we go. Swalo, Raichu, Breloom, Blaziken, and Wailord. That's the 5 Pokemon. If you pick Torchic, you get Swalo, Raichu, Breloom, Magcargo, Swampert. Which is a reminder, Raichu and Pikachu and all of them is water ice that I made a thing. Swalo, I think I made a like electric steel or some shit like that. Electric fire. Electric fire. Something like that. Something of those variations. And then if you choose Mudkip, you got Swalo, Raichu, Magcargo, Wailord, and Sceptile. So yeah. And then the Battle Mason, May will always use these 2 Pokemon as their player's multi-battle partner, which is Claydol and Exploud, random as fuck. Okay. And yeah, that's pretty much when it comes to May. Sorry, I fucking twitched like a madman just now, I don't know why. Might as well click on Brendan. I remember his Pokemon being different, and like I remember May's Pokemon being a lot stronger than his, just in comparison. Let's see. Brendan is the male choice for the player character in Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald and their Generation 6 remakes, Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire. He also serves as a rival in the same game if the player chooses to play as his female counterpart May. Okay, let's go into the core series. This might be the same text. If Brendan is selected as a player character, he starts his journey moving from his home in Johto to the new home in the town of Littleroot in Hoenn. After saving Professor Birch from wild Pokemon, he is given the first 3 first partner Pokemon of the Hoenn region. Brendan develops a close bond with May and eventually Wally, who are both acts as rivals. Brendan goes on to gather 8 badges of Hoenn, stop the plan of Team Aqua / Team Magma. We get that by 52. Alright, let's do that shit. Did they make like a noise when you look at the Pokemon or no? Like the Retromons, or they do a slightly different noise? I'm not sure. Because I kind of know look killing Eevee, so if that turned out to be the Retromon, I'm gonna be very upset. Let's see here. Brendan goes on and gather 8 gym badges of Hoenn. Stop the plans of Team Aqua and Team Magma, and conquer the Pokemon League all before going off to the Battle Frontier. And this is as a non-playable character. If Brendan is not selected as a player, he is helping his father Birch finish the Hoenn Pokédex and becoming a Pokemon professor. He also is the player's rival and friend, along with May. When playing as a Brendan, they are the only rivals unavailable for battling after the entering the Hall of Fame. Additionally, they both are the only ones to not evolve their first partner Pokemon into his final form. Except for in Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire, where the first partner Pokemon has been fully evolved by the battle that takes place after the credits. Both of Brendan's parents appear in the video games. His father is Professor Birch and an unnamed mother. Pokemon Emerald, he was a younger brother who also lacks a known name. He is the neighbors with the player character and their family. Trainer Ice and Magical. Okay. Okay, there we go. We got Torchic. We got the Mudkip. Trico. Let's see, might as well do that. We got Wilmer, Shroomish, and Combuskin to start off with. As we got another one, 553. Yeah, Wilmer, Shroomish, Combuskin. The next Pokemon, we got Numel, Shroomish, and Marshtomp. Wait, did I skip some shit? The fuck? Hold on. Okay, never mind. Numel, Wilmer, and Grovile as well. Okay. Third battle, there's 3 Pokemon. It's a Wilmer, Shroomish, and then Combusken. Numel, Shroomish, and Marshtomp. We got Wilmer, Numel, and Grovile. Let's see. 4th battle. Swalo, Wilmer, Shroomish, and Combusken. The next battle, Swalo, Shroomish, Numel, and Marshtomp. We got this battle right here. Swalo, Numel, Wilmer, and Grovile. Let's see. This is Pokemon Emerald. Wait, this is Lily Pokemon, yeah. It only ends at 4. Apparently. Freak, man, I'm falling asleep over here. Okay, so this is Emerald. First battle is always the starters that they're strong against you. Let's see. Second battle, they have Lotad and Torchic. They got Slugma and Mudkip. And for the next one, Ngl and Trico. As for the third battle, they got Ngl, Lombre, and Combusken. The next battle is Lombre, Slugma, and Marshtomp. And then that one is Slugma, Ngl, and Grovile. To which, around this point, May had a Torkoal, so that kind of shows already who's the better trainer out of the 2. And like, she also kept Wilmer, I'm pretty sure, around this point. 4th battle, Pelipper, Lombre, Combusken. 3 Pokemon here, Lombre, Slugma, Marshtomp. And we also got Slugma, Pelipper, Grovile. 5th battle is optional. I'm already at 5th, what the fuck? I guess I am. Anyway, 5th battle optional, if I could find it. Tropius, Pelipper, Ludicolo, and Combusken. This at the Lilycove place yet again. Tropius, Ludicolo, Slugma, and Marshtomp. And then we got ourselves Tropius, Slugma, Pelipper, and Grovile. And this is Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire, of course. This is the 3 starters as our first battle. The second battle, there's 3 Pokemon, Wilmer, Shroomish, and Combusken. Then the next battle is Shroomish, Slugma, and Marshtomp. And as for the third battle, there's Slugma, Wilmer, and Grovile. In the multi-battle with player, if the player chooses Trico, as we get another Eevee, Wilmer, Shroomish, and Combusken. If you choose Torchic, as we go like this, we get Shroomish, Slugma, and Marshtomp. And if the player chooses Mudkip, as we go right here, 554. 3 Pokemon, Slugma, Wilmer, and Grovile. Player chooses Trico for round 119. Wilmer, Shroomish, Combusken. Let's see, if the player chooses Torchic, Shroomish, Slugma, and Marshtomp. If the player chooses Mudkip, it is Slugma, Wilmer, and Grovile. 4th battle, 4 Pokemon, Swalo, Wailord, Breloom, and Blaziken. This is in front of the Lilycove place. Let's see here. Swalo, Breloom, Macargo, Swampert. Mudkip. Wait, 4 Pokemon? Oh yeah, it was 4 Pokemon. We got Swalo, Macargo, Whale Lord, and Skiptile. 5th battle, he has 5 Pokemon. This is pretty much after the thing. It says winning this battle is not mandatory. The player will not black out and the story will progress either way. So there's Swalo, Raichu, Breloom, Blaziken, and Wailord. Mega Ruby, Alpha Sapphire. Swalo, Raichu, Breloom, Macargo, Swampert. And this battle right here. Swalo, Raichu, Macargo, Wailord, Skeptile. And there's this Battle Maison multi-battle. We have Super Pokemon Claydol and X-Bot, similar to May. And that's pretty much it for Brendan. So yeah, I think I need to do a quick bathroom break because I gotta do number 1. It won't take me too long. So let me stand right here and I'll be right back, okay? Okay, I'm back. Sorry for that. Let's just continue onward. I also put a little bit of water on my face. I really should have splashed it a little bit more if I'm being honest. Okay, so that was pretty much it for 3rd gen. I really should, hold on. Like, if I could find, yeah, the rival and friends. Because we're not finished with 3rd gen yet. Let's go for Wally next to finish off 3rd gen. And surprisingly enough, like in the manga, there's a character named Emerald that isn't used in the Pokemon games. As far as I know, it would have been cool for sure. But yeah, let's just go ahead and do this. Rosalia's like, what the fuck are you? You see that shit? It's like, yeah, no, that's Tuxedo Mask. He is the Sailor Moon version of Roserade, I know. Alright, let's see. We got like about an hour and a half of this or something like that. I'm not really sure. But yeah, there is Wally. Wally is one of the 2 rivals characters in Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, Alpha Sapphire. The others being Brennan / May. In Pokemon Omega Ruby, Alpha Sapphire, Wally in his later battles possesses a Gallade that can Mega Evolve with his handmade wooden Mega Pendant. I didn't even know it was handmade like that, what the fuck. Which holds his keystone. The Mega Pendant is shaped like a Gallade's head. I didn't know that either, actually. What the fuck? Huh, that's interesting. He's 10 years old, and yeah. Wally is a young, sickly boy who lives in Petalburg City. Despite his illness, his dream is to train Pokemon. In his room in Petalburg City, there are a lot of books about how to raise and battle Pokemon covered in sticky notes. Let's see. A notebook which has been written and erased again and again, and a terrestrial globe with pins and places in the Kalos and Unova regions. Interesting. How come they didn't do anything with that? I mean, that's probably an Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire, but it'd be cool to see Wally over there. you know, in Unova and Kalos. I don't know what the fuck, like what part of the story he would fit in, but you could easily insert him somewhere, you know. Suggesting that he has been wanting to go outside and catch Pokemon for a long time, it says, for like the whole Kalos and Unova thing. Okay, but in the core series, there's a lot of pictures of him for some reason. In Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, Alpha Sapphire, Wally's a sickly young boy who first appears in Petalburg City, asking Norman, the Petalburg gym leader, to help him catch a Pokemon before he moves to Verdanturf Town to live with his aunt and uncle. This is because Verdanturf Town is in a remarkably clean area and might improve Wally's sickness. Norman asks his child, the player, to assist Wally and loans Wally a Zigzagoon. Using this Pokemon, Wally is able to capture a Ralts. In Pokemon Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire, after catching this Ralts, Wally will give the player a new app for their PokéNav as thanks. The PokéNav, the PlayNav, sorry, I misread that. Wally shows up again later in Marvel City, pleading with his uncle to let him challenge Watson. He battles the player to prove his strength but loses. He decides his uncle is right by saying, he decides his uncle is right, but says he will train to become stronger. Wally eventually runs away from home and challenges the player at Victory Road, seemingly recovered from his illness. In Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald, he remains at Victory Road and can be rematched after the player has returned or entered the Hall of Fame. In the remakes of Ruby Sapphire, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, Wally's Ralts eventually evolves into a Gallade instead of a Gardevoir. At some point in the game, Wally also obtains a Keystone and a Mega Pendant, allowing his Gallade to Mega Evolve. He's also revealed to have obtained all 8 gym badges before the player meets Wally at Victory Road, as he becomes a certified trainer at every gym. The player can follow Wally's progress on the Hoenn News Network and sees his name on the gym statue starting from the time Mount Chimney is explored. Wait, really? The player can follow Wally's progress on the Hoenn News Network and see his name on the gym statue starting from this time Mount Chimney is explored. Mount Chimney? Ain't that like after Gym 5? This bro speedrun then. Like, really think about that. You only have 3 more gym badges to get, right? And I know that a lot of part of the game is in the ocean and like the side story stuff was in the way. But like, holy fuck. I mean, like, maybe that took a lot of chunk of time for Brendan and May or whatever. Like, you know, with the Team Aqua and Magma stuff. But that's still speedrunning. Like, to even get to the after 5 gyms to Mount Chimney is insane. Or no. Maybe I'm getting it confused. I'm thinking of Mount Pyre or whatever that place is called. I'm thinking about the graveyard place. Is that Mount Chimney? I thought that was like Lava Ridge or some shit. I'm getting it confused. I mean, if it's that, then that's like around the 4th gym. That's still pretty fast considering you were like, if you consider the fact that Brendan and May are already basically more than halfway in the game and you still caught up to them all the way to Victory Road, it's pretty impressive, you know. But yeah, let's see. In the Delta episodes, while he's being harassed by Courtney/Matt, who attempts to steal his Keystone, which is, you know, that was Courtney's in Omega Ruby and Matt in Alpha Sapphire. Wally thanks the player when the player defeats Courtney/Matt, but reveals that his Keystone has already disappeared before the admin had arrived. At the end of the Delta episodes, Wally leaves his home again with his Keystone having been returned to the player. Later on, Wally arrives at the Battle Resort with an SS ticket from Norman and grows stronger through his time at the Battle Resort. Wally rebattles the player at the Battle Maison, but could only be battled once again. The player has been one of the battle Chatelaines in a super battle. Wally can also be selected as a partner for the multi-battle challenge at the Battle Maison. Through his time at the Battle Maison, Wally is revealed to have met a lot of people who have helped him grow as a trainer. He is revealed to be a strategic, enthusiastic trainer who studies various moves, combinations, and the allocation of base stats. He was willing to change his team makeup and Pokemon moves to become stronger. In Pokemon Sun and Moon, Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, Wally appears in Alola's battle tree as an opponent the player can battle and subsequently recruit. Unlike Red and Blue, he does not seem to have aged. I don't know how old he would be anyway. A lot of people keep theorizing that Red and Blue takes place at the same time Ruby and Sapphire are doing their thing. I don't know how true that is. I don't know where that comes from, because it's more so from the Fire Red Leaf Green games, because a lot of people are like, oh well, what's his face, Bill connected with Lynette, and then you get to see Lynette do that at the same time for Bill, or some shit like that. That never really made sense to me, and that's not hard enough evidence, because they probably do that more than a few times, trying to connect to each other. And that doesn't mean that like it disconnected and then they try to reconnect it. I don't know. Or that it shut down at some point. It just doesn't make too much sense to me that that was the big timeline turning point. That's how it's the indication. Like a good indicator is Gold, Silver, and Crystal compared to Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum because of the Red Gyarados shit. That's a better indication. Because what are the odds of another shiny Gyarados being in the Lake of Rage? You know, being monitored on the TV. I don't know. Anyway, we made it to the battle screen page where he is borrowed a Zigzagoon and caught the Ralts. And in Marvel City, you get to face that Ralts at level 16 and get his ass kicked. But in the rematches, you get to see his whole team. I don't know why my screen is like that. It looks so bizarre. Because it's like varying in money, and I don't understand why. Hold on. The rematch battles are available entering the Hall of Fame. Wally uses 2 super potions in Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, and 2 full restores in Emerald. I don't know why his money's varying, like, differently. It's like 2700, 2880, 360, or 3060 I should say, 3240, 34020, what the fuck? Or 3420 I should say. But he has an Altaria, Delcatty, Roselia, he has a Magneton, and a Gardevoir, basically. That's the 5 Pokemon. And for Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire, it's pretty much the same thing, except for some reason Ralts is level 17 in this one. But the second battle on the Pokemon Tower, he has 5 Pokemon. Altaria, Delcatty, Roselia, Magneton, and Glade this time being the real difference. On the third battle, this is on around the Battle of Chatelaine shit. Altaria, Delcatty, Roserade, Magnezone, and Glade. So that's interesting. He evolves further and beyond. The fourth battle onwards, Wally has a 1% chance of giving the player an ability capsule upon being defeated. 1%? Are you dead ass? I didn't even know that was a thing. 1%? That's so many battles. Or how many times could you rematch it? Oh, my bad. I thought I was on the grass. I was pressing left and right a lot. The 6 Pokemon he has is Roserade, Talonflame, Azumarill, Magnezone, Garchomp, and Glade. And yeah, sorry for not doing any of the Pokemon. I forgot to do that. Roselia and Roserade, I made them a Fire Steel type to make them like a glass blower type of thing where they make glass and stuff. What was it? Who are we missing in this team? I don't think I saw Delcatty, but we made Skitty and Delcatty Fairy type. Hold on, let me just look at the older team. There's Altaria, we made Electric Ice type. Magnezone, we made Ground Psychic type, which there is that. No, there's somebody else I'm missing here. What's the other team here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I guess it was 5 Pokemon the whole time, but I swear, yeah, Fire Steel, Fairy, Electric Ice, Ground Psychic. Yeah, I guess the new Pokemon is Roserade. Oh no, not Roserade. Talonflame, Azumarill, and Garchomp are the new Pokemon. But we gave Garchomp Water Steel, and then Glade is Ice Dark with the rest of their evolutions and stuff and pre-evolutions. The Battle Mason, he uses 2 Pokemon, a Glade and Magnezone. I'm not sure why Magnezone, but it is. Maybe it's just a connection to Mauville. Pokemon Sun and Moon. Wally's Pokemon are kept in Ultra Balls Battle Tree. Wally uses 3 of these Pokemon in singles battles, 4 in double battles, and 2 in multi-battles. 4 Pokemon in Sun Moon, Ultra Sun, and Ultra Moon. He uses a variety of Altaria, Glade, Magnezone, another Magnezone, Garchomp, Altaria, Glade, Magnezone, another Magnezone, and Garchomp. Some are exclusive to the Ultra series, some are not, with different moves and such. And that is pretty much it for Wally. So yeah, that's it for him. So that's pretty much it for 3rd gen. Let's go to Barry then. We're at 4th gen now. Or actually, I could have clicked Zinnia, to be honest with you. But we'll do that after Barry. It is kind of more technically a 6th gen thing. Zinnia's gonna have a lot of techs, I imagine. Okay, there we go. Finally finished the soda. You probably heard me like just consume air basically. Barry is the rival character in Pokemon Diamond and Pearl Platinum and Pokemon Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. His name is chosen by the player at the start of the game. Yeah, his name, yeah. In the core series though, Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl. Barry, like the player, lives in Twin Leaf Town, but is also the player's childhood friend and soon-to-be rival. Barry is always in a hurry and extremely impatient, and because of this, often crashes into other people, usually demanding a fine from them or misses important details. Barry is incredibly determined and it's very difficult to discourage him. The only thing that has done this so far was his crushing loss to Team Galactic Commander Jupiter at Lake Acuity. Although this defeat led to a major positive change in Barry's character, causing him to become slightly more serious, realistic, and mature. He is also quite the braggart, often boasting about his battling prowess or how cool his Pokemon are. Barry does have a soft side, however, as seen after a wild Starly attack. Let's see. Barry's also one to take risks and quickly jump into action. It was this behavior that caused the player and himself to be attacked by wild Starly. I just don't understand why Starly's even attacked to begin with, to be fair. So I don't know. Damn, I need to drink juice. I just finished the damn soda. Alright, hold on. I'm gonna drink this juice. Hopefully that's better, because my voice is getting shot. We got like an hour and a half left. Hopefully we run into the retro... I almost said retro Pikachu. The retro Eevee. Hopefully. Alright. After becoming the Sinnoh League champion, the player can find him training at Stark Mountain during the week and at the fight area on weekends, ready to battle. Unlike the player in Lucas and Dawn, or Lucas/Dawn, Barry did not receive a Pokédex due to him rushing out of Professor Owen's lab before one could give him one. Wait, really? I thought he had the Pokédex. Barry's father is Palmer, one of the Sinnoh's Battle Frontier's 5 Frontier Brains. Barry wants to be like him, which is the reason he is so determined and trains hard. Barry is actually very much like his father, characteristic-wise. Both he and Palmer are constantly in a hurry, running into people, including the player, and both seems to react the same way when they happen to run into people. In Pokemon Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, Barry can be encountered and fought at the battle tower. He teams up with his father in the double battle mode, revealing that he actually succeeded in defeating him. Alright, nice. Let's see here. Pokemon Platinum. In addition to his hyperactive personality, it is also shown that in the beginning of Platinum he gets distracted very easily. In the events of Platinum, Barry suggests going to visit Professor Rowan at his lab rather than go to Professor Rowan at his... Wait, did I just... Rather than go to the lake in search of a Pokemon at the same rarity as a rare Gyarados, as happened in Diamond and Pearl. When Professor Rowan questions Lucas and Don and Barry on Route 201 about going into the tall grass without any Pokemon, deeming it reckless and wondering if such people were well suited for Pokemon. Barry admits it that his idea and... Wait, what? Barry admits it was his idea and says that his friends should at least get a Pokemon, if not him. After this, Professor Rowan gives them both Pokemon, much to Barry's excitement. After the player completes the Stark Mountain side quest, Barry can be found at a survival area every day, but can only be battled on weekends. He desires to get into the battleground, even asking for help from Crash or Wake. If the player enters the Hall of Fame 20 times, his team's levels increase by 20. Interesting. And then it says Pokemon is the category. Barry's first partner Pokemon depends on the player's choice. He will choose the one that is strong against the players, and the remainder of his team will be filled out based on his choice. So now we made it to the teams. Hold on. It just skips to the Pokemon. Like, hold on. Let me go to the Diamond and Pearl battling. As we get an Eevee yet again. Please get the vintage out. I don't know what the hell I was thinking earlier. I'm like, level 37, like in my head. Venom Shock. There we go. And we'll get it to 555. Good lord. Alright, first battle. Oh, it says first battle. Why do you say I have 2 Pokemon? What? What? I thought the first battle was just all the start, or did I skip it? I'm very confused. It says Starly and Chimchar, but what the fuck happened to the very first battle? Well, I mean, you already know it's Chimchar, Piplup, and Turtwig gets the battles, but the second battle, I guess, is Starly and Turtwig. Or, you know, Starly and the starter Pokemon. Yeah, and we already gave types to all of them. I know that Empoleon and the whole evolution line's Ice, Fairy. I think I gave Chimchar and all of them like Ghost Ground, and I gave like Turtwig to Torterra like I think it was like Rock Ice, something like that. Wait, so well that's Ice for all of them. So maybe Infernape should be Ice Ghost. How about that? So they'll be the Ice trio. So like all the fucking starter Pokemon would have trios. For Starly, I'm pretty sure I made them fighting Ice or Dark. I'll say fighting Dark, just so I can make him different compared to Pidgeot. I don't want to make them too similar, you know? As we get another Eevee out the way, 556. We have collected damn near 60 Eevees, so that's interesting. Second battle, apparently. Damn, another Eevee in a row. Come on, man. I know you're gonna... I know you want to. Get out of here. Retro Eevee, please. Get your family out here. 557. Why should it be 600? Or maybe they vary or some shit like that. Hearthome City. Starly, Weasel, Roselia, and Monferno are the Pokemon. For Weasel, we made it into a fire type, you know, based on like the fire rock thing. Roselia we already covered multiple times. For if you choose Chimchar, you got Starly, Ponyta, Roselia, and Prinplup. For if you choose Piplup, there's Starly, Weasel, Ponyta, and Grottle. Supposedly the third battle, but the actual fourth battle, because I really don't think it's Starly and then the starter. That don't make any sense to me. Starly, Buizel, Roselia, Monferno, so I guess nothing really changed, it's just higher leveled. How are you not Ostaravia, actually? Is this even correct? Like, I feel so thrown off by it. Unless this is like the first game where they don't immediately battle you, but that doesn't compute with me. Starly, Ponyta, Roselia, Prinplup, Starly, Buizel, Ponyta, and Grottle. By the way, Ponyta and Rapidash, they're ghost type. Which one am I missing? The Roselia? Yeah, I already said that one, okay. Fourth battle. Canalave City, 5 Pokemon. Staravia now, for some reason. Heracross, Roselia, Buizel, and Monferno. We already said, we changed Heracross to a bug, not a bug, a steel electric type. Because fuck it. It's like, steel psychic is fine, but I don't know. Staravia, Roselia, and all that stuff. Okay. 5 Pokemon for this. Staravia, Heracross, Ponyta, Roselia, and Prinplup. Let's see. 5 Pokemon for here. Staravia, Heracross, Buizel, Ponyta, and Grottle. It says multi-battle with player. This is on Spear Pillar. And this one's very interesting. Look, it's Munchlax, Heracross, Staraptor, Buizel, Roselia, and Infernape. And Munchlax new to the team, and I think I made him just grass type because of the Gigantamax form. As for Munchlax, Heracross, Staraptor, Ponyta, and Roselia, and Empoleon. And for this one is Munchlax, Heracross, Staraptor, Buizel, Ponyta, and Torterra. And this is what I'm talking about when it comes to Barry, because like in the anime you see him as with an Empoleon, and in the manga you see him with the Infernape, so you know, it's that type of shit I was talking about. The like Gold, Silver, and Crystal, they're so synonymous with it. This is the Pokemon League. Staraptor, Heracross, Snorlax, Roserade, Floatzel, and Infernape. Let's see. Staraptor, Heracross, Snorlax, Rapidash, Roserade, and Empoleon. And Staraptor, Heracross, Snorlax, Floatzel, Rapidash, and Torterra. And it says weekend battles. Staraptor, Heracross, Snorlax, Roserade, Floatzel, and Infernape. This looks like about the same team as before, to be honest with you. Staraptor, Heracross, Snorlax, Rapidash, Roserade, and Empoleon. Staraptor, Heracross, Snorlax, Floatzel, Rapidash, and Torterra. And yeah, let's see. This is still Diamond and Pearl, by the way, and I think that there's still similar teams in Platinum. Staraptor, Heracross, Snorlax, Roserade, Floatzel, Infernape. And yeah, Diamond and Pearl yet again. Staraptor, Heracross, Snorlax, Rapidash, Roserade, and Empoleon. Oops, I didn't mean to attack. Staraptor, Heracross, Snorlax, Floatzel, Rapidash, Torterra. And that's it. Okay, well that's the Diamond and Pearl entirety stuff. That's so bizarre to me. That, especially the first match, like I don't get that at all. Okay. Alright. I still don't understand the whole thing with... I can't believe it's 1 out of 500 chance after defeating 500 Pokemon. That's like 2 steps. 2-step verification for identity, dude. I can't believe that. Ladian. Okay, let's look for after the Pokemon League. Let's see. And then the fight area we're skipping because we already covered that. And then after the Hall of Fame, and then after that, and then after that... Okay, here's the Pokemon Platinum team, but I assume it's pretty much generally the same. Let's see, first battle, one Pokemon, Chimchar, Piplup, Turtwig. They got this one right. Is it really the case then in Diamond and Pearl that he doesn't do the first starter battle? Like, you face him when he has a Starly? Maybe because he rushes back and then catches the Starly and then battles you. I didn't know that. I might have to look at a playthrough just to see if that's true. But the next one is in Route 203. Starly Chimchar, Starly Piplup, and then Starly Turtwig. And a lot of the rest of it's going to be the same. 3rd, 4th, 5th. Yeah. I imagine it's going to be the same at least. Third battle. 4 Pokemon, Staravia, Buizel, Roselia, Monferno. See, that's more like it. There's Staravia, Ponyta, Roselia, Prinplup. Because he was stuck with the Starly for a long time. Like, it was a level 26 Starly before. Staravia, Buizel, Ponyta, Grottle. And then here's the 4th battle, Platinum version. Staravia, Buizel, Roselia, Monferno. Staravia, Ponyta, Roselia, Prinplup. Staravia, Buizel, Ponyta, Grottle. That's the 5th battle. 5 Pokemon. Staraptor, Heracross, Floatzel, Roserade, Infernape. Damn, it's almost a full-fledged team. I remember this battle. I'm like, shit, man. He has well-balanced shit going on here. Like, really, really well-balanced shit. Because a lot of people's teams fucking... They have a huge dynamic flaw. Staraptor, Heracross, Rapidash, Roserade, and Empoleon. Staraptor, Heracross, Floatzel, Rapidash, Torterra. Let's see, multi-battle at the Spear Pillar. Munchlax, Roserade, Heracross, Floatzel, Staraptor, Infernape. Let's see here. Munchlax, Rapidash, Heracross, Roserade, Staraptor, and Empoleon. And this, like, at this point in Diamond and Pearl, he still had, like, Roselia and Ponyta in their team and shit. Like, it's understandable that they got a Munchlax and that's, like, their defining weakness, but that's pretty incredible. Then there's Munchlax, Rapidash, Heracross, Floatzel, Staraptor, Torterra. 6th battle. There's this Staraptor, Floatzel, Snorlax, Heracross, Roserade, Infernape. And this is like at the Pokemon League, like before you even step inside. Staraptor, Rapidash, Snorlax, Heracross, Roserade, and Empoleon. Yeah, this whole team is a fucking threat, bruh. Staraptor, Rapidash, Floatzel, Heracross, Snorlax, and Torterra. And then multi-battle at the fight area. I didn't mean to click fucking fight area. Shit. Okay, let's go back to where I was. Let's see here. Where was it? Sorry. Bro, where is it? I'm trying to find it. There it is. Okay, so the fight area is generally going to be the same teams. It's just swaps with like fire, water, grass, core, pretty much. Staraptor, Heracross, Snorlax, Floatzel, Roserade, Infernape. Staraptor, Heracross, Snorlax, Roserade, Rapidash, and Empoleon. Staraptor, Heracross, Snorlax, Rapidash, Floatzel, Torterra. And then it says weekend battles at the survival area. Staraptor, Floatzel, Roserade, Heracross, Snorlax, Infernape. Sorry, I thought I was moving, I guess I wasn't. Staraptor, Roserade, Rapidash, Heracross, Snorlax, and Empoleon. Let's see. Staraptor, Rapidash, Floatzel, Heracross, Snorlax, Torterra. Staraptor, Floatzel, Roserade, Heracross, Snorlax, Infernape. Yeah, he really sticks to the same team the whole time. Like, I mean, the other one for sure as well, but yeah. Alright, hold on. Survival area, he has Staraptor, Roserade, Rapidash, Heracross, Snorlax, and Polion. Let's see, Staraptor, Rapidash, Floatzel, Heracross, Snorlax, Torterra. Oh, is that the last battle? Oh shit, okay. Unused battle. As we got like our 26 Bremen, I'm not really sure. Let's see. A version of Barry's team with levels between the initial and final weekend battles exists in game data, likely meant as an upgrade after 10 Hall of Fame entries, but remain unused in the final game. So this is an unused team apparently. Staraptor, Floatzel, Roserade. It's the same fucking team. I think it's just different levels. Heracross, Snorlax, Infernape. We got Staraptor, Roserade, Rapidash, Heracross, Snorlax, and Polion. And then we got Staraptor, Rapidash, Floatzel, Heracross, Snorlax, and Torterra. And that's it with that. And I think that's all of the teams with Barry. Interesting, interesting. I don't remember if you faced Don and Lucas though. I don't know. I think you don't. Well, you team up with them, no? Like you team up again with them on like against Team Galactics, I think. Is it? Wait, hold on. Okay, League, Pokemon League, Fight Area. Yeah, I pretty much survival area yet again. There's Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. He starts with the first battle at 2 Pokemon. What the fuck? That's so weird. Starly Chimchar. Okay. Starly Piplup. Starly Turtwig. 4 Pokemon in Hearthome City as we take on another Eevee. We're still on the search for a Retromon. We're just gonna keep on killing them, really. Okay, that raises the count. 558. I'm just seeing what happens, pretty much. Because now the odds are 1 out of 500. And, yeah, we'll see if that's true. I don't know what percentage that would be. That sounds like less than 1%, pretty obviously, since it's like more than 1 out of 100. So that's probably a 0.05%, I think. I don't know if I'm doing the math right. Or maybe a 0.5% chance. I don't know. I don't know how to do the you know, 1 out of 500, like you know, to do the math there to figure that out. It should be self-explanatory, I imagine, right? Let's see. Let's see. There's Starly, Weasel, Roselia, Monferno. There's Starly, Ponyta, Roselia, Primplup. There's Starly, Weasel, Ponyta, Grottle. Starly's level 19, I noticed. The third battle. Starly, Weasel, Roselia, Monferno. Starly, Ponyta, Roselia, Primplup. This is the level 26 Starlies, I see. What the fuck? Pastoria City. There's Starly, Weasel, Ponyta, and Grottle. Fourth battle. He has... Oops, I didn't mean to click that. Shit. Oh, do well. Okay, did I... Oh, I think it didn't count for me clicking it. Alright, well, whatever. Staravia, Buizel, Heracross, Roselia, Monferno. I thought I counted clicking it, but we got another Eevee. Let's see. Did I... No, okay, I finally ran out of moves there. Let's just finish Hyper Voices and then we'll do our thing. Okay, 559. Okay, so this is Canalave City, Staravia, Roselia, Heracross, Ponyta, and Primplup. Come on, okay, there we go. Staravia, Weasel, Heracross, Ponyta, Grottle. We got a multi-battle with player. Barry teams up with the player in multi-battle against Jupiter and Mars. I'm so used to seeing like the Pokemon's bag sprite when I was looking through this whole Bulbapedia stuff, but now they're all looking in front. Munchlax, Staraptor, Weasel, Heracross, Roselia, Infernape. Let's see. Oh, another Eevee. Why couldn't I get this Lucky Monday, bro? I swear. If only, right? Alright. Let's see here. 560. Alright, for sure. And if you are here and you're interested in a shiny hysteric, be sure to say hi in the chat below. Just keep in mind, like, if you would like to get this shiny hysteric, you do need to actually be playing Pokemon Xenoverse, or else how else am I going to trade to you? There is priority on the highest bidder, but if there's no bidders, you could just claim it. And if there's multiple people that claim it, then we will determine it by a wheel or a number generator. So be sure to say hi and say that you're interested into a shiny hysteric, and you could pick whatever name if you are the winner. And it's same kind of concept as well. If the highest bidder is tied, like let's say $1 or some shit between the two, then pretty much the same kind of, depending on how many people are tied, we will spin a wheel or do a number random generator to determine who will get the shiny hysteric. So if you're interested, be sure to check it out. Or I mean, just at least consider, you know, if you're feeling generous, to donate to help me out. You know, whether it's donating to PayPal, Zelle, Cash App, Venmo, Patreon, GoFundMe, or whatever. Preferably GoFundMe, because then you could check your progress. Always keep that in mind. So yeah, as we're gonna continue searching for Eevees, because we already passed the 500 mark, and now the retro Eevees spawn throughout the grass, but now it's gonna be 1 out of 500 chance on trying to find it, as far as I'm aware of how it works. But yeah, let's see where I left off. Just wanted to point that out, just in case there's somebody watching the stream right now. Let's see here. We got Munchlax, Staraptor, Roselia, Heracross, Ponyta, and Polion. We got ourselves Munchlax, Staraptor, Weasel, Heracross, Ponyta, and Torterra. There's the 5th battle. This is the Pokemon League. We got Staraptor, Floatzel, Heracross, Roserade, Snorlax, and Infernape. Staraptor, Roserade, Heracross, Rapidash, Snorlax, and Empoleon. This is the other Pokemon League. Staraptor, Floatzel, Heracross, Rapidash, Snorlax, and Torterra. And there's the fight area, which I think there's multiple of, and I don't really fully understand why, but there is. Staraptor, Floatzel, Heracross, Roserade, Snorlax, Infernape. This is pretty identical to the other one. He never changes anything from the team. Staraptor, Roserade, Heracross, Rapidash, Snorlax, and Empoleon, because it's just only depending on the starters, really. Let's see. Staraptor, Floatzel, Heracross, Rapidash, Snorlax, Torterra. By the way, this is Hysteric in case you guys aren't familiar with it. The shiny Hysteric is like blue and a tannish color on the hair and like where the purple is. So yeah, just keep that in mind if you're interested. After entering the Hall of Fame 20 times, you get to face them in the fight area again, and it's Staraptor, Floatzel, Heracross, Roserade, Snorlax, and Infernape. Pretty much the same teams as before. Before version 1.10, Staraptor knew Endeavor instead of Rain Dance, and Roserade had Poison Point instead of Natural Cure. Okay. Staraptor, Roserade, Heracross, Rapidash, Snorlax, and Polion. Before version 1.10, Staraptor knew Endeavor instead of Sunny Day. Okay. Staraptor, Floatzel, Heracross, Rapidash, Snorlax, Torterra. Masterclass double battles, rank 10 for each team. Barry uses the first and second Pokemon on the list, and Palmer uses the third and fourth. Oh. Okay, so Empoleon Staraptor on Barry's side, Rhyperior and Heatran on Palmer's side, Heracross Infernape on Barry's side, Dragonite Cresselia on Palmer's side, Torterra and Snorlax on Barry's side, Milotic and Heatran on Palmer's side. And that is everything pertain to Barry. Okay. Let's see here. In the core series games, where's I need to find Zinnia because I didn't. Oh shit. That's that fucking imposter. Dude, I can't fucking stand this movie. Let me run. Thank you. Sometimes these imposter dittos don't let you go, dude, and they can be very dangerous. They already killed 2 of my mons. Where the fuck? Where's Zinnia at? I need to find Zinnia here. I thought Zinnia was a rival character, no? Does that not count? Okay, well, when we find him, we'll do it. Let's click on Dawn first. Dawn's the next 4th gen character to talk about. Alright, so Dawn is the female player character of Pokemon Diamond and Pearl Platinum and the Generation 8 remakes Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. As an NPC, Dawn serves as the assistant to Professor Rowan. Her male counterpart is Lucas. Let's go click on the core series games. Pokemon Diamond Pearl, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl. Dawn lives in Twin Leaf Town with her mother. Dawn and Barry both see a television program about rare Gyarados, so the two head to the nearby Lake Verity in search of a similar Pokemon. Let's see. As they entered the lake area, Professor Rowan and his assistant Lucas are leaving, but have inadvertently left a briefcase behind. Dawn and Barry wandered into the tall grass, but are suddenly attacked by Wild Starly. As the last resort, they each use one of the Pokemon in the briefcase the professor had forgotten. The two take their Pokemon to Sanjum Town to return to Professor Rowan, but Rowan decides to let the two keep their Pokemon and also gives them each a Pokédex. Dawn goes on to gather 8 gym badges of Sinnoh, defeat Team Galactic, and conquer the Pokemon League. She has to stop Team Galactic from trying to use either Dialga or Palkia to destroy the entire universe in order to create a new one. And just to mention that, you know, obviously, it depends on which character you pick. I'm just so happen to read Dawn, so instead of Dawn, it'd be Lucas. Pokemon Platinum. Dawn lives in Twin Leaf Town with her mother. Dawn and Barry both see a television program and Professor Rowan about Professor Rowan, so the two head to Sanjum Town to visit Professor Rowan at his lab to get some Pokemon of their own. They receive their Pokemon on Route 201 when Professor Rowan realizes that they are so dedicated to Pokemon that they would attempt to travel from Twin Leaf Town to Sanjum Town through the tall grass without any Pokemon on their own. Dawn goes on to gather 8 gym badges of Sinnoh, defeat Team Galactic, conquer the Pokemon League. She has to go to the Distortion World and face Giratina in order to stop both worlds from destroying each other. Let's see. Pokemon Black, White, and Black 2 and White 2? What? In Pokemon Black, White, Black 2, and White 2, the player character from Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum and their exploits are referenced by Cynthia, who remembers a young trainer who had defeated her. Why does it say their exploits? What the fuck? And there's a category that says as a non-playable character. If the player chooses Lucas, Dawn. Wait, no. If the player chooses Lucas, Dawn appears in the game as an NPC. She serves as Professor Rowan's assistant. She lives in Sanjum Town with her little sister, grandfather, and father, who also works as an assistant of Professor Rowan. She receives her first partner Pokemon before the player having either Turtwig, Chimchar, or Piplup. The Pokemon she has is always the one that has a type advantage against the player's first partner Pokemon. She demonstrates how to catch Pokemon to the player by catching a wild Bidoof, and that's about it. She has the Piplup if you chose Turtwig, I guess. Yeah, any starter Pokemon that, like, you didn't choose to catch a Bidoof. Alright. I'm pretty sure it's the Pokemon that's weak against hers, right? Yeah. Let's see. First multi-battle partner, if the player chooses Turtwig, she has Piplup, so it's just kind of interchangeable depending on the starters you pick to go against Team Galactic. Second multi-battle in Veilstone, oh, I forgot that happened. She has Clefairy, Kadabra, and then I'm assuming the second stage, depending on what you pick. Clefairy, Kadabra, okay. Clefairy, Kadabra. Well, there's Monferno, Grotto, or Primplup. I see. Platinum version, yeah, that's as far as it goes. It's just mostly tutorial. I don't know if Lucas would have a Clefairy and a Kadabra, if I'm being honest, so I don't know. So that's interesting. Okay. So I think this is Platinum now. Platinum, pretty much the same thing. I don't think you get to battle Dawn, unfortunately. But same Pokemon all around. Clefairy, Kadabras, and the second stage starters. You don't even see the final stage starters, is the weird part. Alright. Capture tutorial. Wait, why is it just... Oh no, this is Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl. Okay. I really doubt they're gonna, you know, advance this, but pretty much everything looks about the same. Catching a Bidoof. Oh, wait, is this the multi-battle or no? Yeah, it is the multi-battle. Okay, making sure. Just trying to see if there's any differences. Second battle, Clefairy, Kadabra, second stage, got it. Trying to make sure, trying to swing on by. I'll try to multitask as I'm talking, I'm sorry. Oh, there's weekend battles. Oh, okay. That's different. 6 Pokemon from Dawn in Sanjum Town. She has a Wormadam, Tangrowth, Frostlass, Magmortar, Clefable, and Empoleon. Okay. I don't think we talked about Wormadam. I don't think. Actually, we might have. Maybe? Wait, what does it evolve to again? Shit, I think it goes to Mothim. Yeah. And I think it's bug flying, and I might have said Dragon Fire or some shit. I don't remember what I said. The Wormadam part I didn't consider though, because there's like the grass one, there's the steel one, and then there's the ground one. But we could easily change that. We could do a different variety of Wormadam, like maybe Dragon Ice, Dragon Rock, perhaps, and then maybe Dragon Poison. Like it could be like a junk area, because there is junk, a version already, but that one's Steel type, and it doesn't even make sense to me. Like a lot of it doesn't make sense to me because it's a fucking pink Pokemon and shit. Like, what the fuck? What pink trash are you looking at? Barbie's fucking toilet, dog? Where do you get pink trash from? Tangela and Tangrowth. I think I said Steel type? No. I said Steel Rock Psychic. No, I said Rock Psychic. I keep trying to do headcanon different variants in my head. Frostlass, I said Fire Water, because of Snow being in the spa. Magmortar's Water type. Clefable, I think I said Dark Psychic. And Empoleon, we already mentioned being Ice Fairy. Alright, match number 2. Interesting. This is the Wormadam, Magmortar, Frostlass, Milotic, Clefable, Torterra. So it looks interchangeable between Milotic, Magmortar, and I don't know who else. Tangrowth? Yeah. It's weird though because she has 2 grass types with that Grassy Cloak Wormadam along with Tangrowth, so I don't know. It's rather weird. But yeah, Wormadam, Magmortar, Frostlass, Milotic, Clefable, Torterra. Milotic, I made a Dragon Ice type for the variants. Like, I'm just doing a self-implemented game for myself, just trying to, you know, while I'm Eevee hunting at this point, to just make different types for a Pokemon and not replicate them. If the player chooses Piplup, it says before version 1.1, Infernape knew Overheat, Focus Blast, and Grass Knot instead of Flare Blitz, Close Combat, and Earthquake. Okay, I thought that was... Huh. But we got Wormadam, Milotic, Frostlass, Tangrowth, Clefable, and Infernape. Okay, at least we get to actually see Dawn battle, unlike in Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum. Like, I thought they weren't going to do shit with that. Weekend battles after entering the Hall of Fame 10 times. If the player chooses Turtwig, the team is Togekiss, Blossom, Mamoswine, Typhlosion, Lopunny, and Empoleon. That's a pretty cool team. Yeah, I mean, it's not all the way perfect. I don't know why it's, like, in my head, it's a bit awkward for her to have a Typhlosion. Like, she does have a Quilava in the anime, so I don't know why I feel weirded out by it. Togekiss, we made Steel Dark, I think. Blossom, Fire Fairy. Mamoswine, Steel Rock, I forget what it was. Typhlosion, we made like a Dragon Ice type. Lopunny, Ice Fairy. And then Empoleon, also Ice Fairy. A lot of these Pokemon are reminiscent of her anime, actually. Because she does have a Togekiss, and she does have a Lopunny. And a Mamoswine, I think? Yeah, a lot of these Pokemon. She never had a fucking Blossom, though. I don't know where that shit comes from. If the player chooses Chimchar, though, in Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, she has a Crobat, Arcanine, Mr. Mime, Blastoise, Licky Licky, and Torterra. That's a vastly different team. I thought for sure it was going to swap like 3 Pokemon. Apparently not. Crobat, we made a Dark Dragon type. Arcanine, male counterpart is just Dragon type. The female counterpart's Ice. Mr. Mime, I made like a Dark Ghost. Blastoise, we made like Steel Ground because he's the Ground Trio. Licky Licky, Fairy type. Torterra, Ice Rock, I think. Did I make Ice Rock? What the fuck did I make? Yeah, I think that was the Ice Trio. Yeah, that's what it was. Before version 1.1, and Infernape knew Overheat, Focus Blast, Grassland instead of Flare Blitz, Close Combat, and Earthquake. Okay, it's the same one, so I guess this is the Infernape one. Sanjin Town, what the fuck? Honchkrow, Orbis, Frostlass, Sceptile, Ambipom, and Infernape. She has 2 she has 2 monkeys in her team. Honchkrow, we made Poison, Ghost type. As we finally got another Eevee. Bring your family, Eevee, damn it. I know you want to. I know you're hiding them. Get them out. Get them out, dog. 562. We got like 45 minutes left, by the way, before we end the stream. So hopefully we find it in under 45 minutes. Gorbis, we made a Psychic type, I think. Because Huntel's Dark type and Clamperl we just made as a Steel type and basically like a magical ball. Frostlass we already discussed. Sceptile, I think we made Steel flying awkwardly. Ambipom, I think I just made a fighting type. Infernape, we made it into like a Ghost Ice type because of the Ghost, the Ice Trio. And I think that's everything. Wow, we covered all of Dawn. Alright. Hopefully Lucas is easier to consume. I'm more interested in like if Lucas has a Clefairy or Kadabra. Like I don't know what he uses, but we're about to find out. Alright, let's see. Lucas is the male player character of Diamond, Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum in Generation 8, who makes Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. His female counterpart is Dawn. We might have to skip over. As we got an egg hatch, will this be the shiny? Of course it's not. Alright, no problem. Okay, let's nickname you. I think you're 33. I can't fit that. Shit. We'll just call you that. It's fine. I've been doing Spanish numbers, and that's our 33rd one, in case you don't speak Spanish. Alright, let's go over here, turn in the Eevee, and such like that. Let's get the egg out. And then we'll check out the evolution. This is the start of a new box. Summary. Neutral nature, runaway ability, somewhat of a clown. Alright. And if you want to know about the other Eevees, yeah, that's how much I got. They only fit like 16. And then like there's another 16. So that's 33. 33 eggs. I don't know how many it will take for a shiny, but we're gonna do it. This is our 34th coming up. Alright, no problem. Okay, now let's go fly back and do some more Eevee hunting. Because before we were... I mean, it's still technically right, because we were trying to kill 500 Eevee, so we were technically Eevee hunting. But this is a different Eevee hunt. We're trying to do 1 out of 500 now. The whole segment has changed. And I'm running out of support words. Support synonyms. Because I said salvage SCARKNIGHT, SOS SCARKNIGHT, and all that stuff. Preserve SCARKNIGHT. And now I don't know what else to say. Alright, let's go continue with Lucas, but I'm pretty sure a lot of his stuff is going to get repeated. Yeah, as we got another Eevee right here. Let's go skip to Platinum version. Oh, we're almost... Okay, I don't know how many hyper voices I have left. But pretty much... we're gonna reset soon. Okay, so let's go 563. There we go. Where's the fuck? There it is. Okay, cool. So basically, I'm trying to skip the same stuff. And Pokemon Black 2 and White 2, and Pokemon Black and White. The player character from Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum and their exploits are referenced by Cynthia, who remembers a young trainer who had defeated her. As a non-playable character, if the player chooses Dawn, Lucas appears in the game as an NPC. He serves Professor Rowan's assistant. He serves as Professor Rowan's assistant. He lives in Sanjum Town with his little sister, grandfather, and father, who also works as an assistant of Professor Rowan. He received his first partner Pokemon before the player having either Turtwig, Chimchar, or Piplup. The Pokemon he has always is the one that has a type disadvantage against the player's first partner Pokemon. He demonstrates how to catch a Pokemon to the player by catching a wild Bidoof. And then the capture tutorial, of course, is gotta have the starter Pokemon, as he always does. Let's see. Catching a Bidoof, Jubilife. Double Battle, of course, is the starter Pokemon still, just in a higher level. And Veilstone City is okay. He has Clefairy and Kadabra along with Prinplup. Alright, I expected him to have different Pokemon. But yeah, he has Clefairy, Kadabra, and then the second stage starter. I don't know if they just didn't, like, because it feels very focused on Dawn. Don't you think that Dawn was supposed to be this role? Because I was not prepared for Lucas to have Clefairy and Kadabra. But, you know, maybe he likes those Pokemon, I don't know. Capture tutorial for Platinum. Alright, let's go skip ahead a little bit. Clefairy, Kadabra. and then the second stage. Let's go skip a little bit ahead. So we got another Eevee. Eevee, please! I know you're hiding him, bruh. Get him out! Get him out! 564. Do it! I know you're hiding him. I know you're hiding him. Don't you fucking lie to me. Alright, let's go like that. Okay, so I'm looking through Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl. The Pokemon in the double battle is still the same. Clefairy, Kadabra, and then the second stage starter Pokemon. Okay, so I might as well continue searching. Weekend battles. Before version 1.1, Empoleon had the ability Define instead of Torrent. That's like a hidden ability. What the fuck? Okay, let's see the 6 Pokemon he got. He has Mothim, Magmortar, Gallade, Tangrowth, Clefable, and Empoleon. I guess Clefable is the mainstay for the, you know, the tri-character. So that's interesting. Mothim we already said is gonna be like Dragon Fire or some shit like that. I don't know. Magmortar we already said. Gallade we already said, being Ice Dark. Tangrowth we already mentioned. Clefable we mentioned. And Empoleon we mentioned. Alright, second battle. Mothim, Milotic, Gallade, Magmortar, Clefable, Torterra. I guess that's the interesting part, that Don uses a Wormadam and it's unique that like it changes his form and all that stuff. I think that's pretty neat. Yeah, that's pretty dope. I like that. Okay, and then it says right here, before version 1.10, Infinite new Overheat, Stone Edge, Grassland instead of Earthquake, Flare Blitz, and Acrobatics. It also held a Choice Scarf instead of a White Herb. Alright, that sounds devastating. Mothim, Tangrowth, Gallade, Milotic, Clefable, Infernape. Weekend battles. After entering the Hall of Fame 10 times, if the player chooses Turtwig, and before version 1.10, Empoleon had the ability to Define instead of Torrent. Okay, they repeated that. Ooh, this is a different team. Gliscor, Cradily, Glaceon, Rotom Heat, Tauros, and Empoleon. Gliscor we gave the Bug Dragon type for that when we were trying to come up with something. Cradily we gave it like water poison, I think, as we got another Eevee. Let's go with the hyper voice. Okie dokie. Okie dokie, Dr. Jones. 565. Let's see here. Glaceon was a different story because the evolutions we added types, and then we did like, you know, all the other evolutions like everybody else. Rotom Heat, we did like, for the base Rotom, he's like Psychic type, and then he moves on to different contraptions. We haven't really came up with all of them yet, because I didn't want to like look into all of them. But yeah, Tauros, we made him Ground Psychic. And yeah, we already covered Empoleon. The second one, if you choose Chimchar, before version 1.10, 1.1.0, Torterra had the ability Shell Armor instead of Overgrow. The 6 Pokemon he chose is Dusknoir, Flareon, Rampardos, Rotom Wash, and Dunsparce and Torterra. Very unique Pokemon. Dusknoir we made a Dark type, Flareon is a different story with different added typings and all that stuff. Rampardos we made into a Steel type. Rotom Wash, so I like that they, you know, mix matched it with like Dawn. Like Dawn changes the fucking Wormadams and then Lucas changes the Rotoms. I like that. The Dunsparce is kind of throwing me off though. They did Dunsparce dirty throughout his whole lifetime. Like Dunsparce could have been way better. Torterra. Okay, if the player chooses Piplup though, before version 1.10, Infernape knew Overheat, Stone Edge, Grassland instead of Earthquake, Flare Blitz, and Acrobatics. It also held a Choice Scarf instead of a White Herb. And this is in Sandgem Town, Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. Different Pokemon yet again. It's Absol, Kabutops, Espeon, Rotom Grass, or Moog Rotom, Porygon Z, and Infernape. That's pretty interesting. And yeah, Absol, I still didn't check if Absol could be Dark Flying. I'm not really sure. Or like when he becomes Mega Evolved. If not, then we're making him Flying. If so, then we're making him Ghost. I don't know about the other type. I guess we could make it Ghost Psychic, I guess. Kabutops we just made into a Steel Bug, I think? Basically Genesect. If the Genesect thing is confirmed, I don't know what the fuck to give it, to be honest with you. Espeon with all the evolutions is a complicated thing. Rotom we talked about. Porygon Z, might as well make that Electric Psychic. And yeah, I think that's pretty much it for Lucas. As we get another Eevee. So yeah, we basically finish with 5th gen. Or 4th gen, sorry. Next time we'll do 5th gen. How many fucking... Hold on, how many fucking... Hyper Voices I have? I have 2 more, so we could just kill 2 more Eevees and then we'll reset it. As we got 566. I really hope we get it, like in the next 15 minutes to 30 minutes. Come on, please. So 5th gen has like so many rivals. I see Hilbert, Hilda, Nate, Rosa. Is Callum and... Wait, Callum is... I don't think... I don't know if they share a list. I might as well click on Hilbert. Let's just do Hilbert. Fuck it, dude. Alright, Hilbert is the male character. Player character in Pokemon Black and White. His female counterpart is Hilda, which that's what I name my my Slack-offs. In the core series games, let's see here. Hilbert is a 14-year-old boy who lives in New Town, as do his childhood friends, Charon and Bianca. If chosen as the player, he will receive the first partner Pokemon and a Pokédex from Professor Juniper. After settling on his Pokemon journey at the same time as Charon and Bianca, Hilbert will at some point be asked by Fennel to do some sort of quest. In return for its completion, Hilbert will receive a Sea Gear, as well as encountering and battling his childhood friends. At various points during this journey, Hilbert has also met a young man known as N, who wishes to create separate worlds for humans and Pokemon in order to achieve his goals. He and Hilbert will battle several times during the course of the game. Hilbert also battles Team Plasma at various stages of his journey. Ultimately, Hilbert is recognized as a hero by Reshiram/Zekrom, depending on the game. As a non-playable character, if not chosen as the player, Hilbert appears as the player's partner in the battle subway when choosing to ride the multi-train. 2 of the following Pokemon are picked from the corresponding list, depending on what the player wants him to base his team on. If the player chooses a balance between the 2, Hilbert's Pokemon are chosen from either list. Pokemon Black 2 and White 2. In Pokemon Black 2 and White 2, the protagonist of Black and White was said to be searching for N in a faraway region and has not yet returned home. His mom mistakes the player for him. Well, I don't think anybody told him that N returned to the place. I mean, unless he did by storyline, but I don't know where the fuck Hilbert or Hilda was. Pokemon Battle Subway. This is a list of all the Pokemon used in multi-train and super multi-train battles. Each Pokemon has a non-hidden ability that, along with gender, is randomly selected. These Pokemon will always have the maximum 31 IVs across every stat, and the full 510 EVs eventually distributed, rounding down among 2 of the 3 stats. Offensive-based Pokemon. We got Beartic, Archeops, Sock, Excavalier, Selgor, Excadrill, Braviary, Meanshout, Vanillux, Haxorus, Archeops, Sock, Darmanitan, Golurk, Diagonal, Reuniclus, Bisharp. Hold on, let me increase the count. 567. There we go. Conkeldurr, Crocodile, Braviary, Chandelure, Mienshao, Beartick, Buffalon, Electros, Archeops, Druddigan, Bisharp, Conkeldurr, Excadrill, Crocodile, Braviary, Beartick, Buffalon, Haxorus, and Archeops. The defensive-based Pokemon, oh, bruh. That's a lot. I don't know, Among Us, Amomomola, I don't know again, Jellicent, Throw, Confagrius, Ferrothorn, Mandibuzz, Klinklang, Lilligant, Durant, Ferrothorn, Gigalith, Conkeldurr, Chandelure, Lilligant, Gothitelle, Mandibuzz, Confagrius, Durant, Musharna, Scrafty, Ferrothorn, Reuniclus, Selgor, Gigalith, Mandibuzz, Klinklang, Chandelure, Mienshao, Vanillix, and Electros. That is so much. And that's pretty much it, really? I thought it was going to be faster than that. And I'm pretty sure Hilda's going to be near identical. So, yeah. Hold on, let me just do a quick skim. I don't think it's worth reading out loud because I'm almost positive they're like T for T, pretty much clones. Not much different except their gender. Like, their gender's their biggest difference in everything. Let's see here. Come on, pop up. The fucking advertisement's blocking the fucking screen. That's always fun. Oh boy. Alright, well we got one more hyper voice and everything. Okay, let's go do that. So it looks like, yeah, that's pretty much the same. That's pretty much the same, it looks like. And that's... Wait, what? In Black 2 and White 2, the protagonist of Black and White was said to be searching for N in a faraway region. He has not returned yet home. Her mom mistakes the player for her. Oh. And, 2 Pokemon, which looks very much the same list as the other one. Yeah. Yep, it's the exact same list, the offensive and defensive Pokemon. I don't think I would ever picked up on that, to be honest with you, that was the case. But yeah, I mean, there's nothing really to say about Hilbert and Hilda. They're pretty much the same character. They're the closest ones alike, that the gender really doesn't matter between the two. Like, that would be the only difference. Nate and Rosa. Let's click on Nate. Actually, I feel like I should click on Rosa. I feel like it's the same case. You know what? Yeah, I'll click on Rosa. I wanna read over her stuff. Rosa is the female player character in Black 2 and White 2. Her male counterpart is Nate, which in the core series, as the protagonist, Rosa's a young girl living in Asperitia City with her childhood friend Hugh. At the start of the game, she sets off with Hugh to collect her first Pokemon. They then go to her separate ways, and she starts a journey across the Unova region. I don't know why Pokestar Studios is in the thing, and I don't know. As a non-playable character, if the player chooses Nate, Rosa will appear in game as an NPC, first met in Nimbasa City. She will join the player in a multi-battle against Emmett and Ingo. Afterwards, she will give the player the versus recorder. Rosa will then appear as the player's partner in the battle subway when choosing to ride the multi-train. 2 of the following Pokemon are picked from the corresponding list, depending on what the player wants her to base her team on. If the player chooses a balance between the 2, Rosa's Pokemon are chosen from either list. Okay, the multi-battle partner. This is pretty much the same premise, isn't it? Oh no, it's not. Wow, it's Duat Panseer. Oh yeah, this is okay, this is the battle between Ingo and Emmett, huh? So Duat and Panseer. She has Servine and Panpour. And basically Pignite and Pansage. Interesting. The types I think I gave all of them steel types, no? That's the steel type trio. I gave Samurai like steel. I can't say fighting because I think the other regional variants like dark fighting, right? It's probably steel grass. Superior's probably steel dragon, and then like Embor's probably steel fucking I don't even know ghost. I guess, or steel electric. Some shit like that. One of the two, whatever tickles your fancy, I suppose. But yeah, that's gonna be it. And as for the pans and semis from last time, I said that, you know, I just added a type. So I did like a grass, fire, water core along with dark fighting psychic core. So like Simi Sage and their alliance grass fighting, you know, Panseer would be fire dark, and then like Panpour and Simipour is gonna be like water psychic. That's just the feeling I get from based on their personalities. This is a list of all the Pokemon used in the multi-train and super multi-train battles. Each Pokemon has non-hidden ability that, along with the gender, is randomly selected. These Pokemon will always have the maximum 31 IVs across every stat and the full 510 EVs evenly distributed, running down among the 2 of the 3 stats. Offensive-based Pokemon, we're gonna end up reading over again, I guess. It looks slightly different from the top, but Beartic, Archeops. Oops, I didn't mean to go down. Beartic, Archeops. Hold on, let me press something right quick. Oh, Eevee. Eevee. This is the last hyper voice, I think. So let's like take a break from reading the whole thing right quick. Jalapeno, and that is 568, and we're pretty much almost finished with this entire thing. Let us go over to the Pokemon Center. I cannot believe this. It takes this long to get this fucking vintage Pokemon. I thought it was gonna be a lot sooner than that. I thought day 3. Could you believe that? I couldn't be more wrong. Jesus. Alright, no problem. Okay, we'll do a small social break. Not really in lines of like social media, but I hadn't replied to some people right quick. Hold on, let's see here. Okay, I'm gonna take a look at that later. Somebody sprained their ankle. But get well soon. Let me check this thing right here. I'm only gonna check like 2 pages and then we'll get going, because I don't want to waste too much time, because we got like less than 20 minutes left. You know what I mean? Like, there's not that much time to throw away. But hopefully it works out. If we don't find that vintage mon within the next 20 minutes, then we're gonna have to do this tomorrow. And I have no idea what thumbnail I'm gonna put tomorrow, to be honest with you. I'll think it over. It's gonna be some hell. It's gonna be some hell. Okay. Let's check this one. It's probably the person that typed to me in Spanish. Oh boy. Okay, let's wait till it loads. Okay. And yeah, I really don't have to cut off the beginning all that much. I just have to like review the whole 7 hours by like quickly going through. That's gonna take a long time. I didn't even do the math last time, did I? I think I started at 424 and ended up at 494. So that's just straight up 70. So I'm under 3rd place in day 8. For day 9, it's like 495. That's 71. For day number 9, we basically got. Is this shit finished loading? Why is it loading take so long? for day number 9, we started at 495 and ended up at around 568. So that's like, that's already like, what, 5, damn near almost 70 already. Yeah, that's more than 70. That's like 73. I can't do math right now. I'm gonna put... Okay. Alright, we finished typing. Alright, no more lollygagging. We got like 15 minutes. We'll end it at 7. And tomorrow, I don't know if we'll end it at 7 or not. Oh shit, I forgot that I'm still reading the other thing. Shit, hold on. Let's get the other page going. Okay, there we go. We're at the Rosa page. What the fuck? Why did the page cancel? What? What is going on here? What is going on here? Alright. So, as I was saying, so on the offensive based Pokemon, there is Beartick, Archeops, Sock, Excavalier, Selgor, Excadrill, Braviary, Mienshao, Vanillux, Haxorus, Archeops, Sock, Darmanitan, Golurk, Cryogonal, the Uniclus, Bisharp, Conkeldurr, Crocodile. Oops, I didn't mean to put start. My finger went too far at the start button. Braviary, Chandelure, Mienshao, Beartick, Buffalon, Electros, Archeops, Sock, Druddigan, Bisharp, Conkeldurr, Excadrill, Crocodile, Braviary, Beartick, Buffalon, Haxorus, Archeops, and there was a few repeats there. Besides that middle part where I might have repeated the names I just read. But for those that have multiple Pokemon, it's different abilities and items and such like that. The defensive Pokemon is, I don't know, Among Us, Alomomola, I don't know, Jellicentro, Confagrius, Ferrothorn, Mandibuzz, Klinklang, Lilligant, Durant, Ferrothorn, Gigalith, Conkeldurr, Chandelure, Lilligant, Gothitelle, Mandibuzz, Confagrius, Durant, Masharna, Scrafty, Ferrothorn, Reuniclus, Selgor, Gigalith, Mandibuzz, Klinklang, Chandelure, Mienshao, Vanillux, and Electros. How the fuck is a Selgor defensive type? It has a Focus Sash. What the fuck? Doesn't make any sense, but yeah, they're pretty similar lists to the other ones, and that's pretty much it. So, in my opinion, when it comes to Black and White, and Black 2 and White 2, they're probably, you know, the worst use of the counterparts when you choose one character and then the opposite isn't too different or too special than the protagonist. I don't know if you know what I mean, but it's just, I don't know. Like Crystal, they kind of neglected, you know, but like this is just like, nah, I don't know about that. And everything is pretty much the same, I imagine. Yeah, Duat, Panseer, Servine, Panpour is the same, and Pignite and Pansage is the same. The offensive teams, yeah, it's the literal same as well. I don't know, this is what I'm talking about. It's like there was no thought put into it. Like, as far as we know, at least a little bit more than Black and White, because there's just one double battle in, but it's still not enough to convince me. But like, I don't know, man. All we know is that he has the third starter, and he has a fucking, you know, a pan something, a pan simi of some kind. That's as far as it goes, and then we don't know nothing else. So that's kind of what makes a boring protagonist, in my opinion. Obviously, when you're playing the game, the counterpart like that, the counterpart is the most boring one. I don't know if it doesn't say. Hold on, maybe because I'm looking at the wrong section or some shit. Hold on. Oh shit! I am in the run. I thought I went further than that. Let's go to Hugh. I want to go to Hugh, a real rival to talk about. Like this is gonna be the rival here. Well, actually, I think I need to go to Bianca, to be honest with you. Bianca needs to go first because we talked about we talked about Sharon already. I don't know why I blanked so hard. I don't know if I could find Bianca, to be honest with you. Hold on, let me go back. I need to find it on the list. Where's Bianca? Right here. Okay, I found Bianca. Don't worry, everybody. And we got 10 minutes. Bianca is a Pokemon trainer from the Unova region. She's apparently 14. She is a rival character in Pokemon Black and White and an assistant to Professor Juniper at Pokemon Black 2 and White 2. Pokemon Black and White. Like the player, Bianca lives in the starting town of November Town and is also a childhood friend of the player and soon to be rival. Though being described as flighty by Professor Juniper and Charon, she also has a strong, determined side which she demonstrates by embarking on a Pokemon journey despite her father's strong opposition. This is emphasized in Nimbasa City, where her father disallows her to become a Pokemon trainer with the help of Nimbasa City's gym leader, Elisa. Bianca convinces her father to let her follow her dream, in keeping with the theme of truth and ideals, often seen in Black and White. Bianca represents those who pursue truth. This is highlighted when En's comments that Bianca had to face the truth that not everyone can become stronger. She often admits that she is not a strong trainer compared to the player, and Sharon thinks about. Wait, what the fuck? Okay, hold on. Let's reflect on what I just read. It says here, trainer compared to the player and Sharon, and thinks about what she can do in life. Like there's double N surrounding the name Sharon. What the fuck? Okay, let me try to read it correctly. Sharon thinks about what she can do in life, whereas Sharon is seen to ponder about what he should do. Later in the game, she decides to research and learn more about Pokemon with Juniper. Even though she is not as strong in battles as her childhood friends, Bianca discovers that by becoming a Pokemon researcher, she too can make valuable contributions to the Pokemon world. Like the player and Sharon, Bianca receives her first partner Pokemon as a gift from Professor Juniper at the start of the game. She chooses the Pokemon with the type disadvantage to the player's first partner Pokemon. The player encounters Bianca on several occasions, where she often challenges the player to a battle. After the player has defeated Alder, she will be around to battle them on the weekends in November Town and in Pokemon Black 2 and White 2, and Bianca appears as Professor Juniper's assistant, giving the player their first partner Pokemon. She, after not seeing him for 2 years, also reunites with Sharon in Esperitia City. She appears several times throughout the game, generally running errands for Professor Juniper, such as looking for Tynamo in Charstone Cave, and she will accompany the player as a multi-battle partner. Where was I? On the player's first visit to Reversal Mountain. While she investigates the legendary Pokemon Heatran, she also appears as a participant of the mixed tournament at the Pokemon World Tournament, pretty much. Let's see here. She can be called on the X-Transceiver to figure out the player's current friendship level with the Pokemon in their party. After the player has defeated the champion, she can also figure out whether a Pokemon in the player's party has reached its effective cap and EVs for any stat 252 or overall 510. Okay. So now we're at the battle screen. It's first battle. Winning the battle is not mandatory. The player will not black out and the story will progress either way. We got Snivy here. If the player chooses Snivy, she chooses Oshawott. And then we got Snivy And then we also got Tepig for her team, of course, depending on the starter you choose. Second battle, she has 2 Pokemon, a Lillipup and the starter, pretty much. Whether it's Oshawott, Snivy, or Tepig, of course. But Lillipup is her first Pokemon, it seems. As I remember Sharon having like a Purloin. We might have to revisit Sharon soon, so we might do that. But maybe tomorrow, I'm not sure, because after this story, we're probably going to end up the episode. Especially that the time, like there was a person earlier, but I tried to mention the fact that they could win a Shiny Hysteric and they didn't respond, I don't think. If you're interested in a Shiny Hysteric, claim it now before the stream ends, and just let me know what nickname you want to claim it for, because nobody has bid anything, you know, nobody has donated anything. So for anybody that claims the Shiny Hysteric, you already just gotta automatically win. So just type in the chat, say, hey, I want a Shiny Hysteric. Just be sure to have Pokemon Xenoverse, and then we'll figure it out from there to trade it to you. And, you know, just letting you know which nickname it could be. And yeah. Alright, so the third battle, she has 4 Pokemon. She has a Herdier, a Panseer, a Munna, and a Duat. So that's interesting. Munna, I think we made into like a Fairy Dark type or some shit like that. Fairy Ghost. Something like that. Probably Fairy Ghost fits it better. If the player chooses Tepig, there's a Herdier, Panpour, Munna, and Servine. If the player chooses Oshawott, her 4 Pokemon by the Castelia Gate is Herdier, Pansage, Munna, and Pignite. And yeah, okay, so for the 4th battle, this is Driftfield City. Herdier, Panseer, Masharna, and Duat, as we got another Eevee right here. I already did the reset, right? Yeah, X-Scissor. I almost forgot. Like, honestly, but it's all good. Bruh, I can't believe it lived that. That's so annoying. Alright, well that's another Eevee in the books. 569. 569. Alright, but yeah, Herdier, Panseer, Masharna, and Duat. If the player chooses Tepig, it is Herdier, Panpour, Masharna, and Servine. If the player chooses Oshawott, it is Herdier, Pansage, Masharna, and Pignite. And I think it's a good balance, honestly, just to have like a semi-pan to, like, you know, do something about your starter Pokemon, because, you know, your starter is stronger against hers, so that makes sense to me. Not as clever as the Bug Gym Leader in the X and Y, because, like, you know, Grass is weak against Bug, you know, and the Surskit being Water type is strong against Fire, and then, like, you know, your Water Pokemon is at like a neutral disadvantage either way, because Surskit is resistant on Water, but like they got answers for your Water type. Like, I don't know, a lot of it's clever. They almost have it perfect, because the Water type kind of, you know, is like the shaky one. But yeah, anyway, 5th battle. If the player chooses Snivy, we got 4 Pokemon: Stoutland, Simisear, Masharna, and Samurott. If the player chooses Tepig at Route 8, it is Stoutland, Simipour, Masharna, and Superior. Let's see. If the player chooses Oshawott, Stoutland, Simisage, Masharna, and Emboar. This is post-game rematch. If the player chooses Snivy, this is 6 Pokemon right here. They got Stoutland, Simisear, Masharna, Mienshao, Chandelure, and Samurott. We did Chandelure earlier, I'm pretty sure, but Mienshao is the psychic type. That's what we made. If the player chooses Tepig, we got Stoutland, Simipour, Masharna, Mienshao, Chandelure, and Superior. So, like, I guess Mienshao and Chandelure is the new replacement, kind of. Or is it? I don't know. Is Chandelure still going to be here when Emboar's here? Let's find out. Stoutland, Simisage, Masharna, Mienshao, Chandelure, and Emboar. I guess that's a no. I think she just does it for the ghost type, to be honest with you. So that's a bit, I don't know. See, I mentioned about Gold, Silver, and Crystal having perfect starters for the representative selves. Black and White would have been the other one, you know, because Bianca, I only picture Snivy, you know, Duat, or Oshawott, I should say, with Sharon, and then, like, you know, Hilbert or whatever, or, like, even the girl could have, like, Tepig. Like, and you could mix it around perfectly fine, and, like, I have seen, like, you know, the main character have Snivy or something, or Oshawott. But I mean, it's almost perfect. But Black 2 and White 2, because they did that, like Q, I could only imagine the Tepe because the rage he has, and the Ember in the background, walking past an explosion is what I picture in my head. But yeah, okay, Black 2 and White 2, she does the tutorial with Lillipup to catch a Purloin, and she's the one that gives off the starter Pokemon. And multi-battle partner at Reversal Mountain, she has 3 Pokemon, being Misharna, Mienfoo, and Stoutland. Or Mienfoo, but not even Mienshao. Wow. This is level 40. In the Pokemon World Tournament, Bianca uses 3 of these Pokemon in single battles, 4 in doubles and rotation battles, and all 6 in triple battles in the mixed tournament. Okay, so she has Misharna, Duat, Pignite, Servine, Autono, and Fracture. Interesting. Okay, so that's way different. I don't know. What do we make it? A Psychic type? Psychic Ice? I don't remember. Fracture, we made a Steel type. I know that much. Memory Link, one time only. The team Bianca uses in this battle is dependent on the first partner Pokemon from the player chose in Pokemon Black and White. If the player chose Snivy, it's Stoutland, Simisear, Misharna, Mienshao, Chandelure, and Samurott. So this is pretty reminiscent. This is like the final battle of Black and White, except it's in Black 2 and White 2. That's interesting. Stoutland, Simipour, Misharna, Mienshao, Chandelure, and Superior. And then for the last one, if you choose Oshawott, it is Stoutland, Simisage, Misharna, Mienshao, Chandelure, and Ember. But yeah, that's another evident thing that, like, I don't think Bianca would have Chandelure and Ember in the team, so that's for sure not canon. So yeah, I'm pretty sure Superior's supposed to be her main. But that's pretty much it with Bianca. I have no idea how close my Pokemon is to hatching, but it's already past 7:01. Well, it's already past 7, I should say. We could check the egg, but like as soon as it hatches, I think that's the end. Oh well, nope. Okay, well let's try to find one more Eevee then, because it's officially past 7 o'clock and I gotta wrap it up because family members are gonna come home and we're gonna watch something, so we're gonna try to do that. So, if you like this episode, don't forget to press that like button. If you really like this episode, please consider subscribing. If you haven't considered subscribing yet, please watch one of my videos. I play the video games, and if you like playing video games, you might like my stuff. With that being said, in the next time, pretty much, it's a new era, I suppose, that Friday, out of all days. I'm not even sure how long the stream is going to be, but we're going to be in search for the odds of 1 out of 500. Now that we surpassed 500 Eevees, we're in the clear. There's a retro Eevee among us. Let's try to find it. Let's hope that we get that vintage Eeveemon and yeah, finally catch the thing and then move on. I have no idea at what point we're gonna see it. It could be like next week, it could be tomorrow, it could be even right now if I'm looking for it. But we're gonna see. So as soon as we find it, we're gonna wrap up the episode. And if we do the readings, pretty much, I just need to remember that we left off at Charon, pretty much. While I'm here, I might as well search up Mega Absol just to make sure the type. Hold on. What type is Mega Absol? Yeah, he's just Dark type. What kind of fucking shit? Mega Absol is a Dark type Pokemon in addition to his primary Dark type. Mega Absol also gains the Fairy type when it Mega Evolves. making it a dual type Pokemon with both Dark and Fairy. That's the... what the fuck? The fucking AI just... it literally starts with the sentence, Mega Absol is Dark type Pokemon. And then it says later on, when it Mega Evolves, it makes it a dual type Pokemon. Okay, make it make sense. Mega Absol is a Dark Fairy dual type Pokemon. Okay, so I'll make it Ghost Flying then. That's the most accurate I can make it, because I've been wondering, it has wings, for some reason it doesn't use them. So yeah. Alright. But, you know, that's for the most part. Alright, so let's go wrap this up. Hopefully we find a good old retro Eevee to end the stream. That would be amazing. I don't know what to do about the rest of the readings, because we're barely at 5th gen, and we're more likely going to finish tomorrow with all the readings, so I have to come up with some other topics to talk about on the following week, if, you know, we don't call it. But we're going to end it off at 570. Let's try to find it. Eevee, please! Show up, please! Eevee! Come on, Eevee. He didn't bring his family enough, dude. I hope it's not considered nighttime. I mean, I see that it's sunset back there. But, yeah, I know. The first 30 minutes is when we hit the 500 mark. So, like, it's a cross of the threshold, you know? We are beyond the threshold now. So yeah, I mean, for the most part, and it was very awkward, like when I was doing the berry team and I kept saying like, oh, Roselia and Roserade, and it almost seems like every time I looked up, it was literally those two Pokemon on my screen. So yeah, I don't know. I don't think I named every variant of Pokemon quite yet either. There's a few Pokemon, like, I don't know if, you know, for example, like a Rattata or some shit that's been left between the seams. Like, I know we covered Rattata and all that, but I don't know any other Pokemon that I possibly missed. But at some point after I read all the other important characters, well, especially Zinnia. I need to do Zinnia at some point. I might do that in like after Hugh or something. Sharon Hugh. But yeah, I don't know. I'll probably do that. Unless I do the villains next. I already did Giovanni. Like, we could do Maxie and Archie and shit like that. I don't know. I'm still like thinking of what things to do. But yeah, hopefully it doesn't take another 20 minutes to run across and find this thing. I really hope it's not the case. So I really hope and appreciate if it shows up. Because I'm not going to be here for a whole hour. Go like, well, it's 8 o'clock and Eevee wasting my time and shit. That'd be brutal. Because I'm not about to do that. I don't even know what's considered morning. Is 4 AM considered morning for this game? Or is it 6 AM? That would have been crazy. Me starting the stream at 6 AM and then just going throughout the whole day. That'd be more than 12 hours. That's 14 hours if it is the case. Hold on, let me ask that too. Okay. What is considered the morning time in Pokemon's universe? I think it does say 4 AM. Pokemon's universe utilizes a real-time clock system, meaning in the game, time directly correlates with your system clock. In Pokemon's universe, morning is generally considered to be 4 AM to 9:59 AM. I don't think that's true. I swear I said 8 PM before. Fucking A, dude. Don't tell me. Okay, you better. It is consistent with several other Pokemon games across various generations, including Pokemon Gold, Silver, Crystal, Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, and Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl. Day and night cycle in Pokemon's universe impacts various aspects of gameplay such as Pokemon encounters, events, etc. Yeah, this isn't accurate, bro. Is this also an AI view? It says 4 AM to 10:59. Bro, that is beyond night. What do you mean? Oh no, that's AM. 10:59 AM. Then 11 AM to that. 5:59, and then evening. I don't know if that's true, bro. And we finally got our Eevee. Evening time is 6 to 8:59. Night is 9 through 4 a.m. I don't know how accurate that is, but we're about to get the last Eevee out the way, and we're gonna end the stream. So, yeah, hope to see you guys next time as we continue with some more stuff, because we need to get this guy to level 48 as soon as possible so we could do some more shiny hunting as well in the eggs. So yeah, white tigers and dragons to you, and you've been scarred by the night. I'll see you tomorrow. I'm out! Oh fuck, I didn't mean to put save again.